A very good morning to everyone, and welcome to the second day of the workshop. We are honored to have such esteemed speakers with us today. So, let's begin another day of learning and collaboration. Our first speaker for today, Dr. Kannan Unni, is an agricultural techno commercial expert with over 55 years of experience. He was the chairman and managing director of Bayer Group in India. He's currently the chairman emeritus of CropLife India. He'll be speaking about irrigation technology transfer to small and marginal farmers in India, its challenges and potential solutions.
Good morning to all of you. Once again, I am here. I like to present the problems of transfer of technology, especially for small and marginal farmers, irrigation technology. My qualification is that I worked almost 50 years in the farmers field a lot. I know the problems of the farmers actually. So when I thought the idea is to transfer technology, I should say a few words. It is possible for us to transfer technology for a long period of time, some technology, but short period of time, it has been very, very difficult actually. And therefore, here I would like to pose the problem, the profile of the farmers, the problem we face, and perhaps how to make a start of a transfer of technology, the sophisticated technology available. Now, this is the facts about the small and the marginal farmers. You can see the cropped area, as I said yesterday, 47% of the Indian agricultural cropped area belong to small scale holders. And they account for about 47% of the food production in the country. So they are not by no means a small group. And you can see the problem is the fragmented holding. We discovered many times, a lot of speakers have talked about a small holding, difficult neighbors, etc., etc. So these are the current problem. And lastly, they don't get technology transfer because they don't have it or nil very, very limited technology transfer happening to them only. And now reason could be unawareness, or reluctant to change. When you do a old style farming and practices, it's difficult to fathom the advantage of getting new technology. And they are nowhere in a position to do it unless people are supporting them, educating them, etc., etc. And therefore, also they have very high debts. They are in the hands of money lenders, actually. If you travel many parts of Punjab and Haryana, the money lenders, we squeeze the farmers, 30%, 40% interest rate, etc., etc. It's very hardening. You remember the story, the cinema called Mother India, how the farmer was crushed, the whole family was crushed by the money lender. It is still a fact. Rural indebtedness is a fact. It is a evilish fact. It will never go that easily. In spite of government of India talking, we will do that, yojana, this yojana, money transfer to the farmers directly, etc., etc. A long way to go to remove the problem of the lack of funds with the small and the marginal farmers. Now, what are the threats? The climate change, is a big threat all over the globe, actually, not only for India. So very, very important problem is that monocropping, coming down, the unpredictability. When the rain will come, when the rain will not come, is very difficult. So it's difficult for the farmers to practice agronomic practices in a normal way. They are uncertain when the seeding, there's a seedling to be raised, when it can be transplanted, when to irrigate, they have no idea. And also large-scale extraction of groundwater. Yesterday it came very strongly. A lot of water is being drawn from the underground for use of usage, and therefore the water table is progressively coming down. It's a fact in Punjab and Haryana and even Telangana, many other places, very, very important, let's say, concern. And monocropping. Monocropping would mean basically we're talking about rice, actually, rice after rice, or rice after one wheat, again rice, etc. Monocropping also results in what we call soil nutrition depletion. And therefore, what is needed is a diversification of crops from rice to maize and cotton and pulses, etc., etc. And rice is a water guzzler crop actually, and which interfere with the conservation effects. And of course, there is huge amount of epidemic pests coming up because of climate change, different temperature, different precipitation. The insects also behaving, stroke misbehaving. So a lot of emergence of the pests are seen last a few years. Now, water conservation issues. Soil health is very poor. I told yesterday there is no soil at all. So therefore, it is if you put the water, it goes down immediately and not to be seen in the soil much. So the soil health is very poor. Soil erosion is a known fact. Heavy, you can see the gorges, the long, the earth is divided into this part and that part, etc. And therefore, that is a problem. Nutrition and what groundwater depletion. The soil has not much of NPK, etc. You will see it in the next slide. And therefore, it is again a problem. And unpredictability of the rains. In Kerala, the famous southwest monsoon, July to September last year, 2023, was totally missing. Many rivers have no water. In Bihar and all that, perhaps they're giving like petrol selling. They're selling one bottle of water at 2 rupees or 5 rupees, something like that, So water is so much of scarcity. The rain doesn't support. The precipitation we cannot predict it actually. So these are some of the facts coming to water management, which has been very eloquently discussed yesterday and also today, I'm sure. Now coming to the soil health, I said this is the sample survey and the soil health card scheme of Government of India. 6 crore samples have been drawn for the farmers. In that, 90% of the sample survey shows deficiency in nitrogen, 85% carbon deficiency, phosphorus 83%, potassium 71%, and of course the micronutrients like boron, zinc, iron, sulfur, etc., are also in deficit. Obviously, the soil health is very, very poor. This example that we have to be concerned about it. Without soil, there is no agriculture. That you know very well. So, what is today? We are talking about the so-called the new technology, which will use which is useful to the farmers. And some years, over 10 years ago, smartphone was not available. Today, everybody has a smartphone. Even amazingly, even a poor farmer also has a smartphone because his child is going to the government school. Education is free now, but child needs a phone and the smartphone is available. The amount of smartphone available in the farmers is enormous. So it is a very good way to communicate with messages via smartphone. WhatsApp also is awareness campaigns are being done by many of the companies on new technology. This is another medium which we can convey the technological advancement to the farmers. Social media is also quite active these days. If you look at Google, today morning I looked at Google, what Mr. Kaundinya, my friend, spoke yesterday in Delhi on direct seeded rice importance, a gathering of 200 people. It came in the today morning paper in the Google. I showed him his own speech, etc., photographs. So this is the speed at which it can be done. The problem in India, ideas are fantastic, implementation is very poor. This you must realize it. We can talk, but not able to implement properly. An example, in a meeting in Government of India, Chemical Ministry, the Secretary to Chemicals asked the audience, I was sitting there. So in China, things are happening very quick. Why not India? I said, sir, you want a political answer? You want an honest answer? Please give an honest answer. In China, a decision is made, implemented very quickly. We make a decision similar and we don't implement. Years and years of litigation, years and years of talking to each other, shouting at each other. So we are very poor implementers. And I hope the new technology will not face that problem of poor implementation. Look at continuing further, because of the SMS, the smartphone, we can have SMS blast. You can reach so many people with one blasting of messages actually. Also well organized, if you organize a field day, it can be well advertised actually. Also last thing is video shooting of a field days. showing the efficacy of the technology transfer, etc., can be seen by a lot of people. Now, you can see the irrigation companies. I'm sure there are also one or two irrigation designers also sitting here. I just saw him. Like that, the irrigation companies originally was only 3-4 people, Netafim, Jain Irrigation, etc. There are plenty of Indian companies coming up. It is also an opportunity for helping the people and also a business proposition. So the technology is available with those companies. And this is, of course, you all know, I am not a technologist, actually. I am an extension man. I'm only quoting this situation, precision engineering, remote sensing, satellite technology, artificial intelligence, all you can read, I don't know, repeat it. I'm saying that it is possible to transfer the technology to small and marginal farmers with an innovative idea of conveying the message. Therefore, that is important. How do you convey the message? Now, basically in agriculture, I'm 60-year-old, passed out of agriculture college. From that day till today, I think seeing is believing. Farmer will see, then only he will believe. If nobody talk about him on new technology, he will have turned a blind ear. So seeing is believing. And to do that, seeing is believing, what we need a small plot demos. In what irrigation technology transfer, tech qualified people should transfer. Not a Tom, Dick, and Harry transferring. A village level worker or agricultural extension officer is ill-equipped to transfer sophisticated the irrigation technologies. So we had to find demos by a qualified people, supervised very well. And you have to select a crop, where you want to grow, where you want to demonstrate, and the area. I don't think that we need to look for horticultural crops, because even if small marginal farmer, a 2-acre is not a bad area. They have sufficient funds, I think, reasonably sufficient funds. But you must select which area you want to do. You want to do which crop you want to do. The area should be somewhere responsive area where people will adopt it, etc., etc. And of course, first promote a small scale of affordable irrigation. High tech will be too early to transfer to the marginal and small farmers. So therefore, technology has to be modified to give it in affordable form to the farmer. And also conduct awareness campaign. A lot of campaigns are necessary for efficacy the information to be given. And also say what is the benefit they get out of it. They increase the yield they get, the income will go up, etc. And also collaborate with agriculture universities. In Coimbatore, we sit, and very close is agricultural University of Tamil Nadu. Very well, very active university. Collaborate with them. Selection of plot is easy. Little bit of help also come from them for the technology transfer, etc. So similarly, other universities, other provinces also can be, good universities can be used as a collaborator for this technology transfer to small and marginal farmers. Now, irrigation technical companies, for example, they can mobilize technical experts. The irrigation companies, they can transfer technology via demonstration, I told you. Also involve the agrochemical and fertilizer seed industry. Agro input industry has more than 100,000, 150,000 people in the field. We have to harness them into this project, actually. In the long run, not immediately, in the long run. And they will have a lot of help can be given on technology transfer. A lot of startup companies are coming last 3-4 years I've seen, and it is going up and up only now. Every university, business school, or whatever it is, got a innovation, incubator section, incubate entrepreneurs, incubate starters. I saw an IIM Ahmedabad about 15 years ago, but most of universities have incubation cell, actually. So startup companies are doing well and doing very well. This would be one of the wonderful in the organization, such companies to transfer technology. And of course, we are not expert in everything. That's why the French, the collaboration is sought. So foreign collaboration most welcome. And that will get us additional support, not only the funding part of it, we also have technology transfer to India if possible. So that is also an important area we should concentrate. And I would say that when you want to select where you want to demonstrate, and this is some analysis I got recently, I must admit, after 60 years of working in agriculture, last 10 years, I am not relevant. I will not keep up with the progress in technology. But still, I found out that there are what you call innovators as well as early adopters of any concept. Nothing to do with irrigation technology alone. Any concept, the adoption, these two people are very important, innovators and adopters. How we identify them? This shows that out of 4 criteria, they should meet at least 3 criteria. Then they are innovators or early adopters for transfer of technology. The first is average land holding is higher than the average in that area. Is it 2 hectares? He must have 2.5 or 3 hectares. Other one is they should have a different income source besides agriculture, so that he can also experiment a little bit there. Average yield should be higher than the average of farmers. And last one is spending per acre average for crop is more than the territory average. If you find some farmer meeting 3 of the criteria, they can be identified as innovators and early adopters. There are type of people who we will find in the village. Innovators, early adopters, innovators and new technology adopters. Early people, they will wait for the event to happen, then the early majority, late majority, laggards. But it will be explained next slide reasonably well, because innovators are the people who will ask, what is new? I have seen many times people ask, what is new? So that has to be, these are people to start with actually. The second one is that once they see the early adopters see a demonstration, they will be happy to take it. Between the two, 15% of the farmers are, we will be able to track it actually. Early majority, we see very clearly and many number of times, they will adopt about 34% of the people. Between these three sections, 50% of the farmers can be adopted. Yeah. And then late majority, of course, it will take a long time to do it. And the laggards they normally do not accept anything new. Now, how to set up? Demo platforms are necessary, field days are necessary, and then the showcase late maturity laggards. If they see convincingly over a period of time, they might even adopt it. Government support is important. There are schemes available. We had a small farmers development agency scheme before. Like that, you should have some scheme coming from government now. Get agri input industry like ours interested fully, and solicit, of course, foreign collaboration. These are some of the things I would talk. And thank you very much for listening. I am not a technology man, so I cannot comment on technology. I can spread the technology as a extension worker. That is my competency. Thank you. If you want any question, you can ask, because this is all I had to say to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
60-year distillation in here. We'll limit to 2-question rule, and of course the information will be shared and people can. So anybody with a question, please?
Okay, if you want, you can talk later. Thank you very much.
There's one question there.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please. I couldn't hear it.
Hello, am I audible, sir? I'm from the Zoom link. I'm speaking. Hello.
That's fine. You can continue.
Padmavati, yes, it's better.
Sir, one question to you. So you said you are actually looking for a technology transfer for the areas. Were you able to identify some technology transfer which is practically done inside Tamil Nadu, and can you give some case studies related to it?
Well, technology transfer, I can see, is a seed technology transfer. A lot of seed innovations have been practically done in Tamil Nadu. An example, in cotton itself, a lot of technology came from, and sugarcane, a lot of technology transfer has come. On the varietal transfer, I've seen plenty of it. And beyond that, do you know the Green Revolution was technology-based, was variety-based. Beyond that, there are a lot of small ones. I am not seen much of it beyond the varietal improvement, adoption of new varieties, etc., etc.
Do we have people who are actually looking for seed generation on their own, sir, or is it done as a part of TNAU?
Yeah, basically the innovations are from TNAU. They don't have too many private organizations, excepting here we have a seed, one big company in Atur. That is a company doing very well in seed number 2, number 3 in the country. But today, the seed is also done by private industry, private companies very well. And they transfer technology also, they how to grow, etc. Yield is much better. So that is also done. But in research, as Mr. Kaundini later will tell you, a lot of innovation is necessary on the research itself. Our Indian research is not that, let's say, well funded and well encouraged, actually. The outcome can be much better, so long as a lot of investment is done and proper areas are selected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'll come to you later. I'll go to you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
So you were talking about direct seeded rice. Direct seeded rice you were talking about. So direct seeded rice you were talking, sir. Direct seeded rice, sir. And
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on technology transfer to small and marginal farmers. Up next, we have Dr. Anandaraja N., who is with TNAU since 2004, where he is now a professor and serves as a head training division, Directorate of Extension Education. He specializes in digital agriculture and information and communication technologies in agriculture. He has completed 13 nationally and internationally funded projects, totaling to 36 crore rupees, and has published 10 books and 74 research papers. He'll now speak about building the capacities of farmers and stakeholders on the usage of irrigation and seamless technology in agriculture.
Very good morning to all. அன்பார்ந்த விவசாய நண்பர்களுக்கு நான் ஆங்கிலத்தில் பேசுறதுனால தவறா எடுத்துக்க வேண்டாம். நான் அப்புறமா உங்களுக்கு தமிழ்ல விளக்கம் கொடுக்குறேன். It's very easy to tell about that technology, and it is very difficult to face the farmers because we have putting lot of effort on the or lot of investment on the research, but the social engineering concepts. I am going to talk about that the issues faced by the farmers and what are the ways and means how best we could able to educate them and bring about the changes. So you see that a bunch of banana, and you see that all the fingers are not same. They're all indifferent. As our senior man, our Unni sir has deliberated and discussed about that different categories of innovation. And really, we have to see that because if you take a technology in the social system, 100% won't be taken up, 100% won't be reached. There are slow. When you might be seen, you might be witnessed it many of the aspects. So coming here, many of the people here for the past 2 days, I'm observing majority of them are technocrats. And you have to understand about the social system of our ecosystem of the farming community. So you see about that the farming community. Earlier, you see that the entire village, there will be a village head. The entire people are depending on the farming as an livelihood. They have been involved, including from the family of the elders, from the children. Everybody in the morning before going to the school, they have been in the field and they do that lot of operations supporting on it. And again, that's why in sociology, the human beings are called as the social animals. When you are being joy, they will celebrate that kind of mood is totally different. When they are being sorrow and when they are being in a different situation or the difficult situation, you cannot educate them. So that's why, again, if you take about that Indian subcontinent, the climate is a big change. We are having that the south kind of conference kind of entity. We have the tropical and the subtropical. The weather at the Amrita and weather at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, even though the distance is very 30 kilometers, you cannot have it. Even you take this as a one unit of land, the soil at that western end and soil at the eastern end is totally different. So you cannot have an uniform technology from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, where my friend yesterday spoken about that the treatment of the water. So we have to really working with the people. So we have to really see that the kind of facilities available. It is not a new profession as like oncologists or the kind of cyber security. he is living with that, the soil and the plant and the ecosystem for several decades. So we have to really understand about the situations. Again, you take about the India, we have that different kind of culture that is called the pluralistic and the multicultural systems. Again, you see that the harvesting festival is being held in Assam in different name, Punjab in different name, Tamil Nadu in different name, but the kind of unity culture is the same. Again, this slide I'm depicting here is that how that at the time of independence, how we are. You see that we have the traditional farming system. The farmers well aware about that. What is that salt tolerant crops, like how that cotton or the chilies or the sorghum could be cultivated in the salt affected or the salt waters, and where that the water is where the rainfed farming situation, what kind of crop he has to cultivate. Everything is he knows. Only thing is that we have to provide, and there is an the excellent book where our Uni has pointed out that Rogers and Shoemaker, who has the diffusion of innovation. He came out with some kind of attributes. I will tell you that attributes a little bit later. So the farming was a community approach. It was well recognized 40, 50 years back. The brides and the bridegrooms are being offered, the persons are having that who have the lands. Now you see that the entire scenario has been, when the IT boom has come, and it is very difficult to find out my own classmates would not able to get a marriage due to that, the kind of he is being involved in the farming activity. The issues are, we have to address the kind of issues. Then we have the location specific crops, the people cultivating the crops, they have been circulating within that region, within that boundary. There will be every alternate village, there will be a village sandy for every days. Monday one place, Tuesday one other place, another place. There was the bartering system, exchanging of the commodities happened. Now you see there has been total change. When the green revolution came yesterday, also we had a lot of discussion about these activities. We have been, because we have to feed the people. Madras famine and the Bengal famine have taught you so much of lesson. We have lost almost around 40 million people. So Dr. M. S. Swaminathan and Mr. C. Subramaniam, they hardly found and they bought lot of draft and that kind of new varieties, replicated it, multiplied it, and now we are all comfortable zone. We don't know about the pain of hunger. So we have been a kind of input intensive farming activities. We have put so much of inputs, and slowly we have introduced that mechanization, and the irrigation also we have been modernized, and the local traders are being there. And you see that where our the Bayer man, our senior, has been a huge amount of task of pest and diseases. We have so much of invasive pest. Now you see that the mealybug, you see that about the white flies, and these were not the serious pest of earlier days. And now we attained self-sufficiency. We are exporting that our commodities to the foreign countries. We really have been needs to change, as my friend Mr. Irango yesterday speaking about that we needs to win in the market. We are facing a glut of producers. Sometimes you see the tomato price today it is 10 rupees. You count another 25 days, it is going to touch 80 rupees. Then in the month of April, May, it touches 150 rupees. So we don't have such a kind of database, a kind of algorithms and kind of registration systems as like in the sugarcane. The farmers are really registering and they are doing on it actively. So we have to think about that, how best we have to, instead of providing a routine kinds of outreach initiatives, we have to really think about that, how he has to be an entrepreneur on initiating. Mr. Viswanathan, who could able to afford, he could able to technologically able to manage it, because he is a kind of a marginal, he is a medium or a big farmer. What about the small scale farmers? Almost 83% of the farmers are having the land of less than 3 acres of land, and they could able to take 60% of the area, they could able to take only one crop, that too in the Kharif seasons. So that is the kind of situation we are facing on. So what actually a farmer needs? A farmer needs input, technology, finance, and the market, but it is not interconnected. How we are going to connect, that is kind of another issue. Then what he faces now, you see that there are so much of problems encountered by him. I am not going to explain each and everything, but we need intervention on it, especially on the water. So you see that we are being a monsoon dependent country. The monsoon is not the same. It is very highly erratic. You see that a place in Tirunelveli or the Thoothukudi, they could able to get then the entire annual rainfall in 1 or 2 days. So how we could able to cope up? So that a kind of very serious situation is there. Then again, agriculture is the concurrent subject, or the water is also a state subject. It is not the central subject. That's why there is always disputes between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Gujarat, and many states are there, Punjab and other Haryana. So we have to think of it. And again, a farmer, when I traveled with him from Visakhapatnam to Delhi, he said that you give water, we will do the wonder in the field. That means that assured irrigation for at least for 2 crops, how we could able to enhance on it. Then inadequate irrigation facilities. The government of Gujarat is putting an excellent initiative on providing a water meter for the irrigation, particularly for the canal irrigation. Nobody in the country has brought out such a kind of change. Even in Tamil Nadu, the exploitation of, I know that exploitation of the water is because of the free electricity to the farming communities. Now, earlier we have that lot of wells. Now we have plenty of bore wells. That too, the depth of 1,500 to 2,000 meter. You see that how we are exploiting the groundwater. So now you see that I don't want to explain. We are in the world of the technology evaluation. Initially, India have the big resistance to introduction of the computers in 80s. When it comes to the banking institutes and as well as the railway systems, many of the Mazdoor organization came to road and made the agitations. Now we are the next to USA of exporting that software, and we are the dominating. And again, that smart farming, what it needs to do is that we have to bring out that how it has to be intelligent and efficient supporting to the entire fraternity. And our Tamil Nadu Agriculture University in 2003 and 4, we started that the India specific precision farming concept. In Europe or the Western world, you can tell you about the precision farming. It is totally different because thousands of square kilometer, the soil is uniform. But in India, every inch of our square kilometer, every inch of our plot is totally different. Where Santu has shared you about that the central part of India's the demographic. So this is a case in San Francisco where you can put all your experimentations. It is controlled condition where you can do that every initiatives, every activities. But in Indian context, tropical and subtropical, varied kind of climate where my friend Dr. Jagdishwaran told you about the soil profile, soil characteristics. We never bothered about that the soil management aspects. And these AI also it is possible. And the big problem in Indian context is that we the researchers, we the outreach activities, we the farmers, not in the same equilibrium of understanding of the technologies. The scientists always think about that high impact journals, high impact reading, and the many of the kind of things which is not at all fit into the field of context. The extension professionals or the field functionaries always thinks about that what the government is telling, what the freebies I have to dictate, what the freebies I have to distribute, what is the target achievement. These are the two words the people will in the field, they know on it. But the farmer is confined to his own ecosystems. He is unable to tolerate all the things what you are forcing or putting on it. When we bring these three people into the same equilibrium, then we can think about that 100% of reach. Otherwise, it is impossible. So this is about the systems which is functioning in Indian context. You see that anybody can dictate any kinds of technologies to the field. There is no council as like Veterinary Council of India. You cannot start a single course anywhere in the world or anywhere in the country without that council approval. But in India, so many forums, so many persons can make different kinds of advocacies, different kinds of things leads to that confusion. And you see that the public extension system is being called as an white elephant because so much of money is being invested, but it is not reaching to the end user of the farmer. They are being put with a lot of input deliveries, freebies, so much of things want to achieve that doubling the production, tripling the farmer's income 2030. It is impossible. So that's why the building of the capacities is important, understanding the needs, design, and the implementation monitoring. I don't want to put much of elaborations. So we, the change agent, have to really think that the kind of science which we are bringing has to really making that people to innovate for sustainable improvement in the quality of life. So when we achieve this, definitely there is a scope to achieve on it. I will stop with this slide. This slide has to be, again, it is a concept from that the extension fraternity. Those who are all studied that extension, they could, or education technology, they could be able to understand about the concept. And most of the time, we are putting that the reading as a tool, like pamphlet, booklet, many of the reading tools, like even you see about that so much of mails, emails, reading tools. After 2 weeks of time, if you test that the knowledge, what you have received or not, what you have perceived out of it, you could able to recollect only the 10% of the information. Similarly, the hearing of words. Our Unni sir has the blasting of SMS. And you see that there are Kisan call centers, there are voice mail information, podcasting, so much of things. All India radios. All India radio was a big success in the Green Revolution, and nobody is hearing that All India radios today's days. And if you podcast it, after 2 weeks of the time, you recollect that what is the gain of knowledge, only to 20% the farmer or any person or any student could be able to recollect on it. Similarly, seeing in the sense exhibitions or the informations or a kind of posters or a kind of things, only 30%. And seeing a movie, that is audio visual, the video films, video modules, only 50%. So all these things are being called as a passive learning. So here there won't be a much of interaction, there won't be a two-way kinds of communication. So that's why it is being called. So what we have to really think about that, it is called the active. So this is the tool where we have to, the farmer has to really has to work with the device, and he has to feel that it is fit to his own context and his own informations. Yesterday, our classical dance was performed by the students of Amrita. That steps they will never forget up to their last of their breath. When you learn the swimming, you never forget up to that you are lost. That is the kind of things, the preparation of your talk or a kind of activities. And you take about the Anupam Kher or the cinema director of Hindi films, you ask that when the scene was shoot and where it was shoot, he could be able to narrate everything. That means that the kind of imbibe the information. So that is the way we have to really think about that before consuming the tools. And this is again supported by that Hermann Ebbinghaus as a psychologist from the German. All the information what we have been discussing for the last 2 days, it will be within the 7 days of time. Once you go, only you see about this hall, and many people, Julian is white and he is coming from so much of places. This is the thing only remains in our mind. All the technologies what we have been discussing, it goes out. So what is that? The compact curve is keep on remaining, keep on indicating. That is the why the advertisement agencies and the pop-up messages, and every day the morning alerts, and every day the time conscious of the three people here, all are indicating it. So thank you very much. Before taking into the technologies, we have to really conceive that the social engineering and the capacities of the farmers, the situation, then we got to take the technologies. Thank you very much for the opportunities. Any questions? Anything you want to substantiate?
We'll take one question. I know there are many, but we are lacking time. So any one person, please. First come first.
Please.
Yes,
I want to ask your opinion, because you are talking about a farmer-centric model. What about this biofuel versus food? That is going to be a competition in our time, whether to grow fuel or whether to grow food. For a farmer, it will be a choice in coming decades.
Yeah, the realistic perspective is that both are essential. Fuel is also needed because we have so much of vehicles and kind of things. But the crop choice, biofuel crops, we introduced that the crop, but it is not fit to that the farmer context. That was the reason that many of the investment by the railway systems and others, they have been collapsed. So alternatively, they are going with the sweet sorghums, and alternatively the sugarcane based ethanol blending of 15 to 20%. That is the policy took by the government. And for the farmers, really, we have to, many people have been shared that the feeding of the number of population is 1.5% of growth rate of every year. We need to feed many of the peoples, and the food supplements is needed. Both we need on it. Thank you. So Amit has, thank you, Amit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on the need of farmers. Up next, we have Dr. Amit Agarwal, who is a professor at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham of Electrical and Electronics Engineering and Cybersecurity, Coimbatore. He holds a PhD from Nanyang Tech, Singapore, and an MS in Financial Math from the London School of Economics. His research interests are in AI and ML for plant disease detection, environment control for indoor cultivation, agriculture, robots, and drones. He'll speak about strawberry disease and leaf rot classification.
Okay, great. So I'll try to keep it in 10 minutes and share the time with my colleague, Dr. Anand out there. He has kindly volunteered to give a talk as well. So this problem actually arose during a visit to Bali. This is last year. I'll describe the problem and what we're doing to build solutions towards that. The farm you see here is in Bali. This is Kotagiri, and I'm taking quite a bit of guidance on the farming part of it from TNAU through the many big extension networks that Dr. Anand Raja, you just heard him, he has established out here. Okay, the problem is as follows. So Bali problem, the farmer told me he can sell about 3 times more than what he's actually selling. However, he's 72. It's not a cool profession to be a farmer. His children don't want to get trained in this. Now, strawberry during rainy season, you have to do once in 2 days or once in 3-day checks. That's your early warning system. Okay. The method to do that, these plantations are quite low. You have a bed height of about 1 feet or so, and about 6 inches of plants, that's it. The things when you look from early warning perspective is you need a magnifying glass. So he squats in there, checks the thing, moves on, squats, keeps doing that. And he can cover only a very limited area. Okay. So that is one of the problems. Secondly, he says he can increase his output in terms of value by about 200 to 300%. Now that may depend upon the market linkages you have, but in Bali, he could easily do that. Okay. Provided he brings down his pesticide residue below a certain level. Okay. So they're not into 100% organic certification, but below a certain level. Okay. But he can't do that. The reason is when he sprays the things, he's spraying from waist height. Okay. So he's spraying not only on this, on the weeds, on everything, whatever you see out here, he's spraying on, right? So his pesticide cost is also quite high as well. Can be brought down by about 80%, 90% or so, simply by using less pesticides. So now the thing is, you can't use a drone to actually fly through and get the capture, because you're looking at really microscopic, you need magnifying glasses. So it's not that small, but really small. You have motion blur to take care of, and you have vibration blurs. You won't be able to do it with a drone unless you're buying a very expensive camera, which will work very well in scientific papers, wouldn't get to the ground ever in this part of the world. Okay. So, so the solution is build a ground robo. I'll just come to this in a moment. So we're in the stage right now, 3D modeling of this. So there's a lot of, so it's about a 3.5 year project to try to get to the farm. And what Dr. Anand Raja showed in the pyramid at the bottom, doing and believing and saying, that's what we are heading at. We hope some publications will be a byproduct, but that's not what we're targeting here, right? So we're doing a mechanical design. We have evaluated plenty of them. We have made actually 3D models, and again, so this is the same company that makes Rafale jets, Dassault Aviation. So 3D SolidWorks is from them, and we are using that to do this. We're in various stages here. Now going back here, so this is in India. So you see the recommended width here is about 2 feet of gap. you're seeing this gap to be about 8 to 12 inches. So the robot design is complicated because of that, right? And your bed height is also variable, actually. It's a bit difficult to see in this perspective. This is an indoor one, and some people have lost all their money simply because of investing in a poly house and not being able to recover because of very high interest rate loans, right? So now what are we doing about it? Leaving aside this, which is not the focus of the topic here, in order to enable the farmer, because you can grow this crop throughout the year, provided you do some, well, it depends where you're growing, but you can, right? So enable the farmer to tide through the rainy season. We're doing this. So there are these various diseases. I wouldn't get into the details here, but thrip is one of them. It looks like dust, but the texture is different, okay? You have thrip on the flowers as well. Aphid, when they grow up, they look like this, okay? All the morphological features. Otherwise, aphids look like this one here, okay? This is young aphid out here, right? And exovia. So aphids generally, unless it's cool and shady, they wouldn't come out on the top. They are on the lower side. So exovia is like the snake molding its skin, right? So we are doing image processing and machine learning to detect these sort of things. This is another bit, NPK deficiency or powdery mildew. Well, powdery mildew looks like this, but this is beyond rescue. You can't do much about this. These are the early stages, but the way you distinguish is the farmer tells you, I didn't see cloudy weather for 3 days. So if you still see the leaf folded the way you see here, it means most likely it's a NPK deficiency. So your machine learning has to be complemented by knowledge system, right? Then we have calcium deficiency detecting on the edges here, and they might look like dust spots as well. Your mites here, they look very similar, except for the texture is quite different, okay? So building machine learning models, we have gathered, and there's no data set in the world on strawberries, which is labeled. So we're building this up, 750 images we have collected. We are labeling it in CVAT, and each of this image, we get plenty of them. All the leaves out here you see are one extract from this image. So from each image, we're getting about 30 to 40 images, depends upon what you have inside in there. So preparing the data set and running the models. So I will not speak about accuracy and all. We don't have time for that. And also, this is under development. We don't have sufficient data to meaningfully speak about accuracy right now. Okay, so we have classifiers, ResNet 50, 25 million parameters, nearly 100 megabyte. Deep CNN we developed ourselves, and this is 6 MB. 6 MB meaning you can put it on a chip, which can go on the robo. So you don't have to have a huge bandwidth data transfer back to the base station, right? You won't be paying for server space. You won't be paying for machine learning on the server. It'll be all so-called free of cost in that way. So we had to build this up. And if people are interested, I'm happy to share the codes for these, right? So if it can help your research, move it forward. Similarly, that's the other way. In many of the problems that we are addressing, we need to pass through, do the image processing multiple times. It's not a single time. So one of the things that we're doing for efficiency is background, foreground separation. There are other architectures which are good there. So you can see here, we don't want to be taking into account the mulch and all. So there are other architectures we're looking at to do this bit. And again, just as an example, we won't go into the architecture. One is a unit architecture. It's 16 MB, so it's still too big. And there's a compressed unit. It's about 10.3 MB. So we need to bring it down to about 2 MB or so, right? Then we can put it on chips, which farmers can afford in this part of the world. So that's the idea here. And so again, we're happy to share the codes that we have built up here so people can utilize that for their own work. I'll end the conversation here because my colleague is waiting for any quick question. If you have for me, I'm happy to take. Okay, great. Thank you. Anand, the floor is yours.
So first of all, I would like to thank Amrit for giving me opportunity to give in the presentations of our Amrita research, especially for hyperspectral. So I started in Amrita in the year of 2016. So I just started in terms of hyperspectral only. So we have a team for hyperspectral, especially for band selections team. I mean, we will be selecting that airborne hyperspectral images. So I think many of the peoples I talk about that hyperspectrals. So what is the drawback of especially if it's cost effective only, but we will be talking, I mean, we'll be using that only for satellite images. With help of ISR people, will be collecting that samples from ground truth. That is what we did as of now. So our topic is for developing some algorithms for especially for hyperspectral band selections. Is a very new area for selecting the separate bands. So what is the purpose of we have to select the band in the sense if in case of hyperspectral images. So we have a 200 bands or more than 100 bands. It will have very high computation complexity will be there if we perform the high performance computers also. So what we did in the sense we will be selecting only few bands with help of some optimization techniques. That is especially for algorithms oriented. So generally the hyperspectral speaks about we have that extract the each information of each pixel with help of many bands. So for example, we have the bands from 0 to, I mean, we'll starting from terms of nanometers for 0.3 micrometer to it will go up to 2.5 micrometers. So to having we'll be taking that around 200 bands from the out of this wavelength. So whenever speaking with the hyperspectrals, the wavelength is mandatory. So what is the purpose of wavelength in terms here in the sense we can see here. So we have that images as a band. The each band having same images of same pixels values. If I plotted the reflectance curves, so what is the purpose of reflectance curve in the sense? So wherever we have the absorptions, wherever we have a scattering part, that we can identify with the help of hyperspectral images. Even we will be going for satellite or airborne. So if we extracted that spectral reflect curves, so what is the purpose of spectral reflectance curve in the sense we can identify what is the object over there. So what is another advantage of hyperspectral in the sense we, for example, simple examples. If we are going to to see in a fish tank or something like that. If fish tank is very small, if I just pass the hyperspectral images, we can see clear images. In terms of sea or some river, if I just passing to that hyperspectral images, we're not able to see what is the object is oriented there. So in terms of hyperspectrals, we can see because it will reflect some object if the light is passing to that particular objects, this particular reflectance curves will be coming to the pictures. We can do what is the object also because already the US is framed the libraries, so we don't go for some libraries, but something will be happens because Indian soil have some different varieties will be there, but in US soils have also some other different varieties that we can do small things. So that's what. So this is the first work we started. We published very good journals in terms of remote sensing, which is having 5.8 impact factors. So I already mentioned here. So we have the team for developing algorithms. So not only developing for algorithms, finally we touched in the real-time application. So I will come to the point. So this is the papers we will be framing the discrete wavelet transform I just applied here for airborne hyperspectral images. We just splitted the data set with high and low frequency components. So we divided further, that is in terms of how many wavelets, how many decompositions is required. So we did with the help of what is the purpose of this paper in the sense we can see the low frequency component, especially for hyperspectral images that we can do. So another paper is the continue of that my work, that is that image morphological. So last month, in the month of January, we conducted 2 days workshop on hyperspectral image analysis using machine learning algorithms, which is sponsored by ID Tirupati. So as far as the government of India, we conducted 2 days workshops. So in that, Dayasagar came to deliver the lecture. So he only given the idea to use the morphological analysis part. So the morphological analysis have a major objective, major advantages over there because we can do that erosions as well dilations part. So other than that, we framed that another architectures for deep learnings, especially for hyperspectral images. We framed that hybrid CNN as well as 2D CNN as well as 3D CNN. So this is my part of work, especially I told optimization techniques. So we framed that new optimization thing like mouth flame optimizations. So this optimizations will selecting the particular bands. What is the major outcome of this my work in the our research work in the sense? If we have the 200 bands, so we'll be selecting only 10 bands. So in terms of 10 bands, we will get the good accuracies of classifications or any part of identification we will be doing with the help of optimization techniques. We have to fix the objective functions frame like that. So this is another paper which was published in the last month only. It was around 2 years is taking for review part. It is published in infrared physics. So this is a major work for my research. That is we use again wavelet here. So we got very good results in terms of hyperspectrals. So finally, we went to the Radhapuram districts in terms of Tirunelveli. So we collected the hyperspectral samples. So we applied we deployed our method to our soil samples. So we got good accuracies and we submitted that same output to RRSCs. That is for ISRO peoples. They agreed our results. That is our major outcomes. So this is my Scopus page. So these are my teams. So we developed last 6 years. So this is Satish Kumar Samipan. He is my co-advisor. And then Veni, she's my advisor. And also we have the team. Yesterday we can see that Aravind Geeta ma'am in that page. So this is, then when we will be collaborating with Ramasubramanian sir. He's the ISRO people. So he only provides data set for us and we will be working together last 6 years. Yeah, this is my contact details. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amit sir and Anand sir, for your presentations. The next speaker for the day is Dr. V. Ram Kundinia, agriculture expert, Telangana, Bharat. He is from IIM Ahmedabad. He's a guest faculty at 3 premier institutes, IIM Ahmedabad, NAARM, and Manage. He is a mentor to incubators and entrepreneurs in food and agriculture. He is an advisor to the Federation of Seed Industry of India and a co-founder for 2 non-profit organizations, Think AG and Agri Collaboratory. He'll speak about policy issues in implementation of agriculture research for smallholder farmers.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank Dr. Amit Agarwal and the institution for inviting me here, for giving me this opportunity to speak. The subject about which I'm speaking is okay. The subject is policy support for research, agricultural research for the benefit of smallholder farmer. I think it got jumbled up here. So when we say policy in India, as we all know, agriculture is a state subject. And it is a central government which actually formulates the policies and regulations. So there is always a conflict between center and states, between different political parties on agricultural policy. And this has often led to situations where there is a lack of enough coordination between the two and lack of alignment between the two. So each state has its own policies. So when we talk of policy, we have to understand the dynamics that agriculture is a state subject, and center decides MSP of 23 crops, which is a major tool for deciding farmers' profits, as well as to nudge the farmers towards growing the right crops. Center decides import and export policies. Center procures rice and wheat essentially, and cotton, and they release the stocks for controlling the market prices. So there is a lot of role that center plays, but there is also a greater role that is played by states in terms of formulating the policies. So when we say policy, we have to understand that it is more complicated than just being a policy. Coming to agricultural research, we are lagging behind. Today, we don't spend even 0.5% of agricultural GDP on agricultural research. If I put together everything, including ICR's budgets, universities' budgets, private sector budgets, all put together is less than 0.5%. The total agricultural GDP is around 45 lakh crores, and we spend less than 20,000 crores on agricultural research in the country. So there's a need to step it up to at least 1% to make any impact. We all know that research is a function of size. If there is not enough size in research, you won't get any results. So suboptimal investments are as good as not making any investment. Modern science and technology has to form a part of our strategy for agriculture, and because the issues are getting multiplied, and private investments hold the key, because governments all over the world have stopped investing. They don't have money to invest in these things because they're busy buying weapons and then fighting wars. So there is a need for private investment in agriculture. 87% of the farmers in India are small and marginal. So anything you do in India for agriculture has to do for small and marginal farmers. Research is the key for Indian agriculture. Agriculture is a production process. So input-output ratios are very important. What inputs you use, what output will it give? is a very important part of the research. Investment in research is key to use superior science and technology in agricultural inputs. Why investments have to go up urgently? Climate change is a very obvious thing. Depletion of natural resources. We've been seeing all these discussions about soil degradations and then destruction of soil structures and depletion of water resources and depletion of biodiversity. We have to enhance yields or we have to reduce population. So since reducing population is not possible, we have to increase yields. That is a very important thing, and our yields are not on par with the best in the world, nor even on the averages in some of the crops. Abiotic and biotic stresses are increasing. Food security, very soon will be 150 crores. So how do we make sure that we have food as well as nutritional security? Food safety, there is an increasing emphasis. Minimizing post-harvest losses. Last year, the estimate was around 90,000 crores worth of post-harvest losses took place in the country. So it's a very serious issue. So how is our storage and transportation system, and how are we actually doing processing of agricultural produce to add value and to reduce post-harvest losses? Mechanization is the thing. We all know that 45 to 55% of current cost of cultivation of all crops is on labor. And this is going to get worse and worse as the labor cost increases and availability comes down. So mechanization is also a precursor for digitization. So both have to go hand in hand, and they have to be really brought up towards in the next 10 years or next decade towards playing a much bigger role. So we have to be at the cutting edge of the technology to make our farmers globally competitive. Our markets have opened up, but when markets have opened up, our farmers have to fight with international farmers, global markets. Are they equipped, whether technologically or from a policy point of view? So these are the issues. I will talk a little bit about seed industry initially, policy issues in seed industry, and then also I will also talk about other inputs. Intellectual property in seeds. One of the reasons why research investments are low is because there is an intellectual property protection or very poor protection and poor enforcement. There needs to be a system of recognizing research companies, research investments, those who make research investments. We have more than 450 seed companies in the country, but hardly 60-70 companies make research investments. So there must be, under the law, there must be a mechanism to recognize these companies. Unless you recognize, you can't incentivize them. So I think that's where actually one of the issues lies. Tax benefits, which were there initially, have been withdrawn from 2016 onwards. So we have been asking that these tax benefits for research investments must be restored. And biological resources movement is controlled through BDA, and it is controlled by NBA in Chennai. So this is an area where also there needs to be, because unless there is a movement of biological resources across borders, you can't really improve your germplasm. We all must understand that our green revolution happened because of biological resources which came from Mexico, right, or from Philippines. So we have to know that movement of biological resources is very important for enhancement of the genetic pool in the country, and also for developing better quality varieties. Seed Act is a very old act in the country. This is an act which actually regulates seed industry. It is formulated in 1966. It is under review now, but under the Seed Act, we don't have a registration of seed variety in the country. That means anybody can sell anything, and there's no need for registration of a seed variety. So that is actually, and also there is no difference between a retailer and a large seed company in terms of licensing. Both will get the same license. So I think the new seed bill, which has been pending for last 10 years, must get approved soon. And they will bring a part of the bill says that mandatory seed registrations will take place, will come into effect. That will actually bring greater responsibility and answerability on seed companies when they introduce seed varieties. Regulations need to be more predictable and science-based, especially our regulatory regulations for assessment and commercialization of new technologies, whether it is gene editing or GM or non-GM, whatever it is. But we need to have a strategic approach. So we are looking for some kind of an agricultural strategy document by the government, which should be the first starting point of a policy framework. We need a basket of technologies. Agriculture in India is so heterogeneous and so different, so diversified that a single technology cannot work all over the country. Like the gentleman from TNA who said that It varies from every square kilometer to square kilometer. So we need to have more customized kind of approaches to different places. So there is no silver bullet. Crop nutrition, we have to reduce chemical fertilizer basal applications. There is no doubt about that, to save soil structures, and research investments into reducing basal applications have to take place. And for new agronomic practices, how do you actually use fertilizers in a way that they don't damage the soil? So there needs to be research into that. Biological products have to be brought out, which are more, and they have to be used much more. Liquid fertilizers, nano formulations. Yesterday, I was talking to scientists from IIT Delhi, and they're working on nano formulations of fertilizers and pesticides, which is the way forward. So such research must be encouraged by the government, must be funded by the government partly, and reducing subsidy on chemical fertilizers is also very important. You know, right hand of the government must know what the left hand is doing. There is a very important thing in policy. And if there is a heavy fertilizer subsidy, and on the other hand, the government is promoting natural farming, they don't go together. There is free water. Yesterday, I was listening to Punjab Director of Agriculture speaking. Government gives free water, and on the other hand, they give 1,500 rupees per acre for promotion of DSR. So you are giving free water, then you are giving 1,500 rupees not to use that water. So it's actually funny. So these are the things which have to be actually seen as a comprehensive policy framework we must have. Crop protection chemicals, all chemicals are not bad, but crop protection chemicals can be useful if they are used properly and if you get the right technologies into that. There are technologies available outside where you use much less volume of active ingredient into the environment, so they can be safer for the environment. So we must get such things through a strategic approach to this. Now on water, I want to spend 2 minutes on water because that is also focus of this meeting. Stop free water. I think as a policy, there must be an understanding across political parties and across states that you must stop free water. You must stop flood irrigation. These are very simple and it has to be done. Means it has to be done. Otherwise, we don't have water for more than another 15 years or to 20 years in the country for agriculture. Micro irrigation has to be promoted on a large scale. Need for disproportionate investments in this. There are two things, the drip irrigation, which is expensive. There is the flood irrigation, which is cheap but destructive. And then you have in between nothing. So you need other machines. I think today afternoon you have, is Swati making a presentation? Yeah. So she will talk about this hose reel system, which fits in between. And it is important that we must fund such things which are very customer friendly for the farmer. We also have to develop suitable crop varieties which are suitable for micro irrigation and which are suitable for DSR. All of them will need seed industry investments to bring varieties which suit such technologies. Water use efficiency in crops is very important. We have to develop it through either breeding efforts or through technology, and government also must support such investments. And also agronomic practices, like I mentioned, DSR is one, minimum tillage is another. There could be HTPS system in cotton. Various things are there where government can influence some of these things either through direct financial support or through PPP models or through some kind of facilitating environment they can create in the market, and extension particularly. MSP is a big tool in the hands of the government to promote this thing and promote crops which need less water. Millets is something on which we have talked about. Sustainable agriculture, we talk about subsidy programs. Water and power subsidies must go. Fertilizer subsidy only is promoting nitrogen, so that must come down. And all agree. And so we made a recommendation. I was a part of a Dr. Paroda committee where we made a recommendation to the government that all subsidies put together, including food subsidy, comes to 5 lakh crores. And instead of doling out money, 6,000 rupees per acre type of DBTs, you use this 15 lakh crores and repurpose it towards promoting sustainable agricultural practices. It works out around 15,000 rupees per acre. So give some of that money for growing the right crop, give some of the money for following the right agricultural practices, give some of the money for reducing water usage, give some of the money for protecting the soil. So sustainable agriculture must get this 5 lakh crores to be repurposed. Agroecological zones, crops must fit the agroecological zones. And if you go by that principle, rice has no place in Punjab and Haryana, right? It should not be grown there fundamentally. So can you match the agroecological zones and the crops that must be grown? That is also a big step towards promoting sustainable agriculture. Mechanization, the biggest hurdle for mechanization is that farmer cannot buy machines. So I think the custom service models are the models to go forward. The custom service centers cannot be run profitably by entrepreneurs because the machine capacity utilization will never allow that because of the seasonality of business. So it needs right sizing of machines on one side, but also it needs suitable seed varieties to be developed to suit mechanization. But also it needs financially, banks must support such centers to be able to actually have an asset heavy model in which this is possible. Digitalization we talked about, we have to fund very large scale project, very large scale digital public infrastructure and digital public goods must be developed in the country on the lines of UPI. Why not? If a bank advertises that I can get a loan in 20 minutes on their app, why can't a farmer get a loan in 20 minutes on the same app? He can't because there is not enough data available. So data is the one which must be brought together. Data is available at multiple places, but can it be brought together? And there is a collaborative effort, and the data providers and data users both can use a platform on which the data providers get rewarded for providing the data, and the data users actually develop business models and service models which are very beneficial for the farmer, and they pay for the data that they use. So that is also something on which we are talking to the government. So finally, agricultural research needs to be scaled up very urgently, and whatever I have said so far is all summarized here. So I think it's important that we recognize the need and the importance of having a strategy for agriculture. You would be very surprised to know that we don't have an agricultural strategy document in the country, right? So what is it that we are trying to achieve? That is the first step for the government to do if they want to create a policy framework that will actually help us to develop either technologies or product or economic practices or extension methods or technology transfer models. Everything is dependent on, ultimately the best policy government can follow is not to do anything, not to interfere in anything. That is the best policy government can have. But all our governments are control freaks. They will not leave that. So that means, can we repurpose that control towards a facilitating role rather than a controlling role? That's where actually we need to have a continuous dialogue with the government. And when I say government, again, we proposed that there should be, like on the lines of national council, there should be National Agricultural Council in which all states are there, center is there, other stakeholders are there, and we sit and decide on policies which are suitable for the country and for the farmer. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping the time. Do we have some questions, please? Please.
I have only one question with reference to use of fertilizers. The annual use of fertilizer in India, NPK, put together, it is around 30 million metric ton. But our food grain production is 320 million tons. And if we consider the use efficiency, 30 million, it is hardly 50%, less than 50%. And how are we going to feed the crop which is going to yield more than 320 million tons? We are talking about reducing the quantity of fertilizer, reducing the subsidy on fertilizer.
No, I think you have misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that we have to reduce chemical fertilizer. You can use other forms of fertilizer. For example, green manuring. Yesterday, the FAO representative was there in Delhi. He was also talking on the same subject. So We have forgotten about green manuring.
Yes.
We have forgotten about using organic manures. And we are not actually, even basal application of fertilizer, I'm saying. I'm not saying foliar application should be reduced. I'm saying basal application must be reduced. Can you convert it into some kind of a fertigation method in which you are able to have a better control on the soil, damage to the soil? So you don't, I'm not saying that in India, all averages can be low because of the very large denominator. Okay, so we can't go by averages. We have islands of very high usage. If you go to Punjab, Haryana, that usage is not the same as the national average, whether it is fertilizer or pesticide. So I think we have to look at large areas where the usage is less than required, and very significant areas where the usage is multiple times of what is required. We have to find a way of balancing these two. That is the task of the whether it is a government or whether it is Niti Aayog or whether it is private industry. We must sit together and then decide how to do that. I hope that answered part of the question.
And another question is the problem of availability of green manure and organic manure. That is the biggest issue. Thank you.
Nothing is easy, sir. Yeah. It is a very complicated and difficult task, but you can't eat an elephant in a day. You have to start doing piece by piece. We have to take pilots, we have to take one state at a time and do something by which you demonstrate what can be done. Then we scale it up.
Sir, there is a question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you were mentioning about removing the strict laws against movement of biological resources between nations.
Across the borders.
So, but would that be creating problem to the local gene pool?
Not necessarily. So local gene pool utilization, there is ITB, there is an international treaty now under which ABS is applicable. Access and benefit sharing system is there. And that is implemented by NBA in Chennai, National Biodiversity Authority. Now that has to be done in such a way that there is a gene pool fund which is created, and all those who are using biological resources must pay to that fund according to from which community they have taken. There are rules for that, but as it happens with many things, as Ms. Sonia also said, implementation is still not up to the mark. We have not even started implementing. ABS itself is not yet finalized. It has been pending for a long time. So we have to take some of these decisions and push them forward. But I think it is important that we have to use our own intelligence and our own smartness about what we allow and what we don't allow. So some of the crops which we think are our own crops are not our own crops. They also came from outside, including chilies. Chilies is not our crop. So I think we have to see that how do we actually create a system in which we don't damage or we don't endanger those native crops which are here. For example, research on local crops and local land races is very less in India. We don't do anything.
Especially the wild varieties I am talking about.
Yeah.
Wild gene pool.
Wild, yeah. So they are there, but they are sitting in the gene banks. They are sitting in the NBPGR bank. But what is the use of keeping it in a bank if you don't use it? We have to use them and develop new varieties which can help local communities to produce better, and they meet the food and nutrient security of local communities. That type of approach we have to develop. So it calls for a reimagination of entire research. And how do we do market-driven research? There was a market-driven, or agriculture has been production-driven so far. We have to make it market-driven. That means what is demanded, we must grow. We can't grow rice and export rice, which is like exporting water. And we are importing edible oils worth 2 lakh crores, which is a ridiculous situation. But this is where actually policy has to make sure that, that's what I said, the right hand must know what the left hand is doing in the ground.
Hello, Professor. Hello, sir. One last question.
Where?
From here.
Yeah, okay.
The population, as we said, the population is reaching 150 crores, and we need to feed them, and we can't increase without changing things. And is there a positive policy, a social policy, where you can ask people to eat moderate, rather than it may be funny or rude, Yes, after 40, doctors are suggesting to eat less, thanks to diabetes. But why can't we put down a policy from the social spectre, which will make a better habit, a good habit?
I understand what you're saying. I didn't touch upon that about the role of consumers in agriculture. So we are now talking of complete food system. We are no longer talking of just agriculture. So if we have to talk of food system, and this time won't be sufficient for me to talk about it, but there is a great need for our consumers to also change their dietary habits. If we eat rubbish, farmer has to produce rubbish, right? So there is a SDG number 12, which is responsible consumption, responsible production. Even in that formulation of SDG 12, consumption has come first, not production. It is responsible consumption which will lead to responsible production. So if we are not responsible in consumption, we can't blame the farmer that he is producing all crops which are water. If I know that 4,000 liters of water is being consumed to produce 1 kg of rice, why will I eat rice? Or there should be an environmental tax on rice. You put 50 rupees per kg environmental tax on rice, then consumption will come down. Or you put a higher incentive on DSR produced rice. If you can identify what is DSR produced rice through an analysis, then make a differentiation. So markets must drive.
Yes, yes. My question is very clear. That you can't educate what you call farmers to that extent. You can't educate consumers to that extent. Actually, the policymakers has to make the right policy. The social policy may decrease the demand of the food. That's what we. Is there a possibility that we can reach this kind of policy back in here in
I
India?
would like to say that we should give less role to the government, not increase their role. Government should not dictate what should eat, what we should eat. Government can give guidelines that modify your dietary habits. That is a guideline which can come not only from government, from nutritionists, from various people that should come. What is right for us, we should eat. But I don't support the idea of government dictating our food habits. Thank you.
Let's thank our speaker, please.
Thank you, sir, for the informative presentation on the agricultural research need for smallholder farmers. I would now like to call Julian, sir, to present a memento of love to Ram, sir, and Anantarajan, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll take a short break of 10 minutes and the event should resume after. The tea and snacks are available outside the hall. Thank you. As we resume our event, our next speaker for the day, Mr. Indranil Chakraborty, CEO of TechBerry, is a chartered engineer with over 2 decades of experience in agricultural irrigation systems, rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharging, and pollution control. His geographies of focus include India, the SAARC countries, and Africa. He helps young students bridge the gap between the academia and industry through mentoring on farm academic work. He'll speak about the scope of smart irrigation via machine learning for tea plantations in India.
Vanakkam, bonjour. Good morning. So, after a tea break, we'll have some discussion on tea plantation, challenges there on irrigation. So, before start, I'd like to thank the organizer, particularly Amit, for involving so much during our initial discussion regarding the topic and how to make it effective. So with that, I'd like to start my presentation, and that is the subject is scope of smart irrigation supported by machine learning for plantation tea plantation. Basically, I'm working in this segment, the irrigation, water management, recharging, water distribution for about last 20 years. And it is always a pleasure to work in the tea plantation because one is the landscape, wherever you are going in that lush green area, and the aroma of tea, it always gives you a positive vibes there. In addition to that, tea, whenever you are talking about some technologies, we are discussing so many technologies here, very, I mean, all positive, and those can be brought into life in the farm. So whenever we are approaching some new technologies, TRA, Tea Research Association, under Ministry of Commerce, they extend a lot of support for the new technologies to implement there. There are the headquarters of TRA is in Toklai, Assam, and they have a research station in Upasi here in Tamil Nadu, and also in Nagrakata in West Bengal. So about 1,100 large tea planters, large tea growers are registered under TRA. And if we talk about small tea growers, the number of small tea growers is about 200,000. That is 2 lakhs small tea growers. So today I'll be sharing with you all about my experience in tea gardens in northeastern part of Bharat, highlighting the areas where sensor-based system can be incorporated, and it can contribute to save 2 major inputs, that is power and water, apart from the manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start with few numbers to explain you the importance of the subject we are talking about. So this is a area about 450,000 of hectares of tea plantation in northeastern states. It is under tea. Power requirement for irrigation, I'm talking about irrigation only, that is about 315 megawatt. So you can understand the importance of that. And water requirement, normally the dry period, the winter period, that needs a lot of irrigation. And the water requirement, if you see, like 500,000 cubic meter per hour, multiplied by 16 hours, because I have written in that fashion. There's the irrigation practice in Northeast Bharat. It's about irrigation they normally do with 16 hours per day, and about 150 days of irrigation. Sometimes nowadays it goes even beyond that, 150 days. That's a rainfall pattern, about 2,400 millimeter of rainfall, annual rainfall. Only 5 to 10% of that we receive during winter period. That is during November to April. So that is a time when we need irrigation in the tea plantation. And rainfall, you know that this time particularly the weather becomes very dry and very cold. So chances of rainfall becomes very less, and irrigation needs to be done to keep the plant healthy during that period. Irrigation, every one of us are aware that what is the need of irrigation. But for particularly for tea, the need of irrigation, like definitely to meet the deficit of evapotranspiration requirement, and to increase the relative humidity, which increase the first flush. In tea, first flush means first produce. Normally in the month of February or March, the first flush comes in tea, and that fetches the maximum, the return. The cost of tea, any garden that they sells the cost, maximum rate they fetch in the first flush. So that is very important period. Next is to apply soluble fertilizer with irrigation water, which does not contribute to hygroscopic and leaching losses. You know that urea they apply a lot. We are talking about soil health for last 2 days. We are talking about soil health. And when we are, broadcasting the urea, then the consumption of urea becomes higher. So we prefer always that fertigation, and that irrigation gives you that that advantage. And as I've mentioned, the most important point, it gives a early flush. First flush comes early when you have a proper irrigation system there in the garden. A typical design, just a brief, I'll go because I'd like to show you the consumption of power and water, how normally we calculate. So a brief about designing. So this is a typical tea garden layout I have shown. The garden size normally in the tea varies 350 hectares to 1200 hectares. So for here, what it has been shown, about 300 hectares garden that has been divided, that normally we keep a command area about 80 to 100 hectares of each set based on the source of water. So you can see the red lines, that is a underground main line. Normally, whenever you have a source, so you are connecting with a pump motor. From there, we lay a underground main line, and from there we connect a lateral line, lateral sub-main and lateral. That is normally we keep portable. Means you can ship the sub-main and lateral line, and you can make a irrigation maybe as I have shown here, one command area about 100 hectares. So 100 hectares area you are irrigating in a time frame of about 30 days, 1 month. And normally the application rate, as per the research of TRA, they suggest to apply about average 50 mm of rainfall per month. So in a 30 days period, you are rotating from one point, you are starting, you are going, and you are coming back in 30 days cycle, and 50 millimeter of precipitation rainfall you are applying in 1 month. That is our average scenario. Pump HP for one set, we are talking about pump HP varies 50 to 75 HP, one irrigation set. Underground main line about 200 to 250 of size. You can see the sizes of the line, and irrigation, since that needs to be, the huge area you need to cover. Capex is huge. If you ask me about a capital investment for one set, that normally cost about 50 lakhs INR for one set of irrigation. So if you have a garden of 800 hectares, 50 lakhs into 8, that is a capital investment you need to do. So to keep the balance, minimum pipeline, and that getting a maximum efficiency, night irrigation is absolutely required, and they normally irrigate for 16 hours in a day. Total period about 150 days from November till April. So just to, like, before the need of automation, why it is required, I'd like to show you the requirement of power for a garden. If we talk about a garden of 800 hectares, see, as I mentioned, that individual command area will be of 100 hectares. So about 8 sets of irrigation system will be there. You can see the power consumption. Like for individual one set, the power consumption will be about 60 HP, 45 kilowatt. So the consumption of total consumption in 16 hours in a day, one day, the total number of electric unit power consumption will be about 7,000 unit. Once you are converting that unit into, that one minute. Mr. Amit, Dr. Amit, 1 minute left. Huh? 20 minutes you said, 5 minutes, and you are giving 1 minute. Let me brief in 5 minutes time. I'll take a little bit more. I'll not make it boring, okay, I'll skip few slides. So what I was trying to tell, that the consumption, because it's absolutely, practical power consumption I'm talking about. So power consumption in a garden, you can see, like if we talk about a 800 hectares garden, that is a very average size of tea garden in northeastern states. The per year, the cost of electricity only for irrigation is about 1.6 crore, about 1 crore, and then borewell is there. So you need to drag water from the groundwater, because in most of the places the natural sources is not available. So 1.6 CR, or about 200,000 of USD, one garden is spending for irrigation. You can understand the quantum. And that, once you are calculating, because whenever we are in you are talking about a production and production cost, tea is India export is a huge thing. It was, but now they are getting very much resistance from other people, because the production cost becomes day to day, it becomes very high. So the production cost, if you compare the irrigation, that is about 6.5 to 7% cost it is they are incurring because of irrigation. And I was talking about power and water, and that is a water. You see, like for 100 hectare, what is the quantum of water we need? And for 800 hectares of garden, 2,112,000 cubic meter of water is required for irrigation in a season. So huge water, huge quantum of water that we are talking about. And here comes the area where we are discussing that the technology, and what are the areas where we can utilize this system. Yesterday, Dr. Vinay, Dr. Nagesh, Dr. Ramasamy, Dr. Anish, you have mentioned about the latest technologies and how it can be incorporated. So yes, we are very much keen to do something, because I have given you a background that power and water, what is the quantum in irrigation we are utilizing. We are talking about a few, that once we are talking about a 450,000 hectares of area under irrigation, I mean under tea plantation, 50% is a small tea growers, about 200,000 hectare, that is under tea, small tea growers, and they produce about a 50% of the total tea production in India. So once we are talking about something, we should the ground reality is that the technologies, uses of technologies are not there much in the tea, even for a big corporate sector. Even you take a name of any big garden like Goodrick, maybe a Tata, we are working regularly with them for the irrigation solution, but the technologies are not there. The sprinkler system, the drip irrigation system, they have started, but the uses of technology or IoTs are not there. Few points, small, but that is very relevant to the tea plantation I'd like to highlight. First point is the customer should know about operational efficiency. What is that? Like intimation about the nozzle operating pressures, discharge, hours of operation. Very simple thing. On real-time basis is most important information to the owners who normally stays away from the garden. Alert should come immediately whenever the system is not running. Okay, very simple system can be incorporated with the pumping system. It can be done. Accurate prediction of rainfall. There are intermittent rainfall during the dry period. Sometimes the rainfall intensity is good enough to stop irrigation maybe for about 7 days or 10 days. But the information, proper information about the soil moisture, those things are not there. So if we incorporate that, yesterday we were discussing about soil moisture, that alert, if it can be incorporated in the irrigation system, it will be a great help to the farming community. They are in tea for small tea growers as well as for the large tea growers. I was talking about a automatic shutdown mechanism. What is that? Like, I have told that irrigation runs for 16 hours in a day. So night irrigation is happening. And for a big garden, you can understand monitoring, manual monitoring is not possible. And the underground main lines are there, but the portable, all lateral lines are portable. So because of many, reasons, and many times it happens that the pipe opens from the joining and the system runs, the pump runs undetected the failure of in irrigation system. So maybe for 8 hours at night, the system is running, the pump is running, we are using a huge quantum of water, the pump is running, the electricity is going, but with simple system, one is a pressure sensor if we have, and that can be, linkage can be done, that then it can be, it can be stopped. And also we were talking about like alert for soil moisture, NPK is absolutely required. Yeah, that VFD utilization of VFD is now being done. And since the garden area is bigger and you are pumping from one area and maybe going in the uphill, the pump near the pump point, maybe the pressure is 10 bar. At the end, it is about say 4 bar. So whenever you are coming down near to the pump, so VFD we are incorporating and we are utilizing power efficiency that we are getting. So these are the area where we can do, but technologies and those things are available. Now I'll give just a small thing that what are the challenges, particularly in tea. So one is the cost of technology. Yes, that is a huge thing that we need to work on. There are huge tea grown area under that small tea growers, even 200,000 hectares I've told. So the proposed system should be cost effective and one unit should be able to cater a bigger area. Though the soil moisture varies widely in tea gardens because of terrain and undulations, but we need to work out a cost-effective solutions for that. Then the second point that is a area. Why area? Area means it's a huge area. Even for in tea, the small tea growers, if someone is having a 50 hectares of area, he is classified as a small tea growers. Other thing like in any other area, it is a 2 hectare, less than 2 hectare, we normally term as small growers. But in tea, even 50 hectares is a small tea growers. So you can understand the huge area. So sampling sometimes becomes difficult because you have you need to take samples from the ground. And if you are putting samples in every, maybe a 1 hectare area or 2 hectare area, for 800 hectares, the cost will be enormous high. So that again, the one point we need to think about. Limited access to information and technology. Yes, that is a one area, but TRA helps in to promote the technology. TRA is always there, so that can be incorporated. Infrastructure constant, that is there. In tea plantation, most of the gardens are in far off places where you have a limited access of electricity even. network issues. So maybe some solar incorporated system can be utilized there. And tailored solution, like any standard solution, it will not be applicable, because sometimes Darjeeling, if you are going to Darjeeling tea, then it is full of hill. The soil condition is different, everything is different. Once you are coming to the, that plantation in Assam, the flat, absolutely flat, and all the ecological part is different in different area. So you need to have some tailor-made solution. Maintenance and support, that is one more area that we need to continuously work on support, because a system, sometimes it happens. Yesterday madam was mentioning about banana, that irrigation system being installed, and the guy who is supporting and providing the maintenance, the people are going to that, he may be a local guy, but the people prefers them. So that support to the farmers is very important. And financing and subsidies, we have a lot of subsidies scheme like Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Government of India sponsored. Those things are there. So if we can, give a presentation to the Government of India with a thing like this kind of a innovative thing should be incorporated in that list of sprinkler and drip irrigation system. So with that, I'd give just a conclusion, because ultimately we were discussing about a lot of technologies here, and as a technocrat, as we are working with closely with the farmers and the industries, so from this 2 days session and a lot of interaction, what I'd love to do that, to take something to the ground for the benefit of the farmers. So before coming this session, I had a discussion with TRA, Tea Research Association. I had a discussion with the Secretary of TRA, Dr. Fukan, and what we'd love to do that, if something, the technology, then industries, technology, some research organization, if we can, come together to give something to the TRA. Through TRA, we can have a pilot project there in the TRA. They have a good plantation area, and from there we can go proceed for the transfer, technology transfer. So basically collaboration and of research team of industry with TRA under Ministry of Commerce research headquarters have told, they have that what are the things that they want to do. Promoting research on innovative technology development through use of ecologically sound modern tools and sustainable production of tea, and ensuring effective transfer of technology and services to all stakeholders. And main focus of TRA, one is the soil health restoration and climate change adaptation, mechanization of field practices, reduction in cost of production, precision irrigation and fertigation, and training for small farmers. So these are the area that they have also a huge focus. And if we can come to a conclusion to do something, then definitely I'm sure that they will provide their support in our endeavor. So with that, I thank you all for the patience hearing, and to you for allowing me a few more time, like 5 minutes extra time. Thank you very much. So I'd like to, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chakrabarti, for an very enlightened presentation. I have only one question. That normally you see that the tea plantations almost 9 months, which is coming from the natural shower of rain. Only that the kind of period of between March to June, we need the supplemental irrigation. So is there any quality of change in that once you give that the irrigation? Is there any quality change or the nutritional change or the values change in the tea leaves?
Very good question, sir. Actually, what happens in here for you have mentioned the right point, like in South India, if we see like that is a dry period. But once we are going to the northeastern part of Bharat, then the irrigation, the dry period starts from October till March. And now because of this climate change, it is going beyond March. Even this year, we have a severe drought there in Assam. So what is happening that this period, just immediately after that, the first flush comes. The first produce comes, and that they sell at a premium rate. If they get a good fast flash rate, then there, the economy will be at par or maybe in a better position. So irrigation, what irrigation exactly do, that they provide that support to the bush to flush at the right time. Quality wise, not very big changes are observed, but the production wise, that is there. And nowadays it has become a situation like firefighting instrument. Like in a society we keep firefighting instrument, maybe that is not being used, but now that is a situation. Even tea growers, they are earning maybe for 10 years gun in 1 year time. You don't believe, even in the we talk about that upper Assam, the Dibrugarh and the top, for last 3-4 years the irrigation they are starting using. Before that, the natural rain was so good that they never used this irrigation, but now they had to use because of one drought in the year 3 years back, about 2019 drought, and they lost a havoc crop there. So that is the situation. So quality wise, not a major difference, but to get a production and for that first flush, irrigation is a must.
Thank you. When I was thank you. When I
Thank you,
was
sir.
in there is a processing factory in Kunnur where there were 18 standards are there in the tea leaves of the younger buds, and all these 16 standards they are doing for export. Only the last 2 standards are coming to the domestic market. So
True.
that's why I am eager to know about that. The kind of irrigation is being changing that the values of the
Absolutely, that is you have mentioned, and that most of the tea that most of Indians we eat, we drink tea, but the tea normally we consume with milk and all. But the most expensive tea of Darjeeling that goes to the Europe mostly, and UK, they are the major consumer of that black tea. That they fetch 1 kg of tea, they sell average price is 20,000 INR for 1 kg of tea. In a Orthodox, we are fortunate to work in that garden, that is Makai Bari. They produce the world's best Orthodox tea, Makai Bari. So yes, the tea is that kind of a thing, and most of the tea that is going export they are doing.
Great. Well, thank you so much for this talk. And I would propose if you could share a theme session, because you got a lot of problems for which there might be solution here tomorrow. So
absolutely,
if you could, then please just propose that title and 3-4 lines so people can
okay,
sort of
fine.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a hand to our speakers.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on scope of smart irrigation, its challenges and constraints. As we move further, we have our next speaker, Dr. Ananta Narayana, Associate Professor from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham in the School of Computing, Coimbatore. He has over 30 years of professional experience, and his research interests are in embedded systems, mobile networks, IoT, CPS, and industrial control systems. He has trained over 1,000 sponsored professionals and guided multiple master students. He has 33 Scopus indexed research publications and will be speaking about the design of end and edge nodes for smart agriculture.
So Namchayal, so due to that time limitations, I'm in a position to skip some of the slides, but anyway, we'll give the core concept behind that. So the thing is, first, many of the people are from different domains. So when we sit for some project discussion, right, some basic terminology should be known to us. So the objective of this 15-minute sessions, I will be able to give you the domain specific informations related with IoT and the cyber physical system that can be related to the smart agriculture or precision farming. So basically, when we think about any smart systems, the smart system will contain, say, the sensing part and the actuation and the control in order to make the decisions. So the decisions for taking the decisions, we need some kind of intelligence, the cognizance. So if you take any such a end or edge node, which is in the agri field, we need to have sensors, some elements to transmit the data from the field to the edge devices or the cloud. And you need to have some kind of embedded system to receive the data and to process and to take some actions called command and control units. And at the same time, we also need the backward communication. The forward is from the field to the edge, and the backward is from the edge to the end devices to take the action on the field. So for taking the physical action, we need the actuators, therefore sensors, transmitters, command control unit, and the backward communication units, that the bidirectional communications, and the actuators are the key concepts of any IoT systems. So now, how can I make my system as a smart? For example, we have Viswanathan sir, right? Viswanathan Ayya, who has more than 40 years of field experience. So I'm not having that much field experience. I have a good exposure in the embedded and IoT systems. So I need to model his practical exposure, his practical experience into a model so that I can build my technical system. Sorry. I can build my technical intelligence with the cognitive functions that is just a model of such a practical persons. Their 40 years or 50 years of practical experience gets modeled into the cognitive functions. By integrating the technical with the cognitive functions, I will be able to build a smart agri systems. That is the purpose of the design of any end and edge system in the case of a precision farming. So if you look into here, the IBM Brazil had come up with the concept called the IBM AcroPad. So the IBM AcroPad is a AI-powered technology that will help the farmers to help the soil and water quality on the live, that is in the field itself. For example, they have to take a sample of soil or soil mixed with the water, and they will be provided with such a strip like a glucose strip. In the backside, if they put that soil sample, and in the front end, you can see there are 5 such circles, right? Each is for some parameters like pH value, nitrogen oxide, magnesium, and other parameters related with the soil healthiness. So once the farmer captured that image through his mobile phone, so we already discussed, right? Mobile phone is an easily affordable device nowadays. All our applications should be focused on the mobile-based applications. There should be no any other special gadgets. All our IoT system should make use of the mobile phone without any additional gadgets. So once they took this picture, and if they click that send button, the cloud maintained by the IBM AcroPad will analyze and then give the various conclusions and suggestions in the regional language to the farmer, so that the farmer, without need to run to the laboratories, which may be 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers away from his field, with a single click, he will be able to get all the necessary information, and he will be also get the suggestions, right, from the experts. Particularly, it is not a one single hand, it is the matured machine learning model, maybe, right, hundreds of years of experience clubbed into a single model. So that is the advantage of that. So if you look into here, this is the field. So the field, we are having the sensors, which is connected to the end devices. The end devices will get connected to the edge, which may be, say, 10 acres of land or 50 acres of land will be connected by the edge devices, and the edge will get connected to the cloud. So if you look at here, first we need to understand that whenever we are going to design any IoT based any kind of, whether it's an industrial IoT or precision farming, we must know about the layer. Okay, sometime the field personnel may ask, right, why I need to know about these terms, right? Because when you sit for the project discussions, at least the overall information, the overall architecture should known to every participant of the discussions. So if you see here, this is the actual device, which is going to be placed in the field, the agri field. They must have some kind of connectivity to get connected to the intelligent device, which is in your edge, that is the campus. Say, Viswanathan Ayya may have 40 acres of land, 1 or 2 edge devices with hundreds of end devices will serve his purpose. So the edge devices will accumulate the data. For that, we need a big data platform, which is nothing but the cloud. So the cloud, we will have the big data and the ML AI algorithms running in the cloud. As an end user, for example, the extension officers of Tamil Nadu Agriculture Department or the field persons need some kind of applications to make use of this underlying IoT systems. So the end users will make use of mobile or web applications to get inference, the conclusions, the suggestions from what is happening in their agri field. That will give the advisory, right? The decision control with the help of the ML and the AI model. So this structure should be understood by every people who are participating in the project planning. So this will give you a very big picture. For example, in the field, that is in the agri field, I have the end devices, and these end devices will sense the information and pass the information to the edge in my field, say 10 acres or 50 acres field. So the edge will have the intelligence, that is the inference that was trained by the big data model, which is running in the cloud. You can see this is the end, this is the edge. This is for every, say, every plant, you need to have an end device. And every cluster of plant, you need to have an end device. And for your agri field, you need to have an edge. And the edge should be connected to the cloud. So the cloud will have a big data that will have the model trained by the historical data. So the trained model inference will be loaded into your field edge device. The edge device will receive the live streaming data, the current data. So the decision will be taken by the edge device with the live data, and the decision taken will be passed on to the end device to switch on the pumping motor or to spray the nutrients, whatever it may be. The kind of action will be taken in the end device, and all the events happened here. We also pushed into the model for retraining the model, because if you take right day to day, we are learning from lot of our practical experience. So this model gets on training day to day based on the event, and the trained model will be offloaded at regular interval to the edge, and both edge and cloud will be up to date trained. So this is one of the model which has to be followed, which may be followed in the precision farming. So more details, I have given the link also. And for example, for most of our projects, we need the government of India support. We need the government of India support. For example, the Indian meteorological data, right? IMD is providing a lot of information across the Indian continent, right? Subcontinent. So we need to write to the IMD for getting the access point interface, that is APIs. I have to integrate my IoT systems with the government of India, the meteorological department, to make my system more intelligent, because I cannot install sensor everywhere. Okay. And the most important thing is, as I told, right, I will skip some slides quickly. So we must know what is sensors and actuators, what are the connectivity I need. For example, within the end device, I need to connect within 10 meters or 100 meters, called personal area networks. Between end to edge, I need a local area. Between the edge to cloud, I need a wide area connectivity. So I need to understand the connectivity. And this is more important, right? The policy makers and the field personnel and the technologies should integrate the people and the process. The information technology and the operational technology should be integrated to provide the IoT. So the IoT policy document from Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology are saying the challenges in the identification. Therefore, if you look into that, if you want to elevate your project into an international standard, you need to follow the standard, smart farming and food security provided by the Alliance of Internet of Things Innovation Working Group 6. So this information is also provided in this link. And coming to the end node design, okay, based on my experience, okay, we have one of the very interesting, right, Libelium smart agri-field sensors, and Sabyan sir, right, from CDAC already shown about the smart farm, right? So we can, right, make use of any one of the, right, the end devices available in the market, and you can see, right, almost all the necessary, right, leaf wetness sensors, the diameter, right, the fruit's diameter sensors, everything can be integrated with a single thing. Now coming to the core concept, for your information, in India there are around 4.3 crore students had registered for the higher educations, and particularly 33 lakhs of students are doing core engineering, and 2.6 lakhs of students are doing agriculture specific higher educations. And nearly for every course, every student has to spend at least the final semester as a project. They are spending 90 days, 6 hours per day, 540 hours per semester for their final year project. Okay, 3.5 lakhs of, right, students in engineering, 33 lakhs of students in engineering, 2.56 lakhs of agriculture students. How many projects were converted into the real-time project? That's a very, very big question. The students are approaching some project centers. Okay, they are paying some money, getting some project and demonstrating, getting some grade. That becomes only a paper project. Okay, so we, the technologists, the professors and the farmers, the needy people, right? If we all sit together, right? For example, in Coimbatore, we have Codicia. Codicia is running the Agri Index Fair, right? So through that Agri Index Fair, all the farmers will, right, raise their demand, right? We, the technologists, understand their need, and we have a huge manpower at free of cost, right? 33 lakh of engineering graduates and 2.6 lakhs of agriculture students are available at free of cost, right? They have enormous potential if we direct them properly. Okay, we can build wonderful projects, real-time projects that will meet the need of, right, the farmers. So with this, due to the time limitation, I will conclude my session and open for questions, 1 or 2 questions. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening. Open for questions.
Sir, I have a question. Sir,
yes, sir.
Thank you for your interesting lecture.
Yes.
I have one question.
Please.
Yes, we sense the object or what the target. What about the response time? We know apart from the data volume.
Yeah.
What are the other factors which decides the response time? That is very important for any decision making.
Yes.
Can you just throw some idea on?
Sure, sir. So the response time is very, very important. In technical, we call them as a round trip time delay. So when I make a request, okay, the cloud may be in Bangalore or Chennai. So the packet has to travel from Coimbatore to Chennai and then get right process that called processing delay, and it has to come back. So for that reasons, due to the network bandwidth and other things, that round trip delay time is not predictable. Okay, sometimes it may be very fast. During the busy hour, it may be very high. That is why we propose the edge computing device. So in your field, for example, Vishwanath sir can have his own edge device, right? So that edge device will have the inference, the knowledge, which was trained by the model SageMaker running in the cloud and updated on a regular interval. So that end devices are directly connected to the edge device, which is in my campus, which is close proximity, which has very, very minimal round trip time delay. And therefore, I can have within few milliseconds, I will get a response. And all the event will be also posted in the cloud for retraining, called reinforced learning. Because till we are all learning, right? As specifically, the teacher has to learn till their right end of the life. So that model will also retrained and it will update that inference to the edge continuously. Edge computing is the best solutions to reduce the round trip time delay and to improve the response. That is why we had introduced end and edge. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
As Anandan sir already shared during his presentation, we mostly forget anything that you only read or hear.
Yes.
So great to hear all about the different technical options available for small farmers.
Thank you.
And this workshop is dedicated towards small farmers.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, it's not a direct question, but can we do something after picking a specific crop,
Yeah.
specific disease,
Yeah.
and can we pilot something after the workshop? Working, as you mentioned about the collaboration is very much important between technocrats,
Yes.
I mean the agri scientists and the extension agents.
Yes.
So I'll be looking forward to do something concrete after listening to you, and maybe tomorrow we can discuss more
Sure,
about
sir.
this.
I will be available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for the informative presentation on development of IoT for smart agriculture. Up next, we have Dr. Gills. He's an IRD senior scientist with the CES Biolab and with the Indo-French Cell for Water Science at IISc Bangalore. He has over 30 years of experience in field experiments and R&D for sustainable management of water resources. His interests are water fluxes and variable retrieval from TIR data, land surface modeling, and data assimilation for agricultural water management. He'll speak about high-resolution remote sensing for irrigation scheduling focus on near-future missions.
Okay, so I don't have the linguistic skills from Julien, so I will speak in English. Today, I am going to speak. So I'm coming from a lab, which is one of the lab in France, which has people from the French Space Agency. So in my lab, we have a lot of people designing new satellites, new satellite missions. One of them is the Indo-French Trishna mission, which is in collaboration with ISRO, of course, and I will present these missions as well as others, which can be helpful to actually help in irrigation scheduling and irrigation management. So what do we have in terms of stakes for irrigation scheduling and irrigation management? Well, the oldest stakes we have is area mapping. And what we want to do more recently is depth retrieval. So how many millimeters of irrigation you have to apply at a certain place. Again, classically, we have two temporal scales. Historically, we have been a lot working at the yearly scale or seasonal scale. So to try to get some seasonal total, especially for planning, for allocation for a particular region or for a particular country. And now we are going to shift towards day-to-day planning. So can we actually forecast how much water we have to put and when we have to put at a particular field? For that, of course, a lot is coming from actually computing a water budget to know how much rain is coming, how much drainage is occurring, etc. And of course, the key element to drive irrigation scheduling is computing evapotranspiration, okay? Because evapotranspiration is going to drive both crop water requirement on actual crop water use. So historically, a lot of satellite data was mostly used at the perimeter scale, so regional scale, watershed scale, even micro watershed, and for more large continental applications or semi-continental applications or state applications to help, for instance, planners to allocate water rights from one year to the other. So I'm going to speak about several applications of high resolution satellite data. If you want to know more, I'm going to be a bit quick. So if you want to know more, we had actually a workshop in ISC last year, and a lot of material is there, and I've taken some material from there. There are some trainings as well. So if you are interested, you just come to me and I will give you the link. So what high resolution is actually offering to people? In fact, we have three types of data. The oldest one, of course, is the data in the visible near infrared, which is actually providing information about the development of the vegetation, how much green vegetation is present at a given plot at a particular time. Then we have two other informations. One is the microwave, so high resolution is mostly radar data, which is going to give both information on the surface soil moisture, so the first few centimeters, on the vegetation development. So Professor Rajesh has presented something yesterday about it. And then there is a thermal infrared, and Trishna is about that, which is going to provide information on vegetation water stress on the evaporation rate of the surface. The main limitation up to now of high resolution satellite data is its revisit capacity. For the moment, most of the missions have over a week of revisit at a particular location, which is actually not enough for a lot of agricultural applications. So one big area that I will present very, very quickly is dynamic mapping of actually area irrigated. So to do so, we can look at all the three informations. So in radar or optical data, so thermal or visible near infrared. So in the radar, you are going to see the increase of soil moisture at the particular plot. Okay, compared to usual, for the visible near infrared, you will have more biomass, more green vegetation produced according to irrigation. And then for temperature, of course, when you irrigate, you tend to have a decrease of temperature. So how can you translate that, for example, for radar applications? So for radar application, my colleague Nicolas Baghdadi has been deriving a very simple way to proceed, saying that so radar is measuring something that is a backscatter coefficient, which is a positive function of soil moisture. So if the backscattering coefficient at large scale or at plot scale is decreasing, that means that the area is drying. And if it's increasing, it means that the area is getting wet. So if you have a difference between the backscatter coefficient average over a large region on the backscatter increase at the plot scale, if both are similar, it means that it has been raining, okay? So there is no irrigation. If the backscattering decrease at regional scale, okay, over a large area, but you have an increase of backscatter for one plot, it means that this plot has been irrigated. So he's been using that for irrigation detection and irrigation mapping from week to week, because Sentinel-1 in Europe, you have acquisition every 6 days. So the problem is that we have a low revisit capacity, but India and NASA are going to launch a NISAR satellite, which is going to complement that. So you will have 2 satellites to do this kind of applications. So now we are shifting to water use. So computing evapotranspiration. To compute evapotranspiration, we are using 2 of these 3 data sets, usually. The amount of vegetation you've got on the thermal infrared data, which is giving you for the first the vegetation development through vegetation indices, and for the other one we have we don't have that much data up to now at high resolution. we have mostly kilometric scale satellites like MODIS or Sentinel-3, and only one is providing, or two, sorry, are providing 100-meter resolution, but they're every 16 days, which is not enough for computing every day. But soon we will have the Trishna mission. I will speak about it. We'll provide data every 2 to 3 days at 57 to 100-meter resolution. We will have the European satellite 50-meter every 2 days. And then here there is a NASA one. So we probably will have in the next, say, 5, 6, 7 years, a satellite that is covering the Earth with a 100-meter resolution every day, providing temperature data. So the surface temperature that is acquired by this satellite is actually a signature of water stress. And I will explain how we can use it to derive directly actual evapotranspiration. For the vegetation development, it's a bit more complex because what you can derive from that is the maximum evapotranspiration that a green vegetation is providing. And to have actual evapotranspiration, if there is a bit of water stress of the plant, for instance, you need to compute the water balance to compute irrigation. So that's a bit more tricky. So I will focus first on the first type of the first way to derive evapotranspiration, which is based on the surface temperature data. So the surface temperature data, we are basing our computation on the notion of surface energy budget. The surface energy budget says that the amount of energy that you receive from radiation, from the sun, minus what is emitted by the surface, is dissipated into 3 major fluxes: turbulent loss of heat which is called sensible heat. We are warming the soil, which is solid flux, and then of course there is evapotranspiration, which we call latent heat flux. So in our case, all these 4 fluxes are depending on the surface temperature, and surface temperature is actually adjusting itself to the various levels of the various fluxes. If the surface is very dry, you will have a bigger loss by sensible heat flux. If the surface is very wet, of course, you will have more evapotranspiration. And TS is going to adjust itself. Low TS if the low surface temperature if the surface is wet, high surface temperature if the surface is dry. So the problem is that most of these fluxes are not very easy to derive directly from remote sensing. Okay, remote sensing agencies like ISRO or the French space agencies, they want to derive product, or European space agencies, they want to derive product. So with no in situ data. Okay, so the radiation is easy to derive from, fairly easy to derive from remote sensing. Sensible heat as well, solid flux as well, but latent heat is very hard. So usually what we do is that we compute evapotranspiration for any plot by subtracting what is the energy coming from the sun, etc., from all the other losses, which is sensible heat and solid flux. So that's how the algorithms are actually working. We have 2 types of algorithms. So we will have 2 types of products that are going to be delivered by ISRO or the French Space Agency. One are what we call single pixel models, which are more complex. And the problem with that models is that they require information about meteorology. So air humidity, wind speed, etc., etc. So the problem is that at 100 meters, there is no meteorological model that is actually providing something very robust for that. Okay, all the agencies, the meteorological agencies, are not providing that. So that's the problem. So we use at this scale another type of model, which is requiring only radiation. Radiation is fairly easy to derive from satellite. So only radiation is used. And what is doing this kind of model is we were looking at a particular image. And for each vegetation fraction cover, we are saying that the largest temperature is for the vegetation that is very dry, and the coolest temperature are linked to the vegetation that is transpiring very actively. So we are going to do some kind of a simple ratio to actually compute evapotranspiration for that. So with Trishna, we are going to deliver these two kinds of products, so millimeter per day. And we are going to actually use these two kinds of model because sometimes we don't have enough. These models here, they require a lot of different varieties of vegetation on water status. So if you have a very homogeneous region, you have to use these ones. So we are going to provide these two models. One is from a colleague working with ISRO on Luxembourg, and this is the one that is produced in collaboration with Dominique's laboratory. Of course, if a particular farmer has meteorological data, some farmers have access to a meteorological tower, we will provide some codes, more advanced codes to use their local knowledge. So that's important for the topic of this workshop, actually, that we are going to provide data for the general use, but we are going to provide also models and codes to be used by the farmers with local knowledge in terms of meteorological or development of the vegetation or phenological cycle. So a quick overview of the satellite mission. So as I said, we'll provide land surface temperature and daily evapotranspiration every 2 to 3 days up to 100-meter resolution. And we have several groups of research to use this data. And me, I am leading the one on ecosystem stress to do the product definition, etc. So of course, the first thing to do is to calibrate and validate our algorithms. So in India, we have been working with the available data. For the moment, we have only MODIS that is providing data every day. So my colleague, so in IITB, so we are co-supervising a PhD student, Atira, and she has been using MODIS data at kilometer scale and try to compare all those models over several places where we've got evapotranspiration measured. So evapotranspiration measurement is done by what we call eddy covariance towers, so flux towers. And for Trishna, we will jointly operate data for 3 stations in India. One over Rice in the north in Nawagam, one in the Berambadi with IIC, and one in Malegaon with IITB. So here is an example of map over India of evapotranspiration that Atira has been deriving on the efficiency of this retrieval for several models. And the one that is going to be used for the product is this one stick, when you see that it is the best performing model. So another way to compute evapotranspiration, the problem with thermal infrared data is that you need, of course, to have cloud-free days because you won't have any data when there are clouds. So in monsoon, it can be quite of a problem. So we still have the possibility to use the other way of computing evapotranspiration, which is to use vegetation indices. So how do? We use the very well-known FAO method, which is actually computing first a reference evapotranspiration from climate data, and then using crop coefficients to compute the actual data. So how the satellite data is going to be used? We are simply going to compute evapotranspiration according to this climate demand. And the maximum transpiration from the vegetation is going to be linked, of course, to the amount of green vegetation at a particular plot. And the amount of green vegetation at a particular plot is closely related to NDVI, which is the oldest high-resolution satellite data. And the thing is very linear, so it's very easy. The problem is that you have to have a bank of parameters for each crop. Okay, so a lot of the problem of this method is that it has been originally derived in California. So you have a lot of crop coefficients for California, and we are still it's 91, but we are still struggling to get crop coefficient valid for all the crops in India. In Berambadi, we have something like 30 crops. So I can assure you that it's a bit difficult. But still, it's a good way to compute evapotranspiration. So of course, what you need to have is a time series of images of NDVI. Then you have to derive from that a classification to have crop types, and then pedological maps to derive the soil properties. So we have been using that. We have been doing some calibration. So this is an example from a long time ago when I had a project in Tunisia. So it's over barley and wheat. So we calibrated, we had flux towers there. So we calibrated the various parameters there. And we derived this evapotranspiration map at high resolution. And the thing as well is that this model is actually computing irrigation. It says that if the soil moisture is too low, the simulated one, we add some irrigation according to irrigation rules. And we compared actually the irrigation computed by the model with the one that was collected at big community boreholes. Okay, of course at the perimeter scale, it's not always very good. But when you look over one season, we have a very good match between the observed and the simulated irrigation that has been applied. So it's very, in that case, it's very, very important for the basin agency, because this is the basin agency which is actually regulating the rights to allocate water. Okay, so conclusion, pros and cons of each method. So when you are doing a water budget model, that you can have information for every plot at every day. So that's the advantage of the method. The problem is that you have a lot of parameters in these water budget models. Even so, of course, the ones that are relating the crop coefficient to NDVI, for instance, or the capacity of the soil to hold water. So readily usable water or things like that. In the thermal infrared domain, so the energy budget models that are going to be used by Trishna, we have a smaller amount of parameters, but we have two problems: the precision of the surface temperature, and especially the availability of high resolution data. So for the monsoon, as was showing Professor Nagesh yesterday, we don't have that much clear sky days. So the idea is to actually combine all of them to retrieve information. So to use radar soil moisture, for instance, for evaporation constraint during the monsoon. We can think of other data as well for a better assessment of vegetation physiological activities. So at the moment, in terms of data processing, we are thinking of doing some data assimilation of evapotranspiration computed from land surface temperature when we have clear sky days into a running water budget models. So that's it for the moment. Thanks. So here are some pictures of the sites we are working on. The game is to find which ones are in France and which one are in India. Most of them are from India, actually.
Yeah, I do have a.
I just wanted to know the configuration of Trishna. How many bands it is planned in the thermal infrared region, and
So-
what about resolution?
So yeah, it will be 4 bands. So the resolution I'm showing here is the resolution of the thermal bands, which is the limiting resolution. In fact. So it will be 57. So the satellite is going to acquire data. It will be 57 meter in idea and up to 100 meter along the swath. That's the edge of the swath. So a problem I'm not showing here, I'm mostly working on a big problem, which is directionality. Because when you are a large angle, then you are going to see a bit more sunlit vegetation or shaded vegetation on the temperature, and you have to be able to interpret that. But yes, 57 meter in idea. So we will resample everything at 100 meter resolution, 1 hectare.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. You have shown different map of evapotranspiration at India scale and with different model, quite different for the output between, for example, sparse and stick model. How do you explain this difference? And in EVASPA, if I remember, you consider different models. So if you show that one model is the best, so in the operational chain, you will choose only the best model, or you consider all the model even if they are very different?
No, we are going to provide one EVASPA output and one stick output. Stick, so PTGPA was the one from the NASA. and it's not working very well. It's underestimating. Spares, we are not going to use it because it requires wind speed, and wind speed is the highest, it's the most difficult thing to specialize at 100 meter resolution. Sticks, the advantage is that it's not using wind speed, in fact. So that's why we kept it for the product. So we'll one stick to have something which is readable for the user. We will have one stick estimate and one EVASPA estimate. Uncertainties on both. That's quite a huge work to do to provide some uncertainty estimate on both. And we are going to flag EVASPA. So for instance, when you have a huge, when all the surface is dry, or you have in France a lot of rain over one image will be 100 by 1000 by 1000. It's a sentinel tile. So if you have some big rainfall event, then EVASPA is not going to work very well. So we flag it and we say preferably maybe use a sticker.
One more question from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you are merging the ground truth data with the satellite data, and is there any standard mechanism available, or how far you are succeeding in merge? How you are merging the ground truth data with satellite data?
So products, we are not using ground truth data except for checking that So before the launch of the launch, check all our available data we've got. So answer data, we are going to use this, we are going to use this. Provide for daily provide
Okay, so how far it is matching with the ground data while evaluating?
I show that for Modis. The problem is that the Modis is a kilometric scale.
Yeah.
So the eddy covariance tower will go there. Sometimes for the vineyard it's okay because it's huge. So you have a good match between the footprint of the eddy covariance, so the area that is sampled by the eddy covariance on the pixel of Modis. But for Berambadi, for instance, around the flux towers, there are 2 crops, for instance. In Berambadi, most of the crops, it's less than 1 hectare. So it's a bit more tricky. So that explains that the performance is not always very, very good because we are comparing apples and banana in a way sometimes. Okay. But we don't have any other things. Like we have been struggling. Actually, I've been part of preparation of thermal infrared mission at high resolution, high revisit for like probably 15 years. And it's the first time that all the agencies are actually motivated to launch a satellite which has this kind of capacity.
I can ask you one question here. So you're manually verifying whether what your model is telling you is correct or not based on a lot of experience, agriculture. Now, do you think that information, the data set comprising the parameters you're using, the decisions you make, right, for potential reclassification, and what the models are telling you, that data set could be available? We can think of applying machine learning to automate that process.
That I don't know yet. Because
okay.
I don't know what is so. Products are going to be available for free, of course.
Right.
But the calibration validation data set, I still don't have any idea because in our case, most of the data we use are free available for downloading. You have big networks of data called FluxNet actually, and all the codes. So when I make my signature, it's free available. But in India, I don't know actually because most of the Indian dataset is owned by ISRO. And ISRO is
right, ISRO doesn't supply.
So it's more difficult. So I don't know. Actually, I think it would be nice, like, yeah, to have datasets available for people, especially to test their own model because if they want to do directly land surface temperature and use their own model, of course they can do some machine learning. We have a lot of areas where machine learning is actually required in that mission. For instance, the solid flux.
Yep.
The ratio, so the satellite is measuring only at one time of the day. So you cannot measure the heating and the cooling of the soil, okay? So we don't have any, when we are going to have a measurement during the day, we are not going, very often we are not going to have a measurement at night, okay? So we are relying on very empirical relationship between the solid flux and the incoming radiation, okay? And these are very tricky because they are very empirical. And that, actually, that's the first, the only paper I've been writing about neural network was on that, because and there is still room for improvement, because you have no model, actually, no physical model for this kind of application, and the only solution is artificial.
So perhaps I'll speak with you about this separately. It's going to consume too much time in the meeting. Do we have any other questions, please, for the speaker? Great. Well, let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Up next, we have Dr. K.C. Sivabalan, an entrepreneur from Center for Research in Environment and Agriculture, CREA Foundation, Tamil Nadu. He's a founder of Center for Research in Environment and Agriculture, and is a technical consultant for Farmer Producer Organization. He has contributed 15 books, 26 book chapters, 26 research articles, 23 technical bulletins, and 11 manuals. He'll speak about digital tools for combating biotic and abiotic stress for smallholder farmers.
Thanks for the nice words. My sincere thanks and wishes for the organizer for making this grand event, bringing a pool of technocrats, academicians, as well as farmers and entrepreneurs. And thanks for the opportunity as well. Very good noon. Bombarded with the presentation. Let me start with the tale. It's not a joyride, but it is a miserable story of an Indian farmer who is a small and marginal farmer, comprising a vast majority of 86%, but a contribution of around 80% of the food production by the small and marginal farmers in India. But take the case of the average monthly income, though it has been increased for the past 10 years with the help of the support of the technologies and intervention from agriculture graduates as well as policy makers, only 37% of the farm income is only from the crop production. The remaining balance is from the daily wages or from any other allied activity or from the non-farm activity. But we hardly depend on the small and marginal farmer to reach this 300 million tons of production. But their role is very crucial in ensuring our food safety and food security. This fate of small and marginal farmers, obviously we know the market forces as well as administrations and low profit in agriculture. These changes, fluctuations make this ride a roller coaster ride. But we have to accept the fact our Indian agriculture as well as the global agriculture depends on the mercy of Mother Nature. Take this survey. Two main prime factors that makes the farmers to quit farming is low profitability as well as natural calamities. In many of the cases, the natural calamity also induces the low profit or a non-profit out of farm. So if you have this natural calamity, you can take the financial debtness as well as social issues. In 2021, from 2016 to 2021, nearly 11,000 farmers took their own lives. Hardly, it is a very hardening fact, 30 deaths a day from the village society. So this debtness as well as the non-profitability of out of the farming makes the future days very crucial. So as a technocrat, we have to think on the grassroots solutions for this global problem. Our projections on Indian agriculture by the climate change by IMD over the 130 years of past data, hardly we can expect 4 to 10% yield reduction, as well as this every 1 degree temperature rise can reduce the wheat production as well as rice production. Already we are witnessing the changes in the climate change, in the crop production. We are seeing many new pests, many new diseases in both in the northern and southern hemisphere of India. This increased drought, and that too a bombardment rain, monsoon rain in a day or two, it makes the agriculture very crucial. And still the small and marginal farmers, they are not affordable for a big technology, or they are not affordable for the risk in agriculture. This makes the sense. Very crucial. Climate change is becoming a global problem. So what it makes this climate change, biotic and abiotic stresses? Some light on very known facts. Biotic stresses, pests and diseases, very new parasites and viruses, fungal diseases, and a 2-degree temperature give a 20% yield loss due to pest and disease, and in wheat crop it is up to 8% loss in the production. So temperature and pest and disease is correlated. So this climate change, it's not only making this yield reduction, it also makes the rural infrastructure damage and livelihood support services for the farmers. As far as the abiotic stresses, that means drought, salinity, and flooding, frequent flooding, it also making this, as the earlier speakers rightly mentioned, surface air temperature. These also making this yield production at a high risk. So the floods, it almost it cost about in the past 67 years, it's about a cost of $7.4 billion loss for the entire community, rural community in India. And also the frequent drought, and we cannot expect or predict the monsoon, because for the past decade, the Kharif season is getting more rain, and in Rabi season we are getting the scarcity of rain. Early days it was reverse. We will get more rain. As far as the national data is concerned, we will get more rain in Rabi and short rainfall in Kharif. But in Tamil Nadu it is reverse. We will get more rain in Kharif. But as my earlier speaker from Assam also mentioned, unexpected drought in Rabi month. So this is the trend of the climate change over years. And as far as drought is concerned, more decreasing precipitation in Gujarat, Northeast, and Kerala, as well as Madhya Pradesh. And extreme temperature, temperature is rising. We can experience the summer months in the month of March itself. Two more months to go, but we are witnessing scorching sun. As far as the cyclone, I can give you one example or the sad story in the central part of Tamil Nadu. One cyclone in 2018, almost 70,000 coconut farmers were affected, and nearly 1 crore coconut trees were fell down, totally damaged. The cyclone devastated the coconut farmers. Hope you know that being a perennial crop, they lost the entire livelihood. So this climate change is becoming a very crucial in the part of the small and marginal farmers. And as far as the small and marginal farmers, when we are celebrating, when we are advocating the farmers to grow millets, our millet farmers are affected by the birds damage. So birds damage, 63 bird species are giving a total damage to the crop production, and entirely 3 main species, they are making a most damage to the crops. And some of the habitation, some of the birds will have some habitation to rear the nest near the agriculture field. So they also making the damage to the crops. So this risk out of farming, not only the input costs or other calamities, these birds damage also becoming a menace for the small and marginal farmers. And what is the effective solutions? The traditional tactics to scare the birds, or netting, or some physical mode to prevent the birds to enter the field, some sonic deterrents, some devices to make the birds to fly away, and integrated pest management to grow crop without any pest and all, and some collaboration education both for the farmers as well as the technocrats. For the farmers to grow the crop in the right season, to make this entire system a bird free, or some control measures for the cropping. And policy support, already government is giving the subsidy and some support services whoever the affected by the bird damage. And take the case of man-animal conflict. Every day in newspaper, it is becoming a prominent news item, both in newspapers as well as in TV, televisions and radio, this man-animal conflict. You can imagine 500 humans killed annually in India, and 100 elephants were killed due to the human as well as the natural activity, both by the human activity as well as the natural activity, that is electrocution or crossing the railway track. So this man-animal conflict is not only confined with the economic damage for the farmers. We are also disturbing the biodiversity. So almost the last 7 years in India, around 3,000 people have been died. And take the case of Tamil Nadu, 7,500 incidents of crop raiding by the wild animals. Take the case of Kerala, from 2018 to 2022, almost 105 people were died due to the man-animal conflict. So why this animal coming into the from the forest to the our rural areas or the cropping areas? It's due to the scarcity of water as well as scarcity of food. So this elephant damage, we can have this crop most wanted by the elephant, banana, sorghum, and areca nut and coconut, where the untouched by the elephant were marigold, sapota, and pearl millet, and jatropha. Someone asked about the biodiesel. So these kind of plant can be used to deterrent, make this animal entry into the farming. So we can also think on these live fences, bio fences, for the farmers, small and marginal farmers, to trap the animal or to stop the animal to entry into the field. And some of the practices, traditional practices used by the farmers for the wild boar, it became a menace for not only for the hillock, also for the plain. Also nowadays the farmers are facing the wild boar damage. So regular traditional method of making some sound or some light, they are also spraying chili powder. They are making the neem leaf soaked water like this. There is also there were also list of biofences plant species which are not preferable by the wild boar. So we can also grow those kind of plants in the fences or in the borders. So this crop damage we can expect up to 50 to 60%, and some cases totally 100% damage by the human and man-animal conflict. These kind of wild animals, and you can see a very important or vital point. Just installing a one device, some acoustic device in your field, it can save a 42,000 INR per season, per year, per farmer. So these kind of devices are hardly needed nowadays to make this wild animal and birds to get away from the farmer's field. So what are the challenges ahead? Due to this food security, we have to revitalize the farming practices, irrigation scheduling, and making a low water requirement crops. And due to the scarcity of water, harvesting rain is very vital, and judicious use of water also irrigation water also essential. Government also is taking steps for implement micro irrigation schemes for the small and marginal farmers, and improving the food supply and managing our natural resources. Already the resources are depleting. So the climatic stresses, we have to know the role of climatic stresses, and we have to educate our farmers also. So conserving biodiversity also is very much important. So what are these challenges? But we don't have only single solution, but we are having one approach. It is called climate smart agriculture approach. It is an approach for developing a technical and policy and investment conditions to have to achieve a sustainable farming. So this climate smart agriculture, we have to probe on it. Every technocrat over here, apart from the agriculture and non-agri background, we can think on this line of climate smart agriculture, ensuring food security along with adaptation and mitigation. So what is the key components? Climate smart technology and climate smart information services. as well as capacity building of the clientele, as well as stakeholders convergence. So climate smart technology, a small intervention in making this irrigation scheduling, it will have a big impact. In India, we know sugarcane is the second highest producer in the world. And in Tiruchirappalli district, commercially we are growing 3,800 hectares. But sugarcane, 1 ton of sugar is produced with the help of 5 to 8 tons of water. So the sugarcane is a water loving crop and huge biomass is needed to make this production. So 70% of the production can be affected during the drought condition. So in this sugarcane, the scheduling of irrigation is very much crucial for the farmers, because every day they have to go to the field and witness the soil condition. Then they will decide the irrigation scheduling. A small sensor developed by ICAR Sugarcane Breeding Institute in Coimbatore. This small device will educate or will give the inference about the soil water requirement. In this, there will be some 3 lights, and if the land is requires some water, it will have a yellow signal. If the condition is very worst, it will show the red signal, and if the water is optimum, it will show the green signal. So the farmer can decide the number of irrigation, and the irrigation scheduling will be at ease. So what is the quick finding or unique finding? Around 18 number of irrigation were reduced by using this device. So it reduces the cost, it reduces the hardship of the farmers. So about 27% of increase in net income of the farmers. That is 1 to extra tell us, because right time of irrigation, it gives the right kind of yield. So this technology impact of a 10% increase, and with the BCR ratio of 2.6, a small intervention will bring a big impact for the small and marginal farmers. So about the climatic information services, as we know, this mobile agro-based advisory will be a right solution, since the rural tele density is 58.26%, and we are having 115 crores of mobile users. These mobile gadgets can be a very vital tool to make this technology transfer to the field. And the positive benefits, timely transfer of technology with the feedback, as well as the reinforcement of message, as well as reduction in the cost. The technology cost is very much reduced. Instead of employing a man, you can use these devices for the bombardment of the messages. So the right decision will have a right production. So better informed farmer will have a better decision makers. So they will make a quick decision, right decision. So this kind of advisory services is very much crucial for the small and marginal farmers. So climate change is a reality. We have to accept it. It is a process. It will go on. So what we do in future, we want to have a solution, that is a grassroots solution, combining both the technocrats as well as the farmers as well as the academicians. So need the short-term action, and the cost of adaptation and mitigation will be higher, but the cost of inaction will be more higher than this mitigation and adoption practices. So a collaborative research, funding and policy support among the knowledge partners is very much needed. That's why we are here as an entrepreneur as well as a farmer, advisor, consultant for the FPOs. So we are here to seek your collaboration and to seek your guidance in this kind of climate smart as well as the small and marginal farmer livelihood support services. Actually, we do the advocacy for market linkage as well as sustainable farming practices. We are also involved in collaborative research, and we are making the extension and outreach activity for the small and marginal farmers. We are working in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu, and we are involving around some 3,000 to 4,000 farmers, small and marginal farmers predominantly. And with this, I am concluding my presentation. Thanks for the opportunity again. Thank you.
Again, we have several ideas on the slides, and I would request him to bring it up in the theme session that he can share, and we could all sort of huddle up tomorrow. But any quick questions, please? We'll keep it to 1, maximum 2, but don't make it long, please. Okay, great. Well, thanks so much again, and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a presentation on biotic and abiotic stress, its challenges and solutions. Next up, we have Mrs. Logan Nagi. She has been doing organic drumstick farming for the past 15 years in Tirupur district, Tamil Nadu. She is now working on post-harvest value addition and is engaged in imparting training to farmers. She'll speak about barriers to adopting water harvesting technologies for organic farming.
நம சிவாய. என் பேர் லோகநாயகிங்க. இயற்கை பெண் விவசாயி அப்படின்னு சொல்றதுல நான் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியும் பெருமிதமும் கொள்றேங்க. உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் வாழ்க வளமுடன் அப்படிங்கிற இந்த வேலையை உருவாக்கி கொண்டு என்னோட விவசாய பணிகள் எப்படி நான் தொடர்ந்தேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்ல வரேன். இப்போ தோட்டத்துல விவசாயம் பண்றது எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சமான ஒரு வேலை. எந்த வேலை பொண்ணுக்கு பிடிக்கும் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா வீட்டு வேலை பிளஸ் விவசாயம். நான் விவசாயத்துல முன்னோடி விவசாயியா வரணும் அப்படின்னு எங்க சின்ன வயசுல இருந்தே எங்க தாத்தா பாட்டி காலத்துல இருந்து எனக்கு அது விதைச்சிட்டாங்க அந்த விதையா. இப்பவுமே நான் விதையா தான் இருக்கிறேன். இப்ப நீங்க எல்லாம் விதைச்சிருக்கிறீங்க, ஆங்கிலம் தெரியலினாலும் அதை எல்லாமே நான் விதையா எடுத்துக்கிட்டேன். அந்த மாதிரி விதையா ஊனி வந்ததுதான் பாத்தீங்கன்னா விவசாயம் செய்யறதுல என்ன பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்னு தெரியாம விவசாயம் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச தொழில் அப்படியே செஞ்சுட்டே வந்துட்டு இருந்தேன். காய்கறிகள் பயிர் பண்ணேன், கீரை பயிர் பண்ணேன், அப்புறம் தென்னை பண்ணேன். அதுக்குள்ள ஊடு பயிரா என்னென்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 2017-18 பாண்டிச்சேரி போய் அங்க ஆரோவில் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இதுல இயற்கை விவசாயம் கத்துக்கிட்டேன். அதுல தோட்டத்துல நுண்ணுயிர் இருந்தாதான் அதுல நல்லா விளையும் அப்படிங்கிறத நான் தெரிஞ்சுட்டேன். சில விஷயமெல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா எனக்கு விவசாயம் பண்ணுவேன், நல்லா வரல அப்படின்னா நானும் அழுகுவேன். அந்த செடி நல்லா வரல அப்படின்னா எனக்கும் அழுக வரும். ஏன் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா அது நல்லா வரலையே, ஏன் எனக்கு தெரியலையே. அப்போ அந்த ஆரோவில் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இதுல வெளிநாட்டுக்காரங்க தான் அது எங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் கத்து கொடுத்தாங்க. அதுல விதையை இப்படி ஊற வச்சு விதைக்கணும், இதையே இது முளைச்சு வரக்காக இதெல்லாம் பண்ணீங்கன்னா தான் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு எனக்கு நல்லா கத்து கொடுத்தாங்க. அப்புறம் அந்த தோட்டத்துல மண் வளத்தை பெருக்கிறதுக்காக பூச்சி விரட்டி இது மாதிரி எல்லாம் நிறைய அமிர்த கரைசல், ஜீவாமிர்தம் அப்படி எல்லாம் இந்த மீன் அமிலம் இந்த முட்டையோட தோல்ல வச்சு அதையே நம்ம இது பண்றது அதெல்லாமே சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. சரின்ட்டு நான் ஒரு பாத்தி 2 பாத்தியில அதை செஞ்சு பார்த்தேன். அருமையா நான் விதை முளைக்க வைக்கிறப்பவே எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும். அந்த விதையை தண்ணிக்குள்ள போட்டு ஒரு நாள் ஊற வச்சுட்டு அந்த லேசா விரிடி கலந்து அதுக்குள்ள பூஞ்சான் தாக்குதல் இல்லாம இருக்கிறதுக்காக அந்த விதையை ஊனி அந்த விதை 2 இலை வர்றப்பயே தெரிஞ்சிடும் இது நல்லா வரும் வராது அப்படிங்கறதெல்லாம். அதை நான் முறைப்படி கத்துக்கிட்டு ஒரு பாத்தியில ஊன வச்சு பார்த்தோன்னா அவ்வளவு மலர்ச்சியா அந்த விதைகள் முளைஞ்சு வந்தப்போ எனக்கு அவ்வளவு பெருமிதம் மகிழ்ச்சியா இருந்துச்சு. சரி இதை நம்ம 1 ஏக்கர்ல பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் எங்க தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள முருங்கை செடி நட்டலாம் அப்படின்னு எங்க வீட்டுக்காரர் சொன்னதுனால ஒரு 4000 மரத்தை முருங்கை விதைய நானே வாங்கிட்டு பாக்கெட் பண்ணி அதை போடுறப்போ அதுல அந்த 4000 செடியில ஒரு 100 விதை தான் பழுதா போயிருக்கும் ஒழியோ அந்த 3900 எனக்கு முளைச்சு வந்தப்போ எவ்வளவு சந்தோஷமா இருந்தது, பசுமையா இருந்துச்சு. அதை பாக்குறதுக்கு எனக்கு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி. அப்புறம் தோட்டத்துல பொண்ணுங்க எல்லாம் இருப்பாங்க, கொண்டு போய் வச்சுடனே ஒரே மாசத்துல அதெல்லாம் என்னோட முழங்கால் பலத்துக்கு வந்துருச்சு. அப்படியே அந்த முருங்கைக்கீரையோட தளிர்கள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா தளைஞ்சு வர்றப்போ அவ்வளவு மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கும். எனக்கு தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள போனோடனே ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுவேன். சந்தோஷம் தான் நம்மளுக்கு முதல்ல வேணும். அப்ப அந்த சந்தோஷத்தை கொடுத்ததை நான் முறைப்படி வளர்த்தணும் அப்படிங்கறதுனால அதை பத்தி எல்லாமே நல்லா சார்கிட்ட எல்லாம் கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இப்ப கேவிகே நிறுவனத்தோட தொடர்பு அப்பதான் கிடைச்சது எனக்கு. சார் இந்த மாதிரி முருங்கை பயிர் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன், நீ அடுத்து என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டா அவங்க முறைப்படி எனக்கு கத்துக் கொடுத்தாங்க. 30 நாள்ல இப்படி பண்ணணும், 60 நாள்ல இப்படி பண்ணணும், 90 நாள் இப்படி பண்ணணும், 120வது நாள் காய் வந்துரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஒரு வருஷம் நான் அதை பயிர் பண்ணிட்டேன். நல்லா அந்த முருங்கைக்காயில நான் அதுக்கு முன்ன ஒரு 10 வருஷம் விவசாயம் செஞ்சதுல நான் மத்தவங்க கிட்ட போயிட்டு தான் கூலி கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். கை மாத்தா கடனா உதவியா வாங்கி தான் மத்தவங்களுக்கு உழைப்பாளிகளுக்கு கொடுப்பேன். அந்த முருங்கைக்காய் 120 நாள் பறிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் நான் இதுவரையிலும் யாருக்கிட்டையும் போய் கையேந்தல. நான் தான் 100 பேருக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன். 100 பிளஸ் இப்ப நான் மதிப்பு கூட்டி விற்கிறதுனால ஒரு 10,000 பேருக்கு பக்கமா என்னோட முருங்கை இலையில மதிப்பு கூட்டின ப்ராடக்ட சாப்பிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அப்ப எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். நான் கொடுக்க முடியுதுல்ல, வாங்கிட்டு இருந்த எனக்கு கொடுக்க முடியுது அப்படிங்கிறப்ப தன்னம்பிக்கையும் தைரியமும் நிறைய வந்துச்சு. அப்புறம் சரி இதையெல்லாம் முறையா கத்துக்கணும், FSSC வாங்கணும், தோட்டத்துக்கு ஆர்கானிக் வாங்கணும் அப்படின்னு கேவிகேல நம்ம ஆனந்தராஜா சார் கிட்ட போய் சொன்னேன். சார் இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் இருக்கு, எனக்கு ஆலோசனை அதிகமா தேவைப்படுது, நான் இந்த விவசாயத்துல ஜெயிக்கணும், பிளஸ் நான் இதே மாதிரி ஒரு 100 பேரை உருவாக்கணும், அதுக்கு எனக்கு SKG மெம்பர் குரூப்ல இருக்கிறேங்க சார், நீங்களாம் எனக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னோன்னே சார் சொல்லி கொடுத்த விஷயம் என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா பள்ளிக்குச்சியிலிருந்து விற்பனை பண்ணலாமா, அப்புறம் நீங்க 5 ஸ்டார் ஹோட்டல்ல பர்கர் கூட விற்கலாம், உங்களால உங்களுக்கு திறமை இருந்தா அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது எவ்வளவு பெரிய விஷயங்க. ஒரு சாதாரண பெண் விவசாயி, ஒரு சாதாரண குடும்பம், ஏழைப்பட்ட குடும்பத்துல பிறந்தவங்க. ஒருத்தவங்ககிட்ட போய் பணமா உதவியா பெற்று தான் எனக்கு கிடைச்ச அனுபவம். இப்ப நான் 100 பேர்த்துக்கு 1000 பேர்த்துக்கு குடுக்குற முடியுது அப்படின்னா, சாரோட அவங்க ஆலோசனை, என்னோட அ விடாமுயற்சி, அப்புறம் பயிற்சி, அதை தொடர்ச்சியா எடுத்துக்கிட்டதுனால, இப்ப நான் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்டா வந்தாச்சு. இனிமே நான் எல்லாத்துக்குமே அந்த மெம்பர் குரூப் இப்ப நான் மட்டும் வளர்ந்து ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு ஒரு ரூ. 10,000 சம்பாரிச்சா, அது எனக்கு மட்டும் மகிழ்ச்சி குடுக்குங்களா? என்ன மாதிரி கஷ்டப்படுறாங்க. இன்னும் எங்க சித்தி பொண்ணுங்க, என்னோட கூட இருக்கிற தோழிங்க, "அக்கா என்ன பண்ணா பணம் வரும்க்கா சொல்லுங்கக்கா" அப்படின்னு கேட்கிறப்போ, சரி நான் இப்படியெல்லாம் இருக்குப்பா, நீங்க வந்தீங்கன்னா இதெல்லாம் பயிற்சி எடுத்துக்கலாம் வாங்க அப்படிங்கிறப்போ, இப்போ ஒரு 30 பேருக்கு ஒரு குழுக்களுக்கு பயிற்சி குடுத்து, முருங்கை மதிப்பு கூட்டல் பயிற்சி குடுத்து, இப்ப அவங்க வந்து பண்ணிட்டு, இப்ப எனக்கு 2000 வந்துச்சு, 3000 வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்றப்போ, எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. நம்மளால ஒருத்தர் கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு நல்லது பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னா, எனக்கு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியா இருந்துச்சு. அப்புறம் அவங்களுக்கும் ஒரு வருமானம் பிளஸ் லோன் எல்லாம் வாங்கி தரோம். இந்த எஸ்கேஜி மெம்பர் குரூப் இருக்கிறதுனால, அவங்களுக்கு வாழ்வாதாரத்த பெருக்கிறப்போ லோன் வாங்கி குடுத்துறோம். அப்புறம் நான் மட்டும் வளர்ந்த பதுமா, எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள கேட்டா, அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இது பிடிக்க மாட்டேங்குது. "நீ வேணா பை தூக்கிட்டு எங்க வேணாலும் போ" அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. நான் சரி போறேங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு, நான் இப்ப கூட இன்னைக்கு ஆங்கிலம் தெரியலனாலும் சார் கூப்பிட்டுருக்காங்க, நான் வந்திருக்கிறேன். நீங்கலாம் சொல்றீங்க, அதை பொறுமையா கேட்கிற அளவுக்கு எனக்கு தன்னம்பிக்கை, தைரியம் இருக்கு. ஆனா அதுல நெறைய விஷயங்கள் இருக்குதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறேன். சார் கிட்ட கேட்டா திருப்பி எனக்கு யாரோ பக்கத்துல மேம் வந்திருக்காங்க, சார் எல்லாம் இருக்கிறாங்க, தமிழ் தெரியல, ஆங்கிலம் தெரியல, தமிழ் எனக்கு சொல்றதுக்கு நெறைய பேர் நீங்கலாம் நண்பர்களா இருக்கிறீங்க, அது சந்தோஷம். அதனால அவங்க பேசுறத கேட்டுட்டு நான் வீட்ல உட்கார்ந்திருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு இல்ல. தோட்டத்துல வந்து இப்ப முறைப்படி செஞ்சிருக்கிறேங்க. இப்ப நம்ம பேச வந்தது வந்து மழைநீர் சேகரிப்பு, நம்ம நீர் மேலாண்மை பத்தி தான் பேச வந்திருக்கிறோம். இப்ப நம்ம தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள என்ன பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறோம்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, 100 நாள் மகாத்மா காந்தி வேலை வாய்ப்பு உறுதி திட்டத்துல நான் சிறு குறு விவசாயி தாங்க. அதுல வந்து மண் வரப்புகள நான் அதிகமா போட்டுக்கிட்டேங்க. இப்போ ஒரு தோட்டம் இருக்கு 3வது இருக்கு அப்படின்னா, அதை 5 வகையா பிரிச்சு, அதை நான் வந்து 4 வரப்பா போட்டிருக்கிறேன். 5 வகையா பிரிச்சுட்டு 4 வரப்பு போட்டோனே, நம்மளோட தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள வெளியில இருக்கிற தண்ணி நான் ஆர்கானிக் பண்றதுனால உள்ள விட மாட்டேன். உள்ள இருக்கிற தண்ணி வெளியில போறதுக்கு நான் விடுறதில்ல. இப்ப நம்ம தோட்டத்துல மண் வளத்தையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பெருகிட்டு, பல்லுயிர் பாதுகாப்புக்காகவும் எல்லாத்தையும் உள்ள போட்டுக்கிட்டு, தோட்டத்துல இருக்கிற தென்னையில இருக்கிற கழிவுகளை எல்லாம் உள்ள மக்க வச்சு, அதை ஈரப்பதத்தோட வச்சுக்கிட்டு, அந்த தென்னைய சுத்தி வர இருக்கிற இடைவெளியில கத்தாழை பயிரிட்டு வச்சிருக்கிறேங்க. அப்புறம் நம்ம இயற்கையா செடிகளை எல்லாம் எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கிறதுனால நெறைய மரமெல்லாம் இருக்கும். நம்மளுக்கு ஊட்டத்துக்கும் தேவையானதா இருக்கணும். தோட்டத்துக்கு தேவையான எல்லா ஊட்டச்சத்துக்களை குடுக்குற இலை தழைகளை எல்லாம் நெறைய போடுற மரமாவும் அதெல்லாம் இருக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுனால, ஒரு ஒரு 50, 55 மர வகைகள் நம்ம தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள பயிர் பண்ணியிருக்கிறேன். அதாவது ஒரு லேயர்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பெரிய மரம். அப்புறம் கீழ இன்னொரு லேயர்ல சின்ன சின்ன மரம். அப்புறம் நம்மளுக்கு சாப்பாட்டுக்கு குடுக்குற எலுமிச்சை மரம், மாதுளை மரம், இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் சின்ன சின்ன மரங்களும் இருக்கும். அப்புறம் கிளை தரையில படர்ற மாதிரியும் ஒரு 4 வகையான கிராப் நம்ம தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள போட்டுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அப்புறம் அது வந்து எனக்கு எல்லா வகையிலுமே நல்ல வருமானத்த குடுக்குது. அப்புறம் சொட்டு நீர் பாசனம் அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். அதுல வந்து நாம 4 கேட் வால் வச்சிருக்கிறோம். எந்த பயிருக்கு எந்த தேவை அப்படிங்கிறத பொறுத்து நம்ம அந்த கேட் வால் வந்து ஓப்பன் பண்ணி விட்டுக்கிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா, இப்ப தேக்கு வச்சிருக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா, தேக்குக்கு தண்ணி தேவைப்படாது. ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் வந்துருச்சுன்னா, அதுக்கு வந்து தேவைப்படாதுங்க. அப்புறம் தென்னைக்கு வந்து நம்ம 2 நாளைக்கு ஒருக்கா ரெகுலரா நம்ம எப்படி தண்ணி பாய்ச்சணுமோ அந்த மாரி பாய்ச்சிடலாம். அதுக்கு தேவையான உரங்களை எல்லாம் வந்து உர மேலாண்மையில இப்ப நானே தோட்டத்துல உரம் தயாரிச்சுக்கிறேங்க. அத பத்தி வெளியில வாங்கணும் அப்படின்னு இல்ல. நுண்ணூட்டம் மட்டும் போய் தோட்டக்கலை துறையில, வேளாண்மை துறையில கேட்டோம்னா அவங்க மட்டும் குடுப்பாங்க. மானிய விலையில. அதெல்லாம் வாங்கிட்டு வந்துருவேன். தோட்டத்த பத்தி எனக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்ல. இப்போ எல்லாத்தையும் வளமா மாத்தணும் அப்படின்னா, இன்னும் நாம கொஞ்சம் வந்து இன்னும் நாம படிப்பறிவு இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கத்துக்கிட்டு, இன்னும் நெறைய என்னென்ன பண்ணலாம் லாபம் அதிகரிக்கணும். இப்ப நம்ம தோட்டத்துல முருங்கை போட்டேன். 4000 மரம் இருந்துச்சு. அதை வந்து காயா வித்தப்போ ஓரளவுக்கு லாபம் கிடைச்சது. அப்புறம் மதிப்பு கூட்டி இலைய வந்து இலையா விற்பனை பண்ண வரத்தல பண்ணி இலையா விற்பனை பண்றப்போ 3 ஏக்கராவுக்கும் சேர்ந்து 1183 கிலோ நம்மளுக்கு வரத்தலையா கிடைச்சது. அதைய வந்து மதிப்பு கூட்டி பொடி பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னம்னா, 1 கிலோ வந்து ரூ. 69 நான் வித்துட்டு இருந்தேங்க முதல்ல. அதுக்கப்புறம் மதிப்பு கூட்டி எஃப்எஸ்எஸ்சி வாங்கி, ஆர்கானிக் சான்றிதழ் எல்லாம் வாங்கி முறையா பண்ணி, அதை விற்பனை பண்றப்போ ரூ. 1200 விக்குதுங்க. அது எவ்வளோ பெரிய லாபம். ஒரு 4 இன்ஜினியர நம்ம தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள வச்சிருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு எனக்கு ஒரு சந்தோஷம். இப்ப நான் நல்லபடியா அதிலிருந்து வளர்ந்து வந்து என் வீட்லயும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, பையன இன்ஜினியரிங் தான் ட்ரிபிள் இ தான் படிச்சாப்படி. இன்போசிஸ் கம்பெனில வேலை. குடும்பத்துக்கு ஒரு நல்ல மனைவியாவும், குழந்தைக்கு ஒரு நல்ல தாயாவும் என்னால செயல்பட முடியுது. அதுவே பெரிய இறைவன் எனக்கு குடுத்த நன்றின்னு நான் நினைச்சுக்கிறேன். அதன் மூலியமா இப்ப தோட்டத்த பொறுத்தவரையில எனக்கு பெரிய இதெல்லாம் எதுவுமே இல்ல. நல்லபடியா போயிட்டு இருக்குதுங்க. இனி வருமானம் பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்னம்னா, மதிப்பு கூட்டி பண்ணணும். இப்ப 1 கிலோ முருங்கை பொடிய நம்ம மதிப்பு கூட்டினோம் அப்படின்னா 15 கிலோ பண்ணலாங்க. அதை வந்து 15 கிலோவா நம்ம வந்து என்ன வேணாலும் பண்ணலாம். சூப் மிக்ஸ் பண்ணலாங்க, லட்டு பண்ணலாம், மைசூர் பாக்கு பண்ணலாம், முறுக்கு பண்ணலாம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி நிறையா இட்லி பொடி செய்யலாம். இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் நான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ அது எனக்கு வந்து நல்ல லாபகரமான ஒரு தொழிலா நான் மாத்திக்கிட்டேன். இதையவே நான் மட்டும் வச்சிருந்தா பத்தாதுன்னு அந்த குழுக்களுக்கும் நான் பயிற்சியா கொடுத்து அந்த பொண்ணுங்களையும் இப்ப வர வச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறேன். இப்ப அந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல தான் நின்னுட்டு இருக்குதுங்க என்னோட முயற்சிகள்லாம். அப்புறம் எல்லாமே நார்மலா போயிட்டு இருக்குங்க. அவ்வளவுதாங்க எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. அப்புறம் எல்லா சப்போர்ட்டிங்ன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, எல்லா துறைகள்ல இருந்துமே தோட்டக்கலைத்துறை, வேளாண்மை துறை, கேவிகே, டிஎன்எஸ்ஆர்எல்எம், டிஎன்யூ அப்படிங்கிற எல்லா நிறுவனமுமே எல்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்றாங்க நல்லபடியா. ஆனா சாரு சொன்ன மாதிரி நாங்க பெரிய விவசாயிகள் வந்து ஆணையா இருந்தாலும், அவங்க குடுக்குற பண்டெல்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப ஆணை மேல வச்சு பெரிய சமக்கிற அளவுக்கு தான் இருக்கு. ஆனா அவரு காமிச்ச மாதிரி கால கட்டி போட்டுருக்கு. எது முன்னாடி போகணும் அப்படிங்கிறது 2025, 26ல கண்டிப்பா நீங்க எல்லாமே எவ்வளோ பொறுமையா உட்கார்ந்து இதெல்லாம் கேட்டிருக்கிறீங்க. இதுக்கெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு நீங்க தீர்வு சொல்லுவீங்கன்னு நாங்க நம்புறோங்க. அதிகாரிகளாக உங்களை அனைவரையும் கேட்டுக்கிறோம். கண்டிப்பா விவசாயம் வந்து வளர்ந்து வரும். விவசாயம் வந்து நாம விதைச்சவன் தூங்கிடலாம், விதைகள் தூங்காது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி, விவசாயி வேணா தூங்கலாம் ஒழிய விவசாயி என்னைக்குமே தூங்காது. நம்ம எல்லாம் 2018, 19 கொரோனா 20ல வந்து கொரோனா டைம்ல எது நம்ம வீட்டுக்குள்ள இருந்தோம், எதுல வேலை செஞ்சது, எதெல்லாம் உணவா மாத்திக்கிட்டோம் அப்படிங்கிறது கண்டிப்பா நம்ம எல்லாமே உணர்ந்த விஷயம் தாங்க. அதனால விவசாயம் வந்து என்னைக்குமே அழிவில்லாத ஒண்ணு. அதை எப்படி முறைப்படி கொண்டுட்டு போறது அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் உங்களோட எல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குற ஒத்துழைப்புல தான் இருக்கு. நீங்களாம் நல்லபடியா ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுப்பீங்க அப்படின்னு நான் கண்டிப்பா நம்புறேங்க. அந்த நம்பிக்கை தான் வாழ்வாதாரமே நினைக்கிறேன். அப்புறம் நான் எப்படி இதெல்லாமே தொடர்ந்து செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ஆம், நான் ஒரு கவிதை ஒண்ணு படிச்சேங்க ஒரு 7, 8 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி. அந்த பாரதியார் நீங்கலாம் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. "தேடி சோறு நிதம் தின்று பல சின்னஞ்சிறு கதைகள் பேசி மனம் வாடி துன்பம் மிக உழன்று பிறர் வாட பல செயல்கள் செய்து நரைகூடி கிளப்பருவம் எய்தி கொடுங்கூற்றுக்கிறை என பின்மாயும் பல வேடிக்கை மனிதரைப் போல நான் வீழ்ந்து விட மாட்டேன்" என உறுதி எடுத்துக்கொண்டு தான் இந்த செயல்பாட்டில் இறங்கியிருக்கிறேன். நன்றிங்க. எனக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த ஆனந்தராஜா சார், அப்புறம் ஜூலியன் சார், அமிர்தாஸ் சார், அப்புறம் கவிதா ஸ்ரீ மேம், இவங்க இப்ப எல்லாருமே வந்திருக்கிற எல்லாரும் என்னோட ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் அனைவருக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நன்றியும் கூடிக்கிறேங்க. கண்டிப்பா விவசாயம் ஜெயிக்கும். நம்ம யாரும் தோத்து போக மாட்டோம். கண்டிப்பா நல்லது நடக்கும். நம சிவாயங்க.
Actually, if I may request Dr. Anand Raja to just give a very brief summary for us. We saw her enthusiasm, but some of us couldn't understand. And then we'll request the next speaker to come in. Yeah, please. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Tangaraj, Loganagi Tangaraj, and she's a smallholder farmer that is holding of 5 acres of land. Initially, she learned about that the organic practices from Auroville, Pondicherry. Then she started cultivating of vegetables and small quantum of grains and kind of activities. Then later, she want to go for an organic farming practices, particularly drumstick. In 1 acre, she started with the 4,000 plants, and she started that seed hardening and seed treatment, and she could able to raise that crops and got a good price for this 1 acre. Then she has expanded to 3 acres of land. And during 2019-20, she met us at KVK Tirupur in Pongalore, where I am heading, and Dr. Kavita and my team was there. And we have motivated her not only going with that the raw vegetables, instead of that go for the value addition. So we facilitated to go with that the organic certification with the Department of Tamil Nadu Organic Certification Agencies. And also our home scientist supported her to go for that the food standard certification. From there, she gone for that the value addition of moringa leaf powder. She could able to make around 1,183 kilogram of moringa powder, and from that she could able to bring out lot of byproducts, laddu, muruku, like that value added products. And being a self-help group member, and with the support of Tamil Nadu Rural Livelihood Mission, particularly Mr. Komadhan, who was the heading of that time in Tirupur, now he is the secretary in Tamil department in Chennai. And he took him to expanding her experimentation to that all the self-help group members, and she shared her experiences as a form of training. And now she is comfortable. And particularly for these irrigation aspects, she as being an organic farmer, she never allows that other farmers run off water into her field. By using that Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, she mobilized that the laborers, the workers from her village, and she raised that bund around her field, and her runoff water will never goes out of her field, and she is having a small water storage structure, and she also using that the drip and fertigation techniques for irrigating that the moringa field and coconut. And now she is promoting the biodiversity in his small holdings, and she has around 50 to 55 tree varieties in her farm. And she is also having that the gate walls and for the different crops like teak and the coconut. And she is using that all the bio materials which is available from the departments, particularly the developmental departments of agriculture or horticulture. She is buying that bio fertilizers and other micronutrients, and she is enhancing that soil capabilities and the soil fertilities. And this is a very gist about and she loves to being a farmer, and she is enjoying, and when the crop fails and she is weeping as like as a human, and she is nourishing, she is not stopping with her the experimentation with her alone. And now she is almost reaching to almost around 10,000 people of different kinds of training and the capacities. So that is about her. A poem given by the Bharati, and she never goes without contributing, and she will feed to until her the last breath. She will feed, and she will keep on contributing to the society.
Sir, to make Madam Zeal to roll on further, I'm happy to pre-book a order for moringa powder and soup she is making. We are making a pre-booking order, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your talk and insights and experience on drumstick farming, and we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. Up next, we have Dr. Kavita, Assistant Professor, TNAU Tamil Nadu, who is a nematologist with TNAU, and her major area of interest is on biological control of plant parasitic nematode and unraveling the molecular mechanism of interaction with their host plants. She won several awards, including Research Excellence and Development Activities for Students. She has 10 years of teaching and research experience and administrative services too. She'll speak about influence of smart irrigation strategies on soil nematode communities.
Thanks a lot for the nice introduction, Ma. Very good afternoon to one and all present here, to all the delegates across the country and across the world from many other countries, and especially the faculty from TNAU and all. So a very good afternoon to you all once again. And I first wish to thank Dr. Amit sir and Dr. Anand Raja and many other faculty who have given me this wonderful opportunity to be a part of this delegation. So before I start with my presentation, I just want to just give a brief introduction about myself and my works that I'm taking up in my research area. So some of the scientists, they have talked, I think it was Sivabalan sir, he was rightly talking about the major problems because of the climatic changes that we are facing currently and that we are going to face in the future. So in that aspect, sir has missed one part, one major biotic stress, that is the nematodes. So I just wanted to fill that gap because that's going to be a big problem in the future because there are a lot of emerging nematode problems in many crops like in POM and many other crops. So that's what we are going to discuss now. So I'll just make my presentation very brief and understanding to you. So before we go to the discussion, I just want to say a few words about the constraints for water that is related to the context which we are speaking today. Okay, so water. So water is a very, what to say, it's going to be a big constraint in the future, that is in 2025, do you believe that water is going to be a big constraint? So how many of you are agreeing with me? Yes, because among the world, the water available in the world, we just have only 3% of fresh water, and that is going to be expired in 2025. So, and what is the action that we are going to take to conserve this water? So, I think this is a right delegation that we are going to make some smart irrigation strategies to manage the usage of the water for drinking purpose or for daily uses as well as the agricultural purpose, so that we can fill the gap that we are going to face in the future. Okay. And there is another important saying, because these are all some general sayings that I just want to emphasize today. So we just have to feed the soil and not the plant. So why we say this is because the soil is the basic foundation that contains all microorganisms and all other nutrients that is supporting the life on earth. So the modern sayings that we say is feed the soil and not the earth. So we just have to replenish or refill whatever we are taking back from the soil, right? Do you agree with me? Because we have been taking all the good things from the soil and we forget to replace or refill it. So that is one important thing that I wish to emphasize in this workshop, that we have to take care of the soil than other things. And another most important thing is the rhizosphere. So we all very well aware of what rhizosphere is. It is a bountiful of soil that is having interaction with that is having close relationship with plants. So this is a very golden soil that is having lots and lots of, let's say, about millions of microorganisms that are doing a lot of beneficial things to mankind. So we have to conserve this rhizosphere, because if you take just one handful of soil, we'll be finding out about 1 million of microorganisms, which contains bacteria, fungi, nematodes, tardigrades, and many microorganisms. So when we keep on dumping a lot of pesticides and inorganic chemicals, fertilizers, and other stuffs in the soil, what happens is all these microorganisms are getting removed. They are faded away from the soil, and that is the reason why our soil are becoming infertile. So the yield gets naturally reduced. So we always have to take care that we are conserving our soil. All right. So this is a small picture where how the interaction of takes place between different organisms with the rhizosphere region. And here there are many microorganisms that are living in the soil. So we know the bacteria, there are a lot of beneficial bacteria, some fungi, and then omnivores, herbivores, and many other organisms are having close interaction with the root system. So that that is a chemical reaction or a chemical understanding that takes place between the organisms and the root exudates. So which helps them to grow better, and then which helps the plants to give more yield. Okay. So now coming to my field of specialization. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware of nematodes. Can you just, yep. Yeah, nematodes, okay. These are very microscopic organisms that we cannot see through naked eye, right? So even in human body, there are lots of nematodes in our gut system. Similarly, in the soil, there are a lot of these nematodes that are, we classify them as good nematodes and bad nematodes. So we are much concerned about these bad nematodes because they cause significant yield loss to the crops, and they are always called as they are the hidden enemies to the farmers, because we cannot see them. Unlike the pests or disease or any insect, we can just see them over the crop system, but whereas we do not know what's happening under the soil. So these are some of the microorganisms that cause significant damage to the crops and yield loss. Okay, so it's just about the nematodes, how they appear, and other things. So this is a picture of a nematode. So here the first picture is the free living nematodes. So these are some beneficial ones that live in the soil, and they help us in increasing the soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and they increase the carbon nitrogen content in the soil. But whereas the nematodes on the other side are the parasitic nematodes. So what they do, they interact with the plants, they get into the plants, and then they suck the sap, and they cause severe damages in the below ground parts of the plant, which ultimately results in the severe decline in the yield. And can you imagine that that's 20% of yield loss is being caused by these plant parasitic nematodes, and that is what we are working on to control them through several strategies. So these are some of the like how these nematodes feed. They have different kinds of mouth parts and other stuffs. Okay, so again, the bacteria wars. So what do these bacteria wars and fungivores are doing? And again, herbivores or the plant feeding nematodes and some other predators. So they have a very close relationship in the rhizosphere region, that some this good nematodes help in increasing the soil organic content, and some these harmful nematodes cause the problem of yield loss. Okay, and again, coming to the distribution of these nematodes, because the distribution of these nematodes has very direct relationship with the water we are going to apply with the irrigation system. So most of the plant parasitic nematodes are distributed in with a depth of 15 to 20 centimeters in the soil. And then the distribution will be horizontal, and also the vertical pattern will be there. And the movement is also based on the water film that is present in the soil, so that these nematodes will be moving in the soil from one place to another. Okay. So among, as Shivabalan sir said, there are lots of these biotic stresses that we are facing, the farmers are facing, and especially the small and marginal farmers, they do a lot of, they put a lot of effort in bringing up their crop and get good yield. But these invisible enemies cause a severe damage. And then, so these are some of the nematodes that you are seeing here. Okay. So some major nematodes, we classify them as ectoparasites and endoparasites. So these cause severe damages to the crop. And here, what on the last picture you can see, it is the ultimate damage that we are going to see because of these nematode problems. Because many of the farmers do not know why the crop is dying or wilting. They will think that it is because of the reduction in the nutrient content or nutrient deficiency, or the plant is not having enough water, so they start irrigating. But there is no necessity for irrigating the crop unless they have to check the underground part that there is a nematode problem in their field. Okay. And this is a classification of nematodes that we do. Okay. And some symptoms, because only if you see some of the symptoms, how these nematodes cause, you'll be able to understand better. So this is the cyst nematode. So it is a major problem in potato crop. So many farmers do not know why their crop is getting severe yield loss. So this was one of the quarantine nematodes, because we are very much familiar about the word quarantine, right? After this COVID pandemic, everybody, even a small peasant farmers, know what quarantine is. So this was the first quarantine nematode that was reported in 1961, and this causes the severe yield loss in the case of potato. And the other one is carrot. So when we go to the market and when we purchase carrots, what do? We just see whether it is good. But some of the carrots will be having this kind of forking symptom. You'll be getting 3 or 4 carrot tubers coming together. So that is all because of this nematode. And we do not know, we just buy them, and we sometimes eat the baby carrots or raw carrots we eat. So it is all because of this nematode problem. And the last one is the field symptom. So how it causes damage, and then how the crops are suffering from these problems. Okay, and this is one of the very common and a major nematode problem that is called as root knot nematode. We scientifically call it as malardogain. So this causes a very, it infects almost all our crops, starting from our agriculture crops, horticulture crops, whatever crop you grow, it is infected by this nematode. And we are trying hard to control this problem. Okay, and this is another kind of parasite, which is halfway in the soil and halfway inside the plant. So this is the general life cycle of a nematode. So it normally completes its life cycle within 25 to 30 days, and then how it enters into the plant and it modifies the cropping system. So this is the root tip. So this is the very favorable area where this nematode infests and causes the changes inside the plant system, wherein you can see the plant's root is modified and it develops into a severe gall, and then which disturbs the uptake of the nutrients as well as water from the soil. So that is the reason why the plant is showing wilting and stunting in the above ground portion. So this is again a good picture that shows how this nematode enters into the soil. The small worm-like things, they enter into the root system, and then they start establishing a very good relationship with the root, and it causes severe damage. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And Loganagi, ma'am, have you ever seen this kind of symptoms in your field, where either in tomato or brinjal? I don't know, many of the farmers, they are not aware of it. Have anyone taken this kind of இந்த மாதிரி ஃபீல்டு சிம்டம் வந்து நீங்க பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா? ஏதாவது க்ராப்ல kadalala, takali. So it is because many farmers, they don't take in groundnut. This will be looking like the root nodules, because the nodules are a very beneficial structure which is formed by the rhizobium bacteria. So farmers think, they just ignore it, but it is because of this root knot nematode, which is highly problematic, and then it causes severe galling. So do you think a plant will be able to uptake any water or nutrients when it is infested with this kind of galling? So it is definitely hard, but these poor farmers, they do not know it is because of them, and they face this yield loss. Again, when you take scientifically the cross section of a root, it will be showing this kind of modification inside the cell. So this is a infected root, and the other side is a non-infected root. So it forms some histopathological changes inside the cell, and it is severely affecting the vascular system. Okay. So now let us come to the smart irrigation system and how it is going to reduce this nematode problem. Okay, we find that problem is there in the soil. So how this irrigation affects the nematode problem over there? Because when normally farmers, they go for flood irrigation system, and we also go for the drip irrigation, other things. So some of the studies have been done with related to nematodes, and we have observed that this irrigation systems has very much it plays a very important role in managing these nematodes, because when there is plenty of water, that is when it is irrigated copiously in the field, the problem increases. So in the case of drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation, and it can definitely reduce the nematode problem, because the problem is contained in the non-rhizosphere region. So thereby we can reduce the nematode problem through different irrigation strategies. So that is how we can go for the management of these nematodes using the smart irrigation technologies. Yes. And I think we have discussed with Dr. Amit, and regarding how we can efficiently manage these nematodes using the AI technologies and machine learning systems. So the small marginal farmers, they will not be able to know what is happening below ground. So when we develop a mechanism that we detect how much moisture is present in the soil, and when it has to be irrigated rightly at the right time, so that we can develop a mechanism to control the irrigation system, and then we can control these soil-borne pathogens efficiently. So that is what we are planning for the future. And I think in the morning session, Dr. Ram, I think, sir was also mentioning that a lot of researchers and fundings have been given to agricultural sector to focus the area where we need to focus on and develop a research project. So this definitely irrigation system is going to help us to reduce the nematode problem, as well as the fungal and other pathogen problem that are living inside the soil. So even I have conducted one small investigation in our university, and we could see at what rate the nematodes penetrate into the soil, and at what depth they are present to different types of irrigation, like smart drip irrigation and then sprinkler. And we could see that these are very much efficient in controlling these nematodes by different kinds of indices, what I have mentioned there, like maturity indices, enrichment indices, and all that, because that you won't be able to understand if I explain. But anyhow, these systems are very efficient in just they are controlling this nematode problem. So I just want to conclude my session. The present problem, even during the drip irrigation, we have a lot of problems like clogging, and we don't know when the irrigation and where the problem is. So these systems, if we rectify, this system could efficiently manage the problems in the field conditions. So in the future, we can use these smart irrigation technologies by using the precision agriculture and using the microbiome manipulation with like ecological engineering and many other concepts we are going for. So based on this, we can do the manipulations and also going for RNA interference. So we can detect some of the genes what are responsible for this mechanism, and then that kind of molecular studies can be performed. And then, as sir said, that the climatic change impacts. So all these things have very much impacting on the population of these pests and diseases that are the major biotic stresses where the farmers are facing. And some of the modelings and predictive tools, these can be focus can be given to develop their things. So my suggestion is that we have a lot of scope to work in this area to unravel the problems we have below ground, and using the new technologies like AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning, these problems could be definitely resolved, and then we can increase the productivity of the farmers and help these poor farmers. Thanks for the opportunity.
So, thanks to our speaker, I think we have one general theme on irrigation tomorrow, where a lot of these things are like, for example, one more area in which controlling nematode population. So we can combine some of these themes if you could please bring up, right?
Sure.
And sort of circulate the goals of the research.
Definitely.
Then we can have one common theme in there. There's banana irrigation issues. There's this one that we see here right now, and there'll be probably a couple more like under the mulch and so on. Yep. So I'm not going to, I'm in two minds. We can take questions or we can go for lunch. She's going to be available tomorrow as well. So this is my easy way.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks for the opportunity. I'll be here. If you have anything to discuss, we'll have it. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Nematodes won't go dormant. Dormant stage won't be there for their
Yeah,
life.
definitely. There is a dormant stage in nematodes, sir. Only if,
Yeah. No. So how, if you are not irrigating, it cannot grow. That's what your point is.
yes, sir. Because in the case of flooded irrigation, you are irrigating the entire field. So all these dormant nematodes will become active
it,
and they'll
got it.
start creating problem.
Got it.
So only in the area, the target zone, when you irrigate, it will all the other areas will be untapped. So that is the reason why this will be a good method to control the nematodes.
Thank
Hope
you.
that answers,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
1 second. இங்க லோக்கல் மேட்டுப்பாளையம் தாங்க. எங்க பகுதியில் வாழை அதிகமா பயிர் பண்றோம்.
Okay.
அதுல நிரந்தரமா நெமட்டோடு கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாம வளர்ந்துட்டு இருக்குது.
Okay,
அதுக்கு
sir.
சரியான சொல்யூஷன் கிடைக்காம இருக்குது. நீ இங்கிலீஷ்லயே டாக் பண்ணுங்க, தமிழ்லயும் சொல்லுங்க.
Sure. Sir, actually, you please visit our university and Department of Nematology will give you right guidance. The thing is, நம்ம வந்து banana and many other crops ல வந்து we need to go for crop rotation. அதாவது
சொன்னீங்கன்னா அவருக்கு புரியும்.
கண்டிப்பா. இப்போ banana and many crops ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா சார் நம்ம ஒரே ஃபீல்ட்ல அதே crop திருப்ப ரிப்பீட்டடா பிளான்டிங் பண்ணும்போது nematodes வந்து சாயில்ல இருக்கிறது. இப்போ வந்து நீங்க மேல ஒரு மக்காச்சோளத்துல படைப்புழு வந்துச்சு இல்லைங்களா, அதுக்கு வந்து நம்ம மேல கெமிக்கல் ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ணி கண்ட்ரோல் பண்றோம். பட் இந்த சாயில்ல இருக்கிற நெமட்டோட வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் மேனேஜ் பண்றதுங்கிறது இட்ஸ் அ பிக் டாஸ்க். ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து ஃபியூமிகன்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி வந்து மருந்து அடிச்சா மட்டும்தான் கண்ட்ரோல் ஆகும். இப்போ இதை எப்படி பண்ணலாம்னா நீங்க நம்ம ஈஸியா இன்டகிரேட்டட் நெமட்டோட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், அதாவது கிராப் ரொட்டேஷன் நம்ம பண்ணும்போது என்ன ஆகும்னா அந்த ரூட் சிஸ்டம் எது ஃபேவரபிளா இருக்கோ அந்த நெமட்டோடுக்கு ஃபேவரபிளா இருக்கிற ரூட் சிஸ்டம்ல இந்த கெமிக்கல் எக்ஸ்ரேட்ஸ் மாறும். ஸோ இப்போ வந்து நீங்க ரெகுலரா பனானாவே போடும்போது அது நல்லா எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் ஆயிடும். இப்போ வந்து நம்ம சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இதே ஒரே இடத்துல கம்ஃபர்டபுளா இருந்தா நம்மளால வெளியில போய் சர்வைவ் ஆக முடியாது. அந்த மாதிரி அந்த நீங்க கிராப் ரொட்டேஷன் பண்ணும்போது என்னன்னா அந்த நெமட்டோட்னால சர்வைவ் ஆக முடியாது. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் கிராப்க்கு அது வந்து பாப்புலேஷன் குறையும். அது ஒரு மெத்தட். இனி வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் நீங்க வந்து பெஸ்ட் சக்கர்ஸ் ரெசிஸ்டன்ட் வெரைட்டி நம்ம போடலாம். அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த பனானா சுத்தி வந்து நீங்க மேரிகோல்டு அப்படி நம்ம சொல்றோம் இல்லைங்களா, அது வந்து நீங்க எல்லாம் இன்டர் கிராப்பிங் பண்ணலாம், இல்ல பண்ட் கிராப்பிங் சொல்லுவோம். அது பண்ணும்போது என்ன ஆகும்னா இப்போ என்னோட ரிசர்ச் வந்து இந்த மேரிகோல்டு பத்தி தான். மேரிகோல்டுல வந்து அந்த ஆல்பா டெர்டைனில் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ரிப்பல்லண்ட் இருக்கு. அது வந்து நீங்க போடும்போது நேச்சுரலாவே நெமட்டோட ரிப்பீல் பண்ணி கொடுக்கும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் there are some of the methods. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க ஆர்கானிக் அமெண்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் நிறைய போடும்போது நெமட்டோட் ப்ராப்ளம் கம்மியாகும் சார்.
நிறைய மேரிகோல்டு இப்பவும் கிராப் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கேன். இருந்தாலும் அதை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ண முடியாத நெருக்கடியில் இருந்துட்டு
இல்ல
இருக்கோம்.
ஏன்னா நெமட்டோட் வந்து
என்னுடைய
soil-
போட்டோஸ் எல்லாம் கூட பார்க்கல நீங்க.
கண்டிப்பா.
வாழைக்குள்ள பூ போட்டிருக்கேன்.
ஓகே.
அதுல எல்லாம் இருக்குது. அது கண்ட்ரோல் ஆகுது. ஆனா முழு ஆகிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பே இல்லாம
அதுதான்
இருக்கு.
சார். இப்போ நம்ம வந்து இப்போ எப்படி நம்ம கெமிக்கலை நேரா லீஃப்ல ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ணீங்கன்னா அப்படியே அந்த புழு செத்து விழுந்துரும். நம்ம அதை ஆப்வியஸா பார்க்க முடியும். ஆனா அந்த சாயில்ல கண்ட்ரோல் பண்றது கஷ்டமான விஷயம். அதனாலதான் இன்டகிரேட்டட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பண்ணனாதான் நெமட்டோட கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ண முடியும் சார். நீங்க ப்ளீஸ் கம் டு அவர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். வாங்க, உங்களுக்கு கரெக்டா கைடன்ஸ் ஒரு ஃபீல்ட் விசிட் கூட வில் டேக் அப் சார். ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.
நன்றி நன்றி.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation on soil irrigation strategies to reduce nematode communities. A lunch break will be scheduled until 1:40 and the event will resume in the same hall after 1:40. Thank you. A very good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Let's resume our program with our next speaker, Mr. A.R. Subramanian, who's a farmerpreneur and holds an MBA from Annamalai University. He started oyster mushroom cultivation in 1993, and for 12 years, he served as a lecturer of management studies while managing and growing his oyster mushroom farm. Today, he produces 80 to 100 kg per day of oyster mushroom in hot areas of Tamil Nadu. He supplies ponds to 80 cultivators in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. He'll speak about impact of water stresses on yield and disease load of oyster mushrooms.
Yeah, good afternoon and all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk with you delegates. And with regard to agriculture, only thing I know is mushrooms. Apart from mushrooms, and that too only oyster mushrooms. And apart from oyster mushrooms, I do not know anything about other parts of agriculture. And basically, I concentrate only on oyster mushrooms. And I'm doing oyster mushroom farming for the past 28 years as a passion. I've seen all ups and downs in oyster mushroom growing. And if I have succeeded in oyster mushroom growing, I won't say 100%. I'm learning a lot even today. And maybe around 70%, 80% I have learned, which I am able to tell to other growers. And their success, okay, when they succeed, I get a lot of satisfaction. And still I am learning. Still I am learning a lot. And with regard to my oyster mushrooms, yeah. So this is how my farm looks like. This is how my farm looks like. It's all purely indoor. And how many of you know about the basic cultivation of growing of oyster mushrooms in this forum? Yeah, fine, that's fine. So this is how we grow. We make beds. Okay, we make beds. We call this each and every one as we call it as beds, oyster mushroom beds. And from that we get mushrooms like this. That's the second process. The first process is making beds, and the second process is we get mushrooms like this. And the final, once the mushrooms are plugged, it looks like the total sum, it looks like this. And I'll just touch about the process of growing oyster mushrooms. Then I'll come to the major topic, the water management in oyster mushrooms. So the basic raw materials which we use is paddy straw, as it is available in abundant in Tamil Nadu. Basically, I'm a grower from Coimbatore, which is I'm very near to Amrita, maybe 25 kilometers from Amrita is my farm. Okay, and the basic raw material which we use is paddy straw. We chop that straw, and what we do that is before we are using chemicals to prepare the beds to pasteurize the substrate. But what we are using now is hot water boiling method. We are changed into organic. We put the substrate in hot water boiling 60 to 80 degrees Celsius for 2 hours, and then once the substrate is ready, then we used to dry the extra water content in the straw. We use a dryer. The water comes out, and then it's ready for making beds like this. And this is the bed which we have made yesterday. See, 15.3. This is the bed, model bed, a trial bed which we have made yesterday. This is the mix of paddy straw, and this is the seed. This is the spawn. This is the mushroom spawn which we use. We mix that, and we have provided holes. And in order to insects not to go inside, I have made a micropore, which generally farmers doesn't do, growers doesn't do that. Okay, this is the yesterday grown bed, and this is made on 13.3, 3 days old bed. You can see how the spawn grows on the, you can see the mycelium growth on the paddy straw. And what happens is on the 15th day, that this is one part, this is the first part, this need to be pakka. If this is pakka, then it will take at least 15 days time for the mycelium to grow like this. Entirely the mycelium grows like this, and 15 or 16 days time, the entire growth will be there. For example, this is a very old bed. This is prepared on 26/1. This is the second flesh which we are getting, 26/1. The entire mycelium grows like this on this bed in 15 days time. 15 days time, the bed becomes like this, pure white. So after that comes the second stage of getting the mushrooms. So what happens here is that then given the proper condition, given the proper climatic condition inside the room, we get very good flush of mushrooms. So we divide the process into two. The first thing is bed preparation. Once the bed preparation gets over, for 15 days the spawn runs and the entire bed becomes white like this. Okay, the mycelium growth is fully over, and after this we have to get the flesh of mushrooms. And the first 15 days, what we need is three factors that has to be done inside the shed. Is major three factors which we generally do, which every farmer need to do, is moisture level, maintenance of moisture level, the maintenance of temperature, and maintenance of optimum carbon dioxide level. These three things are more important. And what moisture level, for the first 15 days for the mycelium to grow, we don't need any moisture level at all. For the mycelium to grow for the first 15 days, we don't need any moisture level at all. And what is needed is a temperature between 25 to 28 degree. The temperature inside the shed should be 25 degrees Celsius to 28 degrees Celsius. Automatically the mycelium will grow. So on carbon dioxide level also we need not worry. And what happens after 15 days? Once the mycelium is grown, we have put holes and the mushrooms pin comes like this. The mushroom pin comes like this. Oyster mushroom pin comes like this. And what happens this time is all the three things we need to give more important. The one thing is temperature, the same 24 degree to 28 degrees Celsius need to be maintained, and the humidity level should be 80%. The humidity level inside the shed should be 80%, and the carbon dioxide level need to be 400 ppm below 400 ppm. Sometimes during first flush we reach up to 500 ppm, and you proper exhaust system we can bring that to 400. It should be 400 ppm or below 400 ppm. All these three need to be taken care. Once if it is taken care, this is how the mushrooms will come like. So once properly taken care, okay. So maybe 80% we have taken care properly. So this is how the mushroom comes like. This is how the flushes comes like. So the mushrooms are taken and it's being packed in 200 grams pack. So this is what my produce is. One of my brand #1 mushrooms. Yeah. This is what the shed looks like. This is how the shed looks like. And what I have done is this is a closed 100% closed shed controlled with the cooler, air cooler. When air cooler is being used, and for exhaust we have got an exhaust fan. And again, such type of sheds I have got around 4 sheds. I got around 4 sheds. One model is this one, other model is this one. But generally, what farmers used to do is they used to have this type of shed, a thatched roof shed. Mostly what is preferred for growing oyster mushrooms is a thatched roof shed. This coconut leaves are used, and otherwise even palm leaves that can be used, and sheds are made. This is how the farmers do. Yeah. So now coming to actual problem of water management in oyster mushrooms, and coming to the reality of oyster mushroom growing. What I have done, I have told you now. But now taking the entire scenario, I concentrate in the state of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. The reason behind that is I not only grow mushrooms, I grow spawn and I distribute that to various growers in and around Tamil Nadu, major parts of Kerala, and some parts of Karnataka. So what they do, right from for the past 20 years, if you see, I would have supplied spawn to 1,000 people. Around 1,000 growers I would have supplied spawn, but actually how many people I am supplying today is only 80. So what happened to the rest? 920, they are left. The reason behind that is they are not able to manage the conditions, internal conditions in the farm. And is there not a demand for oyster mushrooms? Yes, there is a hidden demand for oyster mushrooms. There is a very huge demand for oyster mushrooms in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. Why I am speaking about these 3 states, I know only about these 3 states. The demand in these 3 states. Maybe the same may apply for the other parts of India also. So what happens is all the 1,000 growers, okay, the 900 growers, they belong to various geographical locations. They are grown for some time, they have got some yield, and that they are marketed in their local area. And people are used to eat oyster mushrooms, but now they don't get oyster mushrooms in their area. So once someone comes, grows it profitably, runs it very well, runs it successfully, sure they can sell their produce. And the one major advantage of growing oyster mushroom produce compared to other agriculture produces, oyster mushrooms do have a fixed price in these 3 states. The minimum selling price for oyster mushrooms, what I do at Coimbatore is 180 rupees per kilo. And in Kerala, it is 300 rupees per kilo. So we have a fixed price. Rather than all other agriculture produce, the price fluctuations are more. It's price intensive. But where it's not so, the reason behind that is the supply doesn't match the demand. There's a huge gap between supply and demand. Now, why 900 people left, or what problems even I face today in water management? We can put it in two ways. Number one is the three factors. What I told you is temperature maintenance, humidity, the carbon dioxide inside the shed, and water is closely related. Water management is closely related with temperature maintenance. Number two is humidity, maintaining the optimum humidity level, 80%. So what farmers used to do is, small scale farmers, what they used to do is they make sheds like this. They make sheds like this, and what they do is they put sacks on the, they put sacks on the all side parts, internal side parts, and the ground level will be just sand, and they just spray water on the sand, just spray water on the, using a 1-inch hose, using a small pump. They used to irrigate, they used to spray inside the room. And once the bits mycelium grows like this, what happens is they start using spray water on the beds even. The reason behind that is to bring down the temperature to 24 to 28 degree. To maintain the temperature between 24 to 28 degree, they used to do this small scale farmers. Apart from that, what they do is once they spray on the beds, this is the small scale farmers. Medium scale farmers, what they do is inside the room they put sacks around, and they use sprinkler systems, butterfly sprinklers. They call that as foggers, but that's not actually foggers. They use butterfly sprinklers, and wherein once we go inside, once we on the sprinkler, once we go inside, we will also become wet. That will be the amount of water distribution inside the room. So what happens that is, and again, they use the hoses. They use drip irrigation hoses to wet the sacks, which has been hanged inside the sheds. And through that, they try to maintain 80% humidity. They achieve initially for the 3 months or 4 months time, they achieve. And during this summer season, they won't achieve. When the temperature increases to 40 degrees Celsius, or it's more than 40 degrees Celsius, they doesn't achieve at all. A live example for that is generally what I grow is 1,000 packs a day. I'm able to grow the spawn seed packets. The per seed packet weighs around 350 grams, and my general average production is 1,000 packets a day growing is, and out of which 100 packets I take for my own use, for my own farm, 10%. Remaining 90% I used to distribute or sell to the people who grow oyster mushrooms. So what generally happens for me during this summer season is I achieve that for entire 8 months period. But 4 months period, the selling of my spawn packets typically drops 50% or more than 50%. It drops. The reason behind that is people are not able to maintain a optimum climate inside their room. So they leave it as such. 4 months period, they leave it. And what they do is after that, during the Tamil Nadu, Kerala, during the month of June, again they start. Now 50% no one will do. And during the month, right from starting from June month, they start doing it because the monsoon starts by that time in Coimbatore area, Tamil Nadu and Kerala area. So during that time they start. So what happens? So this is what the medium scale grower do. What I am doing typically here in this shed is I am using RO water. I'm using RO water, and that RO water is getting sprayed, fogged inside the room. I use minute foggers. But once we go inside, even after 15 minutes of fogging, even if we stand inside the sheds for 5 minutes, when the fogging is on, we never become wet. So that's the system I'm using. And I feel even that is okay. That's comfortable only to 80% level. In spite of that, during this season, what we do is we too have sacks inside. We just wet the sacks, the grounds also, we wet the ground. With the sands also. Only then we will be able to get 70% or 80% during the 2 o'clock time. This time and all, the temperature level, I'm sure it will be 29 to 30 degrees. And the moisture content in my place will be around 70 only. I used to reach that only during 5 p.m. in the evening. So this is what I do in a medium scale farm. So now what the problem is, once the water, why 50% of the people are not doing now this time is they are not able to manage. The water management is not done properly, underwatering. They are not able to cool the shed. They are not able to maintain the humidity and the temperature inside the shed. So for that, they need a solution. And once they have the beds inside, even 60% humidity is maintained. They are able to maintain, the yield comes down considerably. See, this is once we have made this bed, this is of 1.5 kg weight. Once I make a bed, this is a 1.5 kg weight substrate, wherein I would have used around 500 grams to 600 grams of dry straw. The dry weight of the straw was 500 grams to 600 grams. The optimum yield I used to get is I had one more mushrooms too. See, because of the non-moisture, this room has got a very good temperature, but not a good moisture level. The moisture level should be only 40% or 50% AC room. See what happened? It has become dry, it started drying. Could you able to see? The buds started drying. If I have kept this in my farm with optimum moisture level, it would have become bigger. And I would have got around 300 grams to 400 grams of mushrooms tomorrow morning. So see, this 500 grams of substrate I'm using, once I get 300 grams to 350 grams of mushrooms tomorrow morning, okay, the first flush, that itself is a profitable one. I have reached my break even. Totally, I can get only 500 to 550 grams. It's only 100% bioefficiency if I reach the dry substrate. That's a very good yield. And many farmers during this time, what happens is they doesn't reach that. They reach only 50% bioefficiency or 40% bioefficiency. So in that case, it doesn't become it becomes a loss-making unit, and they do not know how to improve the temperature, how to decrease the temperature and improve the humidity level. So in that case, no other go, they leave the field and go. 3 months, 6 months, they do whatever. And what propaganda people make is oyster mushroom growing is the best one. You can become very rich by growing oyster mushrooms. You just start. Many people do like that, and without proper information, what happened? People start. Even to make a shed like this, it will cost around 80,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees today. They invest on that, and after 6 months time only they come to know that they are not able to grow it properly, and what all yield they have got, they have sold in that local area, and they leave it and go. So this is what happens. Underwatering. Other thing is the overwatering. So once we overwater, for example, once the hose is put, and if it is being, once they irrigate, okay, once they humidify the entire room using a hose, okay, 1 inch hose or a mic sprinkler butterfly sprinkler what happens is all these holes, okay, we have provided holes on the beds. So once lot of water is poured on this bed to increase the humidity level, sure, they will achieve the required humidity level. But what happens is inside these holes, the water goes inside. So once the lot of water content goes inside these holes, naturally what happens, that water eats the mycelium. The bed deteriorates and it gets contaminated. See, we have overwatering. The thing is, the water goes inside, all these things. Plus, as ma'am told about nematodes, we have got a problem. We too have a problem in mushroom growing. Once the sand, they just have a sand on the floor, and the entire sand they used to stack water on the sand to increase the humidity level. So once that water is stacked, in 3 months' time or 4 months' time, we get small insects. An insect that gets developed from the sand, and you can see those insects going inside these holes. They just go inside these holes in the beds, which again eats the mycelium. Again, no yield at all. First flush they will get, the next 2 flushes they won't get. First flush they will get, the next 2 flushes they won't get. So again, this is overwatering, problem in overwatering. The second problem in overwatering is the yield considerably decreases. The third problem in overwatering is once the insects is there, once the insects comes inside the room, again that affects the newly beds which we have prepared like this. I too have insects, that's why I have put micro tape here. And the insects doesn't go, and I cannot recommend all the people to do this because it's a costlier affair. So I cannot recommend everyone to do this. So the insects goes inside, which contaminates the future beds. What all beds we are going to prepare in the future, that gets contaminated. So in that case, we are not in a position to run the farm at all. So what we need, what the oyster mushroom industry needs today, that's what I am representing. I am representing the entire oyster mushroom industry, oyster mushroom growers of Tamil Nadu and Kerala or the nearby states, because this is a common perennial problem which every one of us face. So what the oyster mushroom industry needs today is that we need to maintain humidity 80%. We need to have a temperature of 24 to 28 degrees inside the shed, a carbon dioxide level of 400 ppm and below. And we need a solution for that, a right solution for that, which can be maintained all through the year, which the farmer can do. So what we expect from this forum, a solutions from this forum like is a right infrastructure. By passion, I have made various infrastructure level. I do not know that's right or wrong. I'm doing it, going on doing it. Okay. So a right infrastructure, which will bring down the temperature, which will have an optimum temperature, and a right water management. The water should not be overwatering or underwatering, but 80% humidity should be there inside the room. 88 to 85% humidity should be there inside the room, and a right exhaust system to maintain a carbon dioxide system, to have a right level of carbon dioxide. So this is what we expect, the solutions we expect. And if it is done, if a model shed is done of that nature, and if succeeds, and I am ready to invest any a lot on that. If it succeeds, and that will be eye opener for the entire oyster mushroom industry in India. So with these few thoughts, I leave it to you, and I want solutions from your people. And thanks for Amrita University. They have been to my farm 2 months back to my farm, and I discussed all this with them. What all I discussed with them that day, I am just speaking. And I told I'm not an eminent speaker to come and deliver here. I do not want it's a second long time for me to deliver. It's a long time I have delivered. I have addressed to the people. And he told whatever experiences you have got, you just speak. Both sirs came that day. And now what they have done is, as an initial part, they allotted 3 students from their university to have IoT and the right system, to have implement a right system in our farm, and they have taken it up as a project. And thank you, university people, and thank you, delegates, for hearing me patiently. Thank you. Yeah. It's 9-3. I'm A.R. Subramanian. That's fine. Most welcome. Yes. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
You don't see much progress, but actually what he wants can be done in a week with the competencies that he carries in that area. But the cost factor of that, I think we're looking forward to something in December. Yeah. So thank you so much for this. And if there's any questions, I'll in any case share his phone number. So please utilize that and get into touch. Yeah. Go on, please.
In a nice manner, the way it is you are doing, and to bring, to temperature, reduce the temperature, that is the only way, that using a fogger, and that needs to be cost effective, as you have mentioned. Your infrastructure, basic infrastructures are there, because if someone is constructing that kind of a hatchet, even spending about 1 lakh, then the top portion is there. With that, what exactly can be done? Like a fogger can be utilized, and nowadays foggers, plastic foggers with a low cost foggers are available, efficient, good one. I'm talking about the that equivalent to Israel made foggers. In India, it is being nowadays manufactured, and only that foggers with now the foggers work not in a very high pressure. It will operate at about, say, 4 bar. So you don't need a pumping system with a huge pressure as well. So that kind of systems are available. So I think that is the best solution, because once you are putting foggers there, then what will happen? It will absorb the latent heat, then temperature will go down, and the moisture level will definitely increase. By the way, what is the relative humidity, ambient RH in that area?
80%. It has to increase. We need 80%.
And what is the ambient RH? Ambient atmosphere, what is the?
It should be more than 80%. It should not be below 80%. If it becomes 100%, it is of more water content. And one thing which I didn't share with you is, you can just see. One second. Yes. These are the mushrooms which I plucked today morning. And see, this has got a right humidity. See, this particular mushroom which has been plucked today morning around 7 a.m. has got a right humidity, and you can see the difference now. This one, see, able to do this, you can feel it. This the right one, the mushrooms which I have got in my right hand. Okay, this has got a right moisture content, where the shelf life of these mushrooms will be there for 3 days. Once refrigerated, these mushrooms are good for 4 days, and this mushrooms will hold good only for 1 day. And I didn't show you one slide. I missed to show one slide. One of my grower who sent this. Still, I have to do a lot in oyster mushrooms. So still, my concentration is only oyster mushrooms. And button mushrooms, basically in India, it has become people are successfully doing it in large scale. It needs a lot of investment today. And those are all small scale farmers in Ooty, and they are not able to do it successfully. And because large scale people have come, and again, marketing becomes a difficult thing today in southern parts of the country. because of the availability. That's all because of the availability. But generally speaking, since I'm growing oyster mushroom, I am telling that of all the 3 mushrooms available in Tamil Nadu, oyster and the southern called oyster, button, and milky mushrooms, the oyster tastes good. Plus the health aspect is also oyster. That's what the general thing is also.
Good evening to all of you. I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity to share some of my experiences with Panchakavya and drought hardiness for over 20 years. Whenever we talk about organic farming, we used to say before Panchakavya or after Panchakavya. So organic farming before Panchakavya was one thing without much of the tools. But organic farming after Panchakavya, it is with all weapons. How come a Panchakavya, a product of cow, made out of 5 elements, how it makes all the difference? That is what we are going to see. Say a bit of mythology to indicate its ancestry. From time immemorial, this was talked about. Avin Maya Aindumni, that means Panchakavya. Aran Aind Atudal, that Aind means 5, that is 5 elements. Then An Petra Aind Endi, An means cow, Aind means this Panchakavya, 5 elements of the cow. Avil Aind Sugam Daduvan, again. So it shows the deep connection with the ancient past. So these are all the different methodologies, different versions, different rishis, different sages. They have given a different formula for spiritual purposes. Now, Dr. Natarajan, MBBS, he started applying this Panchakavya, this mythological product, onto crops, human and animals. I was associate for about 10 years with him, because he belongs to my native, and we have researched. We have taken this material to the university to find exactly how it works in the plant system, what is the metabolical process in which it passes through the plant kingdom and makes all the difference. So here there are 2 types of preparation. There's some samhara krama, means anything destructive. This Srishti krama means it is something for growth and development. There are 2 aspects of this Panchakavya. The way you prepare, materials are same. When the materials when it is added in sequence, if the sequence is followed in one way, it acts as a disinfectant. If it is exactly opposite, it supports growth and development. And again, each component, milk, curd, ghee, urine, and dung, these are all the 5 elements from the desi cow, the cow with hump. I don't mean all Jersey or hybrids. Any breed across the world with a hump, it is supposed to be the cow. So from the cow, the 5 items are selected, and each item is attributed to one of the sages. And again, out of different colored animals, each item is identified with one color. That is what given in the picture. Say when from mythology, when it was taken out and started applying on crop, plant, and animals, we did a lot of research, lot of experimentation, and based on the feedback from the field workers, this formula, this combination found to be too good for all the 3 areas, human, animal, and plants. So these are all the chemical combination that you can go through. And in the university, through my MSc and PhD students, I have studied this effect of Panchakavya on the plant system, on various crops, flower, vegetables, oil, seeds, and all. Say, the first and foremost effect is the hardiness for drought. Extreme drought, whether it is paddy or sugarcane or whatever it may be the crop, when the Panchakavya is sprayed or administered either in the soil or as a foliar spray, in whatever form you apply, the first thing is drought hardiness. Even if the field goes dry for weeks together, it gives the sustenance for the plant to withstand the drought. Then early flowering. So this is the most dynamic physiological factor in any plant. So from vegetative getting into reproductive phase means it's all hormonal dance. So this total hormonal dance makes from vegetative to reproductive, that the earliness, a month, a week, a fortnight, that earliness it ensures. Then extended shelf life. That means double the days. If it is 1 week, normal 2 week, 1 month, 2 months. So that way, another observation we have made. Then retention of flavor and aroma even after cooking. Any type of cooking, roasting, frosting, or smoking, whatever may be the type of cooking, the products are able to retain flavor and aroma. Then good seed fill. That means if a gunny of 65 bags, if it is filled with the Panchakavya sprayed material, the same gunny, the same value, it will weigh 90 kilos. So we have tested with different balances to check the fact. How come the seed fill is so good when the Panchakavya is applied? Then tolerant to pest and diseases. So these are all the crop details. Let me not, because I have been given time only 15 minutes. The crop I am skipping, and you can go through in the slides. It is communicated. Say, one thing which puzzled me, when cow dung and urine alone is used, it acts as a disinfectant. That is what we do in every household, every morning, every day. But when 5 things are combined, its activity, its orientation is just opposite. It supports growth. How come? This is one area we need to explore. Say, earlier we thought it was mediating through nutrition, it was mediating through water, it was mediating through hormone. This and that we have explored. We have given the sample to NABL laboratory for analysis, and they have given that. So they are not able to attribute all the physiological expressions due to this particular reason, that particular reason, that particular reason. They are not able to attribute. That question was not answered. Then I have an experience with the Siddha people of this Tamil Nadu, or various levels, traditional, right from traditional healers to Siddha MD doctors and all. So in Siddha system, there is one thing called muppu, that is trisalt. The trisalt, it is an alchemical substance. It can convert any metal to any other higher metal, from iron to gold. That is the philosopher's stone that the Siddhas used to prepare and added to pinhead size to every medicine they prepare to increase the potency. That trisalt, they collect it from 3 different regions. One is they call Shiva salt, another is Shakti salt, third one is Nandi salt in their terminology. Shiva salt is being collected wherever the dhobis are washing the cloth with salt collected from the soil. So from that periphery, the Shiva salt is collected. The Nandi salt, whenever the animals are grazing in the field, sometimes they used to lick the rock. That rock, it is sodium hydroxide, maybe something salt tasty. So that salt they collect. These 2 salts are available anytime, anywhere. But the Shakti salt, it is available only on Chitra Purnami day. That too in 120 places in India, in Tamil Nadu, Pudukottai, Vellar River Basin. So all the Siddhas who prepare this muppu medicine, they used to wait there from 12 to 3 a.m. to collect it. It will be frothing from the soil. So they collect it. So all the 3, they'll have to combine it together without any chemical reaction. It should not get into the 4th compound. So that is their mind, their soul, the whole yoga strength, everything is involved in that. Here, what is interesting here is what is called a Shakti salt, the puner, which is used in preparation of the alchemical substance. It is available in the cow's urine. So that is a very striking factor. Then if you refer to Gujarat Agriculture University literature on the biotechnology department, they have made a publication. They have analyzed around 50,000 samples of urines of different animals. Only in Desi cow animals' urine, they found the ions of gold. Junagadh Agriculture University, if you Google it, that article will come. They have identified the ions of gold in the cow's urine. That from the scientific version. From the Siddha side, they say the puner is one of the component in the alchemical substance. Then puner is available in the cow's urine. From here, let us get into the Panchagavya. That means it has the potency of this gold, ions of gold. And that is why we never get any result out of NABL laboratory analysis, because it is neither nutrient nor hormone, none of the physical components. It is a potentiator. It is a totipotency factor. In a cell, the biological efficiency of the cell may be different during different stages of the plant. It enhances the potency of the plant cell and cell structure, cell organisms, so that its efficiency is more. So what this Panchagavya does is, it is enhancing the totipotency of a particular plant cell or animal cell or human cell. So that is where the Panchagavya acts. This is one part. There are issues to be addressed by the scientific community, and already ministry has taken it up, and through Department of Science and Technology, they are also at it. The one is the cosmic relevance of this Panchagavya. Say 5 elements, the 5 Buddhas there is an interconnect. That interconnect need to be explored. Then we know the lunar and solar effect on the crop growing system or human system or anything that is visible. The same way, when the sun moves from the equator to line of Cancer and line of Capricorn, when it moves away, it loses its energy, and when it starts moving towards equator, it gains energy. That is why Adipatam, Thaipatam, we fix it for sowing issue. Say, this lunar systems, when the 5 elements are collected during Nil Moon day, what happens? When the 5 elements are collected and mixed together on full moon day, what happens? in different phases, 15 days phases, if it is combined, that needs to be explored further. Then the particular breed, say there is one Karambasu with all 16 virtues. All not all black cows are Karambasu. Karambasu has got 16 qualities. That 16 symbols are there in the animal. We say, suppose if the material is taken from that Karambasu, what is the effect? And if it is collected from different colored animal, how the potency is getting altered. And then Yamadagni sage, he is prescribing one method. Parasara, he prescribes some other method. So what is the basic difference between what is the commonality between two systems needs to be explored. Then the urine collected, the first urine the day, or the cow may be the first lactation or second lactation or third lactation or fourth lactation. Which one is best? Which one contains more potency? That also needs to be explored. And then the 5 products collected from the animals with the hump and without hump, that needs to be explored. So like that A1, A2 milk, the protein is 3.5% only. When the protein is analyzed in the molecule, say 230 molecules in desi milk and hybrid animal milk, it's all lot of difference are there. So in the same way, product collected from animal allowed for grazing or product collected from animals from stall fed. So these are all the issues to be further explored. So now the government of India has rightly initiated this process, and the work has been assigned to various institutions, and the work is going on. So at the end of the day, the India is going to give, just like yoga, another potential weapon for inside and outside issues through this Panchakavya. I think time is up, and any questions I'll be happy to answer.
Much for this talk. I think it was very different from all the talks that we've had. Do we have any questions for the speaker to begin with? This okay. It's like every slide was just enormous.
So one request, sir.
Please,
sir.
Yeah. You may not be able to. Could you
Tamil பேசுவார் சொல்லுங்க.
சரிங்க. அப்பொழுது முதலில் உங்களோட சொற்பொழிவிற்கு மிக்க நன்றி. இந்த பஞ்சகாவிய மாதிரி வெவ்வேறு நாடுகளிலும் வேறு தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் இருக்கின்றன. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், வேறு கலாச்சாரங்களில் வெளிநாட்டில் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு வேலை வேறு உட்பொருள்களுடன் பஞ்சகாவிய மாதிரி ஒரு பூச்சி விருத்தி அல்லது உருவாக்குறாங்களா?
Biodynamic, if you take biodynamic, the process is different. So each local situation, that the traditional knowledge is something different. So one traditional knowledge of one country, we cannot fuse it with the traditional wisdom of the other country. So it is a traditional wisdom of India, and it can be extrapolated and applied elsewhere in the world. The only thing is animal will have to have a hump.
Sir?
Please, sir.
I'm basically mushroom grower, oyster mushroom grower. கோயம்புத்தூர்ல oyster mushroom grow பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் சார், சிப்பிக்காலன். அதை வைக்கோல பாஸ்டரைஸ் பண்றதுக்கு நாங்க இப்போ வந்து ஹாட் வாட்டர் மெத்தட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஏற்கனவே ஃபார்மலின் பெவிஸ்டின் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா அது பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு ஆர்கானிக் மெத்தட்ல ஹாட் வாட்டர் பாயிலிங், ஹாட் வாட்டர் டிப்பிங்க்கு வந்துட்டாங்க. அதை அந்த பஞ்சகாவியா யூஸ் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து பாஸ்டரைஸ் பண்ண முடியுங்களா? ஏன்னா WDC யூஸ் பண்ணி பாஸ்டரைஸ் பண்ணலான்னு சொல்றாங்க. அதை ட்ரையல் போட்டு பார்த்தாங்க, சக்சஸ் ரேட் இருந்தது, பட் எல்லா கண்டிஷன்ஸ்லயும் இல்லை, ஆல் த்ரூ த இயர் இல்லைங்க. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி வந்து பஞ்சகாவியா நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணலாமா பாஸ்டரைஸ் பண்றதுக்கு?
அதாவது பாய்ச்சரைசேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டுங்க. அது வந்து ஹை டெம்பரேச்சர் போயிட்டு சடன் லோ டெம்பரேச்சர் கொண்டு வந்து அந்த மாதிரி பண்ற அந்த பாய்ச்சரைசேஷன், மில்க்குக்கு பண்ற பாய்ச்சரைசேஷன் சொல்றீங்க இல்லையா?
இல்லைங்க, வைக்கோலை வந்து பதப்படுத்துறது சார். வைக்கோல்ல உள்ள கிருமிகளை வந்து நீக்கிட்டு அந்த மைசிலியம், காளானோட மைசிலியம் மட்டும் வளர்றதுக்காக பண்ற பாய்ச்சரைசேஷன். வைக்கோலை டிப் பண்றோம்.
நீங்க அது என்ன பண்ணலாம்னா, நீங்க டோன்ட் கோ ஃபார் பஞ்சகவ்யா, நீங்க கவுடங் அண்ட் யூரின் மிக்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா?
ஆமா.
ஸோ அந்த சொல்யூஷன் நல்லா ஃபில்டர் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க அதை யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஏன்னா அதுல மைக்ரோபியல் லோடு இருக்கும், அந்த யூரினுடைய டிஸ்இன்ஃபெக்டிவ் குவாலிட்டி இருக்கும். ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க.
நன்றி சார். தேங்க்யூ.
எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர்.
எஸ் சார், தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச்.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ ஆல்.
Thank you, Vadivel sir, for your presentation on importance of Panchagavya in agriculture. I'd also like to thank Subramaniam sir for his informative presentation on oyster mushroom growing. I would now request Julian sir to give away a memento of love to Vadivel sir.
Friends, actually we have not introduced properly Dr. Vadivel sir. He is the person, he was earlier as a Dean Horticulture in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, then later he has become the Director of Extension Education. And he is the person he has introduced that the precision farming concept in India. The precision farming in West is totally different. And sir, if you throw a light on just 2 to 3 minutes, please, sir. Just 2 minutes.
So, the university was assigned with the responsibility of raising crops under Indian precision farming system in 1,000 acres in Dharmaburi district. There, 3 years we have lived with the farmer and we have raised the crop and farmers were just witness. The water economy, it was tremendous. It was not only water economy is tremendous. Even when there was no rain for 2 to 3 months, the plants are almost dry, almost at the stage of total dry stage. Again, it revived. The crop was under flood for 2 months because of the heavy torrential cyclonic rains. That time also the precision system, it supported the crop and the crop was able to survive. Rest of the items are secondary. Well, the primary thing is the extreme drought tolerance and the extreme tolerance for waterlogging. The both we have witnessed in this scheme. See the crops. So because of this system, it was we have tried in 1,000 acres. Now the state government has took it over and scaled up to 1,20,000 hectares across the Tamil Nadu. The drip and fertigation multi-benefit technology, it was able to reach nook and corner of Tamil Nadu. That is the end product of this project. Thank you, Dr. Anandaraj.
Thank you very much, sir, because the time is the limit. So that precision farming in India or in Tamil Nadu, what sir and the team has conceived is that the preparation of soil, the chisel plow, the drip and fertigation, the water soluble, that is the water soluble fertilizer application, and then empowering the farmers or promoting that farmer producer groups, farmer interest groups, farmers association, then linking with the market. These are the 5 concepts sir has practiced, and I am part of the team from 2008 to 2014. And sir has retired from that superannuation in 2014, and still now is connecting with the 120 farmer producer organizations, and he is leading as a consultant. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
As we proceed with the event, our next speaker for the day, Mr. Frederick Francois, an entrepreneur. He holds a DEA and DESS from Pierre and Marie Curie University in electronics. He's a founder of demand-side instruments that specialize in energy and water management. He has supervised one PhD candidate, each at Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Boston University. He has authored 8 patents and 6 technical publications, and is going to speak about tools to support integrated fertigation through the phenological cycle, an example for mangoes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here, around here. I will try to give you a quick overview of what we have done in the past 10 years around the IoT network and everything. I heard this morning a lot of things around the IoT and the performance and what can be done through the technological like this one and having some smart irrigation. What I would like to do right away to show you an example of what the combination of technology may have an impact on the social aspect and also on economical aspect when we do that. So this is something we have done in Réunion Island in Indian Ocean. I would like to emphasize that I heard a lot about smart technology and everything. And based on our experience, it is very important to consider tropical island or tropical climate to do some technology in terms of IoT. For example, your battery is very sensitive to the climate things, and that's why it's interesting to have this return. First of all, some banal, the picture is not there, I don't know why. The mango supply between the demand, the simple balance between demand and consumer, it's something difficult to maintain. So far, the customer demand, consumer seeks quality and affordability. And the production in the mango supply, it depends on the climate and a lot of other natural conditions. And of course, you try to find a balance between this to adjust the price, because what the market wants, what the consumer wants, it's a fair price. What the producer wants, it's to have enough, enough money at the end of the month due to, and the way we are going to work on that is to reduce the intrants, meaning reduce the fertilizer, reduce the insecticide, everything thanks to the IoT. But it's not only a matter to control thanks to the IoT, the natural aspect, and fight against climate change. Because what we have seen in our way that we have done that in Réunion Island, you have more and more some intermediate. Some people, who deal between the producer and the consumer. And this, it's a kind of things that will reduce and control artificially the price of the market. So far, my focus will be done on the natural variability in production, thanks to the IoT. But we have to consider that even tomorrow, you have something, thanks to the technology, you will create another issue that we can be around the intermediate. I'll give you an example. For example, the avocado. The avocado market depends also on the production and, by the way, on the consumer. And so far, for the avocado, there is a lot of room climate, for example, in Paris area, where you can, manage when the avocado is mature. That's why the price of the avocado change a lot versus the capability of this climate room. So to reduce that, we have done some efficient water management to try to fight again a natural strategy for a fair market. We are going to apply the water management to a phenological cycles of the mango and utilize agronomic practices to manage the flowering, preset, and maturation to predictable and enhance the yield. We have to have some integrated pest and disease management, and more important, climate adaptation and soil health. To do that, the species name of the mango tree is based on the cycle. I don't see, I should bring my computer because I don't have any picture and no graph and everything. I don't know why, but you have to trust me on this one. The picture is not going up there. I don't know why. I send it. Because I sent it that to your PowerPoint, and when you update it was okay. Anyway, the cycle of that, you have what we call the cycle of this based on the flowering, fruit group, free ripening, and harvesting. And basically, this cycle, you can spin it up or slow it down thanks to the water management. You can increase, for example, the flowering season. You can increase everything if you manage the water. It's something natural you can do thanks to the IoT, where we are going to bring some water. This will help to manage the production. For example, at the Christmas period, the mango, it's a pretty high price. It's around $10 a kilogram. If you can success to delay of 15 days the production, you may manage the price versus the market and the demand. This is what we have done thanks to a smart irrigation system based on IoT. Yesterday, one of my colleagues was showing you our complete platform that is based on different IoT, edge computing platform, and everything. We have done that also, bring that. Something just important, just to emphasize what we were saying this morning. A lot of people talk about big data. We are talking more in small and smart data, meaning that we create on the field the necessary model and the necessary data collection that will help there. Because so far, if you beat on the reliability of the link to, for example, to the field, to the cloud, try to modelize on the cloud and break it back, you have two things that is very important to consider. Of course, you beat on the fact that you have a network connection that is reliable. So what's happened when you are a farmer place in the where you have no connection? And this is happened most of the time. Second thing is you have to have a model that is good enough to perform. It's not necessary to have a great and big model that will, we learn from our experience that it's more important to have a model that is very simple, that can be very adaptive, and also that can be understanding by the farmer with some key metrics that it's more easier to simplify. So
just a second, if you could pause for a moment, we'll re-download the files. The pictures are there. Yeah, it's just the file needs to be re-downloaded.
Well, it will be useful. Thank you very much. Whoa. Thanks again. Sorry about that. I was a little bit disturbed by that, but on the way. So I will go through that. Basically, this is a very summary, what every small farmer dream. A clear access to the customer, a fair price, just a fair balance between production and everything. We are very well in the word, very oriented, production-oriented driven. And basically, so far, what the small farmer is basically, there is something that is going difficult to fight against. The technology you have in place right now is dedicated to big farmer, big industry. You can buy something affordable in France, in US, and everything. What about Africa? What about tiny island? What is the cost of such things? It's not necessary to talk about smart irrigation if you have not the power to pay $1,000 sensors. If you won't help. So basically, what we have tried to do is to create a complete platform and ecosystem that fit two things. It should be affordable in terms of price, and it should be also easy understandable by the farmer. Because the farmer doesn't, if you put a lot of curve, a lot of data and everything, he will take care for a few days and after don't understand anything. So you will have something that a rejection of this technology that may be very useful for him and help him to access to this technology. So two things is very important when you start about smart irrigation, and especially when you talk about smart farmer. It's not only technological aspect, it's the acceptation of the technology by the small farmer. Because big farmer thinks differently of small farmer. Big countries thinks differently. Production thinks differently. So what we have done here is also to work on the natural variability in production, not artificial control. This is something that I will show you later on what we have done on that to be just sure in terms of price. And I was thinking about sustainable mangrove production, the way that our smart and efficient water management can help to reduce and manage the production mango. This is important. So basically, on the mango tree, you have 5 stages of this cycle. This is the way of the flowering, free growth, free ripening, and harvesting. And you can see here, depending of the season, you need to bring some water. So the basic idea is, if you manage water, can you manage the cycle? The answer is yes. And this is what we have done thanks to IoT, meaning that you can accelerate or reduce some different phase by breaking the water just a month, just good enough to win some different days. And this is very useful because when I told you before, it's, for example, if you talk about the Christmas period in France, the mango market, the kilogram will be close to $10. If you bring it 15 days later in January, it's just peanuts. You waste your time and everything. So basically, to do that, we have created what the Mastering the Mango Phenology Cycle. You have a complete IoT platform that we have developed here based on different sensors that classical humidity sensors, but also sensors for NPK. You have some different probes that we put in the soil at different depth that will help us to understand what is the soil moisture and the soil humidity. A weather station that will be in place, and different sensors that will help us to introduce water threats when it is necessary, control the irrigation, and have a complete integration system in the way. What is the basic idea? Is before, when you have a random and spread out fruit harvest everywhere. So it means you have your full production, you can come and everything. If you stress your water and control by area, you can control a geographically area and manage the production. And it's not only helpful to manage the production, because if you have some treatment or fertilizer, you will focus all your workload only on one place and not all over the harvest. And this is very important also, more efficient, and it's very practical for small farmer because you have the capability to go all over the harvest and hire a lot of people to help him. So basically, the approach can be also very useful to manage and help small people. The key for that, the 2 main tools behind the different sensor I show you, it's a dendrometer. Basically, a dendrometer costs it's a very powerful tools in agronomy and very expensive, close to 1,000 euros. What we have done here is to redesign a complete and very flexible dendrometer to lower the cost. This cost of the dendrometer is less than $100. How we do that? It's not an accurate technology. Think about that. Do you need really for a dendrometer to have the measurement in micrometer? No, you just want to have the knowledge of what it is basically in the sensors. We have also the control valve that we have done. It's very fully compatible with industrial. It means we don't need to recreate a valve. We plug it on some existing valve done by a bigger manufacturer, like Netafim, Rainbird, and everything. This will help to lower the cost again. It doesn't necessary to rebuild everything from scratch. It's try to capitalize on the volume to have an affordable price and achievement. We test the experimental site. We have done that. It's in Réunion Island. It's a tropical island, basically, and where we have some different substitutes separate into 5 substitutes. This is a view of the mango field, the system based on the bridge and the controller. The kind of pictures that you can see with the weather station. This is the sensors that we have done collected to some different dendrometer. The connection is done by wireless to the bridge that is done through the weather station, around 5 kilometers of the range. So it means that everything is supplied by a solar panel with a battery storage in order to avoid that you have maintenance and also enough communication range to maintain that. It means you don't need to have a data access, a high power data. Here, the link here, it's only 56 kilobytes, enough to have a sensor collection. And we have on the field the bridge where you have all the database and all the decision making will be done on the field. When it's necessary, you will collect the data, bring it to the cloud, to our platform IoT, where we can optimize and continue to improve the model and bring it back to have a local model that help to manage it. Some result to show with you. Basically, the farmer, it's possible to have some irrigation program that can be completely standalone. We decide to keep the farmer in the loop, and this is very important, to let him have the decision to irrigate or not. Because so far, if we have a complete system based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, it's a separation more and more with the field and the necessary. So we take the decision to keep the farmer in the loop, definitely, because there is something that it's impossible to modelize. It's absolutely necessary to have it to improve the system and be has the last secure, possibility to control what it is in terms of area. As you can see here, this is the result of some dendrometer reading in blue. You have during the day the classical cycle that you will find in the dendrometer. All of this data is not bring back to the cloud. We keep it on the bridge and have the irrigation power itself to control the different valve. So the algorithm we put in place on different dendrometers is because you have a dendrometer that is very low cost, you may multiply the number of sensors, do a kind of average and statistical result, and bring the maximum daily trunk, the minimum daily trunk, and the shrinkage in order to know what is the situation of your cycle and to manage it if you need to add water or not. Of course, this is done by the rain gauge. You need to adjust it. If it's raining, you need to switch and adjust a different solution. Dendrometer reading, the valve state at different day. You see you can bring the water when it's just necessary. And some result I wanted to show you. It's basically, we reduce the water improvement of different seasons 60%. This is huge also, just by controlling the water when it was absolutely necessary at the improvement. This cost of reduction brings between 15,000 euro to 30,000 euro close to it. It's saving power over the year. The cost of solution, the solution to complete the complete field, it's around 20K. So basically, you have a return of investment in less than 1 year. That's some numbers that I can share with you. Just to give you a edge case, a winner-winner deal, thanks to the technology, because the markets there, sorry, it was in French, but you have a reduction of the different necessary in terms of fertilizer and pesticide, 30% of reduction of water, and this have very useful for the farmer association because they maintain the price close to $9, instead of dropping it in January close to 50 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for a speaker? Please.
Is this technology can be a little modified to leverage to shelf life qualities, packing and storage?
Yes, it is. Basically, what we are going to do, it's to open source completely the code source of 10 years of we have done right now. Aliatera, we have decided to move, and we'll be very happy if you have any idea of what you want to do in terms of the bridge, of everything. Even the sensor can be useful because we are technological guy. We came to the semiconductor and the communication system. So basically, the basic idea is to open this technology to help different people based on different crops approach to have a baseline necessary to build on top of this one a future of this kind of agriculture for small farmer.
Thank you. Any other question, please? I have one quick question. When you say it's a small farmer, you mean they're owning how many hectares?
They are close to less than 5.
Less than 5 hectares.
Yes.
And the cost of ownership, is it a pay-as-you-go model or it's a down payment-based model that you have?
Down payment.
Down payment. And per 5 hectare, roughly how much the cost would be?
$10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000 basically of that, because it's a mango tree. We adopt it versus
Right.
what is necessary and in terms of sensors.
Right.
Meaning, depending on the crop, you don't need to have all of these sensors. In basic all of this field, we put all the necessary. But what we learn from there, it's basically if you have a soil sensors, it's good enough with 1 or 2 hygrometers. Not necessary to have the full equip of different sensors. And basically, if you don't need to have all the different tree with 3 or 4, it's to determine which one it's necessary to put them on in place.
So the cost can come down to a few $1,000s after your learning experience.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I think you have initially to have a better idea, to have a best knowledge of where you stand to fully equip only what is necessary. So it's a big problem with IoT because you decide to have a full collection of data, or you need to sort out and figure out what is absolutely the minimum necessary to improve your crop.
Thank you. Any other question, please, for a speaker? Okay, let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Up next, we have Dr. Dominic. She holds a PhD in soil sciences from Paris and has been a scientist with EMMAH since 1990. She develops tools on remote sensing data for a better water and crop management at regional scale and uses SVAT and crop models and multi-source remote sensing data to account for crop spatial variability. She has managed 6 postdocs, 5 PhDs, and 33 master students. She'll speak about contribution of remote sensing combined with models for crop monitoring and water management.
Okay, thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure to talk to on the contribution of remote sensing combined with a model for crop monitoring and water management. Very briefly, the outline of my presentation. A few words on my institute in Rae and my lab in Avignon. Then I want to show you how we can monitor crop using remote sensing data from plot to territory scale, using some method developed by my teams in Rae. And then how we can also detect some farming practices with high spatial resolution, and how we can combine this remote sensing data in model to assess yield and water budget at different spatial scale. And finally, I will present you some study cases for integrated approaches for modeling and for sustainable development scenario. A few words on INRAE. It's a National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and the Environment with 18 centers in France. And it's mainly to produce scientific knowledge to solve major challenges in the world concerning agriculture, food, and the environment, which rank 3rd in the world for agricultural science. And my lab in Avignon, in the southeastern France, it's a mixed research unit with academics from Avignon University and research from INRAE, with different skills in agronomy, ecology, soil science, hydrogeology, and modeling and remote sensing, mainly focus on water resource for Mediterranean agro-hydrosystem. And we develop method to modify agricultural practice to obtain sustainable agriculture and to test different cultivar selection, phenotyping, and at different scale in the context of the climate change. As you know, the context of global change, we have seen this morning different slides on the same subject. We observe an increase of drought period. We observe also urban sprawl on agricultural lands, increase in degrees of water resources, and more frequent events. As you can show on this, oops, excuse. I don't know where I have the. Okay. This graph I have taken from the Indian Meteorological Department. We observe an increase in temperature, an increase also of more frequent extreme events. And the main challenge is to have an integrated management of resources for both water, soil, and biomass, and a sustainable development, taking into account the spatial and temporal variability of crops. And for that, remote sensing is a useful tool to characterize this spatial and temporal variability, because we can have different information, as we have shown with this morning with Gilles, according to the different spectral range. So very quickly, Gilles has also shown a similar slide. We have different information according spectral range. In the microwave range, we have information on soil moisture, soil roughness, and biomass, and we can have image even if we have cloudy days. But in the optical and infrared range, we have different information on vegetation structure and also optical properties of leaves. And often we use a different combination of this spectral band to define index, vegetation index. Most common is normalized vegetation index, NDVI, combining red and near-infrared bands. But also we can define more biophysical variables, such as LEI, F-cover, leaf area index. It's one side green leaf area per unit ground surfaces. And these indicators are more related to biological process, and we can integrate more this variable into model of functioning. So I will show you some example using this variable for crop monitoring. And as you know, we have more and more data, and recently with the Sentinel mission, Sentinel satellite, Sentinel-2 in the optical and Sentinel-2 in the infrared and optical range, and Sentinel-1 in the microwave, we can have image every 3 or 5 days with a pixel, a very fine resolution, 10 meters. So we can identify a lot of things, and you will see different examples using this satellite. For example, here, if you have an example of a rice crop in the southeastern France, where you can see the development, the phenological development of rice with this index, leaf area index, and from the sowing date, then to flooding, and the maturity, and then the harvest. If we want to follow this crop for the management, we can do ground measurement, ground observation, taking, for example, hemispherical photographs. And we have developed at INRA software to process these images and to compute and to derive these indicators of the structure of vegetation, leaf area index. It's free for the different teams. And it's easy to use and to characterize the crop development. But it's not easy to make ground measurement, and we can do everywhere. So we can use also Sentinel-2 data, image satellite, and we have more data at farm scale. You can see the difference between the different fields here at the farm scale, the flooding, and then when the crop develop and become more green and just up to the harvest, you can follow the development of the crop using this data. And in the same way, we have developed at INRAE a model to compute the main variables from the satellite, leaf area index, F-cover, using a radiative transfer model combined with a neural network, and which can be used for various satellites. And it's useful to have an indicator of the crop development. And so we can use this model to map this index at farm scale, and we can see variability due to the sowing date or due to the choice of the farmer, if there are different varieties of rice, for example. And then we can interpolate between each acquisition date, and we can have daily value. Don't know. I have a video. I don't know if. Yes. So you can, for each day, we can follow the crop development at farm scale or at territory scale, and how the plant growth, and see the precocity or which variety is late, and it can help for the water management. And at the end, you have another graph showing different rice crop, different rice plot, and for different varieties. And you can show clearly variability between fields, but also we can clearly identify early and late variety and the phenological stage for each crop. But with the same satellite, we have also information on the spatial variability of some farming practices. On these small images, excuse me. You can see the flooding, you can see the soil just before the sowing date. We can identify very clearly the field where it's the harvest. We can also compare different years, and for the same field with the same variety, if we analyze the temporal profile of this vegetation index, we can clearly see here that you have a shift, and it's mainly due to different sowing date. So we have information on the sowing date, we can have information of some practices, and also we can map the burn area. Some farm use fire at the end of harvest. If we combine different spectral bands, particularly in the middle infrared, here you have the difference between burn area and some fields which were not burned. We clearly identify fire, and we can map these practices at regional scale and have information on different farming practices at regional scale. And another example is also the use of remote sensing for land use classification using different methods, and for example, machine learning method such as random forest. Yesterday, we have seen different examples with Nagesh Kumar. It's the same approach, with a similar approach using the combination of different spectral information of Sentinel-2 data here to map the interrow management of orchard. If you have from grass in the interrow,
there are competition for the water between tree and grass. And so it's useful to map this interrow management for the water manager who use the different water at the territory scales. Another different method can be used based on the analysis of the temporal profile of the different crops. And we can use a phenological model to extract some key point. And instead of using all the data, we use only some specific point describing the temporal evolution to map, for example, very heterogeneous crop. And we can separate orchard and vineyard with high accuracy, as you can see. It's a PhD work, the last result here. Very quickly, I want to show you the complementary between microwave of optical spectral radar at plot scale. You can have information. Here you have an orchard and the soil moisture in summer with high evaporation, the soil moisture degrees. And if we have at plot scale information with radar data and also with optical and near infrared, you can see clearly heterogeneities at plot scale, which can be due to heterogeneities in soil, but also in tree density or in irrigation management. And you have different information in spectral range on the crop development, but also on the soil and the irrigation management. So if we combine this information, you can manage better this crop. And just to inform all these variables can be used in different modeling, such as crop model, for example. We can use forcing remote sensing data and into the model to analyze yield map, for example. And it's an example that is here for the rice. At regional scale, you have all the variability of production at regional level. But to use remote sensing to retrieve input parameters. And such approach was used in different projects in India, in Acha and Aisha project. When we don't know soil properties or nitrogen dose, we can use remote sensing and compare simulation with satellite observation to retrieve the correct and the good parameters. And when the models are well calibrated, and we can then things to simulate different climate change or land use change or water scenario with integrated modeling. So we have different layers of specialized information, climate, soil, land use from remote sensing, and we can combine different models, irrigation model, crop model for production, but also hydrological model to analyze the impact of some practices on the ground table level, for example, and on the production. And such approach have been used on a small area where we have grassland irrigated by flooding, and we have analyzed different scenarios, combined different scenarios with climate change, with change in water right or land use change, and we can produce map for the present, for the prediction, for the piezometry level, and we can make differences between the future and the present. And then we can outline where there are some area and quantify the impact on the production, on the ground table, on the water reserve, and analyze the best way to improve and to choose some practices, sustainable practices. Just a very quick slide to present the STIX crop model. It's a crop model widely used by the scientific community, and there are every year English formation, and I think in India, in Bangladesh, some people have learned this model. It's also for banana, for very exotic also crops, and is operational. There is operational application at front scale for grassland, but to predict production, but also different application for rice. If we move the sowing date or if we change rice variety, we can quantify the impact on production according to the choice. So if you want to use this model, it's possible, and so it's open. So just to finish, it's very quickly, I want to show you that remote sensing at high spatial resolution, and particularly with Sentinel mission, provide useful information for crop monitoring. There are now operational tools, the operational method. Some of them are developed at INRA. They are open, and we can share with you these tools to characterize the plant development and help the crop management from farm to farm scale. Various methods can be used to assimilate in various models and taking into account this spatial variability. Calibrated model can be used then to predict scenario, and it can help also to quantify the impact of the water resource. And also, I think it's always important to maintain ground measurement on long period to validate the different model. And for the future, I want to just outline that we have more and more information with satellite and with very high resolution. In the next year, we will have Neo-Pleiad, and for India, I think it can be interesting because you have very small plot, and future Trishna also data will be very useful to characterize agroecological transition with mixed crop, which are sometimes difficult to identify. So if we can collaborate with you with some tools that I have present you, we can discuss tomorrow for future collaboration and for sharing this method and which can be applied at different regions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, I have a request. So perhaps that's going to be a longer discussion, but I would like to know, where do you think people can come in and perspective of either machine learning or image processing or math modeling? Because I guess you have plenty of such problems sitting out there for different situation, criteria, assumptions, soil types, crop types, and so on, right? So multiplier effect, basically, you get on the other side. Am I right in understanding where people can fit in?
I am not sure
okay.
to understand,
so we'll,
but I think, yes, with satellite data, we can use various methods. I show some examples to map land use, for example. We use classification based on machine learning algorithm. It's very similar that the method presented yesterday by Nagesh, and yes, but we often use also model, more deterministic model, because we know the different processes in the soil and in the interface between plant and atmosphere, and we prefer to control the different processes, and because we know how to measure some parameters, and we prefer this physical model than using a black box, or but it's possible also to have other approach to simulate or to assimilate sometimes remote sensing for the same output.
Okay, so I'll speak with you separately outside of this meeting to figure where people might fit in, and then of course we'll share that more broadly, just to make sure all the participants are aware that there are these opportunities where you're seeking or you could collaborate with. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other question anybody wants to bring up? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation on remote sensing for crop monitoring. Our next online speaker, the last speaker for the day, Dr. Swati, who is a biotech researcher experienced in building partnerships and valorizing knowledge. She manages partnerships and business development activities for Agri-Rain towards offering value-added affordable irrigation products to farmers. She managed the India portfolio for the world's leading university, and she holds a PhD from Copenhagen University, Denmark. She'll be giving an online presentation on emerging trends and innovations in the irrigation agtech space of India.
Can you hear us? Please? No?
Hi, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We're just fixing the system so that you can share your presentation as well. Just
Right.
Fine. Are you able to control the screen?
Actually not.
Okay. What if we make the presentation up here? Would that work with you, or that'll be a bit of a challenge?
Yes, yes.
Can we give that a try? That we present the screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, you might just need to say next slide, and we'll move on to the next slide.
All right. I've just tried again and it looks like it's going to work. Just a second. Please tell me if you can see the screen.
Yeah, something's come up. Yeah. Yeah, we can see the screen now.
Yeah. Is it full screen?
It's not full screen, but you just
Okay. I'll just make it.
There you go. You got it. Thank you.
Yeah. How is it now? Is it good?
Thank you.
Is it full screen, Dr. Amit?
Screen. I think we can see it clearly, but yeah.
Okay. Let me know if you want to share it yourself.
I think this is fine for people because it says it's in presentation mode, but when you see there, it's not full screen. Is that okay for the participants here? Yeah, it's fine. You can continue with this, please. Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna try this just a sec. Is it better now?
It's still not full screen, but we are okay with this because it's still big enough.
Okay. I'm just gonna try one other thing. Okay, just one last thing, because there are some slides where I want them to see it in its entirety. Okay, this is the last thing that I'm gonna try. Let me know if it's okay.
It is good now. Thank you.
Okay, super. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. This is Swati Vurakula. I am a biotechnologist by profession, and after my research, I've moved on to actually technology and knowledge transfer, where I try to take this science and the research that is being developed at universities and research organizations, and to see how that can actually be applied in the form of a product or service in the field. And currently, I'm working for a startup called Irrigation. So we have a technology or a product, as you can see to the left of my screen. It is a hose reel rain gun technology originally developed in Italy. And we also are the world's first irrigation as a service model company. So apart from also selling the technology, we also have a service model that we have deployed in various countries across the world. So I think it's my talk follows up very nicely from what Dominic was studying or just telling us about, and because we also use quite a lot of remote sensing to actually optimize the water that we give to the fields of our farmers. But of course, I'll be focusing more on what are the practicalities and how is the irrigation space developing in India. So. Okay. Irrigation was founded with a mission to actually, provide an irrigation system to smallholder farmers, especially in the dryland regions of India and Africa, where the capex cost of an irrigation system is quite high. And these farmers are typically working with, crops that are of low values, such as rice or wheat or cotton, or in some cases with sugarcane as well. And these are also smallholder farmers, with small land parcels. So they don't have the affordability with them to actually, purchase a drip system per se. And the vision, of course, is in the long term to actually use data and to optimize the water use efficiency of how we irrigate these fields in the drylands. So we are also looking into precision irrigation per se, and so that overall, there's better future perspectives for these dryland farmers. And our journey so far, very briefly, we were founded in 2017, and our technology was validated at Wageningen University and research in the Netherlands, where our water use efficiency was found to be between 75 to 80%. And very soon we crossed the 5,000 farmer mark, and of late we've more or less worked with close to 10,000 farmers. And along the way, we worked in coordination with a lot of multilateral organizations and foundations as well. And we've also sort of gathered our own, farmer database, wherein we form clusters of farmers and work with them at a village level. Very briefly, because I want to talk about like the agtech space, as in how has the landscape changed, when we talk about like, traditionally how are things being done and, and moving on to like the present state, where there's a lot of IoT, there's a lot of AI, ML, and remote sensing being used. So I think traditionally, we know, all of us know how the value chain or the supply chain has been in the agriculture space. So there's all sorts of inputs that are going in, and then there's a series of players along the supply chain, dealers, wholesalers, and retailers. And when agtech actually got introduced, this was about like 10 to 15 years ago, I would say, more or less, at the beginning has happened. There was a lot of consolidation between the dealer to the wholesale level, where they were looking into hybrid models, such as, setting up kiosks and, deploying some digital tools per se. But the problem was that the customer acquisition cost was still quite high. And at the same time, towards the end of the chain, at the retailer side, what was happening is there were a lot of post-harvest technologies that were being deployed where AI ML was being used so that the produce was brought to the customer as quickly as possible. But still, data asymmetries were seen because it was only targeting one part of the value chain. And then in the last, I would say, like even 4 to 5 years, we could say that probably we're in Active 2.0, wherein there's a lot of different models that have been used, especially with collaborations between not just the FMCG or the agrochemical companies, but also with the startups that are up and coming in the active space. So they are happening at multiple levels. One is that there's the on-ground staff, and they are being augmented with dealers so that the customer acquisition costs are lowered. Second is there's a lot of data collection. There's a lot of digital platforms that are being introduced so that we understand better where we can optimize along the value chain. And the third part is to understand, because there was always a lag between like what is happening between the dealer and the farmer, because none of the companies or none of the startups actually had this direct connect with the farmers in India. So the last mile integration has been, happening so that there's a lot more stickiness with the farmers, and we understand why is it that the farmer wants an irrigation system, or why is it that they're not able to afford, an irrigation system. So following upon this, I think I've seen that more or less the technologies that are being deployed by some of the key players in the active space can be categorized into 4. First is of course satellite imaging and geotagging, and this is something that we as a startup we've also used over the last few years, and I'll briefly also tell you how we are actually deploying this in real time in the field. And the second is artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are per se not using it as much, but there are other companies that are using it along the value chain. This big data analytics, I would say there's also more or less happening either on the post-harvest chain, post-harvest side of things, or they are happening at the breeding side of things where they're using a lot of bioinformatics when it comes to breeding, for instance, crops with better nutrient use efficiency or better water use efficiency. And the fourth, of course, is the IoT devices and sensors. I think we've heard quite a lot in the last couple of days, where there's a lot of startups that are up and coming. They're using IoT to optimize not just water management, but they're also coming up with not just hardware, but also the software, to optimize and to schedule, your irrigation systems per se. More or less, all of them have been using cloud-based services, to deliver these. And the 2 platforms that they're using is either through mobile applications or through web applications or platforms. And we also have both of these systems actually, through which we are leveraging the satellite imaging that we have through a third-party provider, which I'll speak to you about very briefly in a bit. Going back to, or let's say zooming into the irrigation space a little bit more, I'm focusing on what are the major forms of irrigation that have been used in India, flooding, sprinklers, or drip. And it's also, more or less categorized based on, is it a rain-fed, low value crop, or is it a crop of, let's say medium value? Is it a field crop? Then you're probably going for a sprinkler system. And if you're getting a subsidy, or if you have like a greenhouse crop or a vegetable or an ornamental crop or a cash crop, even sugarcane in some cases, then you're going for a drip system. And I think most often when we're working in the irrigation space, the farmers also have an expense that we're not looking into, which is the energy source, right? And typically it's either diesel or electricity or solar, and solar has been up and coming recently. And this is also a major cost to the farmers, which we found out, through multiple studies in the field, that it is a major, decision factor for the farmer when it comes to if he's going to actually buy an irrigation system or not. But what we've also seen is that, the modern or, the innovations that have been coming up when it comes to irrigation systems, they're positioning their products in a different way. In one sense, the solar has been, up and coming, the segment itself. Obviously, there's the energy cost savings, there's the subsidies from the governments, but there's a lot of focus also on, the solar being a more sustainable or more climate smart, choice for the farmers. And secondly, of course, there's this entire field of sensors, IoT, which are looking at field level or plot level mapping of resources, and also water management when it comes to the last mile. Here, of course, there's a lot of startup activities, but we've also seen, automation and reduced labor costs that have been very favorable. For instance, grape farmers in specific regions. And obviously, because these are startups, there's still a little bit of, slow adoption from the majority of farmers when we speaking at, the larger picture. And that is where a lot of startups are also looking at how can we add our own irrigation system into a government subsidy system. And the last part, of course, is more or less, the software or the AI/ML or remote sensing technologies, wherein you're bringing in multi-dimensional data and, you're mapping resources at a much larger level, district, village level even. And you're also probably working with the governments in specific states, which we're actually doing right now as a startup in MP and UP, where we're using this data to provide more insights and, provide more planning to the district officials when it comes to water management. And of course, this also ties into the long-term water conservation in these areas, which are typically, the water table has been receding, and there's a specific focus of the government to work to maintain the water levels or to even increase them. And there's a lot more, foundations and environmental agencies that have been working on initiatives when it comes to, mapping and insights generation at a much higher level. And I would say innovations have been up and coming not only at the technology level, which is, of course, the hardware and the software. And there's a lot of startups, for instance, Gramworks, Puzzle, or Soil Sense, even, which is like a handheld, measuring device for the soil profile when it comes to like all sorts of nutrients in the soil. Then there's EcoZen as well. But on the business model as well, I think we've seen that there's a lot of focus on farm water delivery, because there's the need to sensitize farmers and to make them aware of the need to conserve water, especially in areas where, for instance, electricity is free and the farmers, they don't have any incentive per se to save or conserve their water resources in the long term. And that is where there's a lot of other startups that have been focusing. For instance, we are one of them as well with our irrigation as a service model. But there's others like Claro Energy, there's Urja, there's Onergy, Solar. But of course, these are also there are also product bundling with the post-harvest side of things, especially if you have a solar offering. And keeping up with that, we also seen that it was actually just before the 2020s that there have been investments in the irrigation active space. It has been pretty active then, and right now you can see that there's a lot more startups that are being funded, or there's a lot more Series A, higher rounds of investments that are happening, which is also indicative of the space that there's a bigger and growing need for these innovations, for not just the software or the hardware, but also of the business model innovations that I was just speaking of. And as I said, because for startups, acquiring a customer is still a high cost, and we've also found out, through our own studies, on-field studies, that the farmers, they usually, it's very difficult for them to afford an IoT system or, a software system unless you're a well-off farmer or working with a cash crop. So there's been integration across all three, where you're providing, not just hardware and software, but you're moving into a service model where they can provide you like with a pay-per-use, so it becomes more affordable for the farmer, and it's also like sustainable for the startup or the companies that are coming up with these innovations. And product bundling is something that we do is at Irrigation as well. For instance, here you can see this is where we create like a cluster of 60 to 100 farmers, and we have a trained entrepreneur who is going to the farm and giving precision irrigation services based on the exact crop water requirement of that particular crop, based on its crop stage, and based on also like the different sorts of data that is being inputted. And all of this data goes into our own application, and the water entrepreneur, he's trained on understanding what is the exact requirement, and providing the farmer or that particular field with the exact water that is required. Of course, when we do this, we are providing it at a pay-per-use, very affordable price for the farmer, and at the price of irrigation, now we are able to also give. Let me just go back to that. Remote sensing, or we have our app that is up and running. So all of the other advisory services we are able to give to the farmer at the same time. And moving forward, we are introducing what is called as Irrigation Touch, where we are also looking at soil testing and providing foliar fertigation at the same time. Because for us, anyways, we are giving the irrigation. So if we are able to add some fertilizer, for instance, a water-soluble fertilizer at the same time, then we are able to give the farmer more added value at the same cost. So this is where we are moving into as well. So product bundling is something that we are looking more and more into to make it more affordable for the farmer. But again, as we said, for the farmer to operate and understand all of this technical jargon is difficult. So our water entrepreneurs are trained to optimize the entire process on the field. And I would like to end with two case studies of what we're actually doing in the field. So the first one is a case study with farmers in MP, where we're working directly with the MP government. We've started off with working in 6 districts, and we're expanding it to more than 15 districts now. And of course, it's going to be a phased project for 3 years, where in the first phase, the government is providing a subsidy of 900 and the farmer is paying a nominal fee of 100 rupees. And through second and third phases, we're looking at how is the farmer going to adopt. If you're really adding value to the farmer, then he should be able to afford this. And for instance, now our app is up and running, and we're working with the MP district officials, the agricultural district officials, where we're looking at each field where the soil moisture is mapped. And this is one of the screenshots of our own app system. And of course, we have other tools as well that we are utilizing in order to optimize the entire process. And right now we're working with close to 3,000 farmers in different districts of MP on this project. And obviously there's yield benefits and everything that we've seen in the previous years, and going forward as well, we forecast the same. And a second case study is where we work directly with farmers in Maharashtra and UP. And herein, of course, for dryland farmers, there's 0% government subsidy. And so it's entirely the farmers that are paying, the entire amount. And in some models, we've also worked in UP, for instance, where the government funds the irrigation equipment, but then it is given to a water entrepreneur, and the water entrepreneur is trained by Agri-Rain to actually, use the irrigation system and to get the monetary benefit from the irrigation service that he's providing. And here is where we have our own, custom, let's say, dashboard. It's a web platform that we can, access ourselves. And we can get all sorts of data at the individual farm level, but we can get all sorts of overview on, how a specific farm is performing, but then also it can be aggregated at different levels. So we understand, how much of added value that we're giving to the farmer. And we've seen that based on the crop that we're using, we work across different crops like cotton, sugarcane, wheat, and pulses. There's a yield benefit to 15 to 25%. And of course, with more or less, less water to use for the farms. And we have actually a database of more than 5,000 farmers that we are, actively working with when it comes to Maharashtra and UP. So very briefly, this is how we are leveraging, perhaps not all sorts of AI ML, but mostly I would say remote sensing and a lot of cloud platforms to aggregate data so that we have better data that is driving our own precision irrigation when we work directly with farmers.
Swati, can we leave some time for questions?
Yes, I'm actually done. So you're right.
Great.
Time.
So we do have some time for questions here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for this. Do we have any questions for a speaker, please? Yeah, go for it, please.
Hello, Swati, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Myself, Indranil Chakravarti. I'm a chartered engineer in water management and irrigation.
This concept you have like in India, it should come. Otherwise, it's there in Italy and nearby, like in Turkey, a big company is there. You must have heard Uzvak.
Uzbek, yes.
Uzvak, yeah, they are doing on that. Now the sprinklers, what you are using, that is the sprinklers made by, like that has been developed by you, or that is procured one?
So, sir, the base technology comes from Italy, and it's not a sprinkler, but it's a hose reel rain gun system. So, this is the
But
hose
the
reel system,
nozzle, the
and this
sprinkler,
is the rain gun nozzle.
yeah, rain gun,
But the
rain gun,
Italian system has it has very fine droplets, so
yeah,
it's
rain
more or
gun.
less
That
mimicking
is,
rain.
what I have understood, that is Saime rain gun, right?
No, sir, it's not. It's an Italian company. Let me just. It's I can't remember the name. I'm sorry.
Fine,
Right
fine.
now it's not coming, but I'll shoot you an email. But they have
Yeah.
a very big system, that they typically use. Let's say like a central pivot system that they typically use in the Western, farms. But
My
what we've
question
done
is,
is we've downscaled the system and we've tried to do 4 versions to actually come to this system that can move in between the small land parcels because it was really huge. So we've downsized it and we've adapted that to small land parcels because this is a mobile system. It needs to move in between farms so that a cluster of farmers can use the same system.
yeah, my question is, rain gun you are using for
Yes.
like you have specified Madhya Pradesh, MP.
Yes.
We are working with MP farmers. Okay, a lot of fields we have worked. Main crisis, the main problem is the pump. Once you have this rain gun to operate, then definitely the operating pressure is much higher than the smaller sprinkler. Right, like 3 to 3.5 bar. That is a minimum pressure requirement to run any rain gun. So the water pressure that needs to be developed through a pump and the availability of that pump, that needs to be what I have understood, that this equipment, hose reel with all equipment that you are supplying, the pump that needs to be managed by the farmer.
No, sir. There is a pump that is integrated. So there's a 12 HP horsepower engine, and there's a pump that is integrated into the system itself. So we're not utilizing any of the pumps that the farmer has, but it is a whole built system by itself. And the
Yeah.
water pressure has been optimized in order to provide the water at an acre level. So up to like
What about a source of water? What about a source of water?
So the source of water is typically a local, let's say, river or canal or pond. But in some cases, for instance, we worked in Myanmar, where we set up like low-cost bamboo structures with like just a rubber base. The typical what do you call it, the water ponds that they set up in shrimp farming, for instance, because there they didn't have any water source except for like the groundwater source, and then we had to pump the water into that first at a strategic location in the middle of a few fields so that it can be distributed for the rest of the fields. But up to like 1 kilometer, if there's a water source, then we can lift that water.
Okay, 1 kilometer is the
Max, yes, maximum distance.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Right. Sorry, Dr. Ahmed, I'm not able to hear you.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
now it's-
Okay.
now it's-
So would you be okay if I share your contact details with the participants? It's unfortunate we couldn't have you here, and I'm sure there are more people interested in what you're doing. So
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
I would have loved to be. I would have loved to join there. Unfortunately, not. But also, thank you to you and to Amrita, Vishwavidya Peetam, and to Sefipra. To everybody, the organizers. I thank the opportunity to even present online.
Right. So I will share contact details and including the presentations everybody has made. We'll share that next week with you, so you can then have bilateral conversations. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. So Julian, and yeah, so there's so many of our esteemed speakers, we didn't get a chance to thank them. And we thought we'll just do a marathon thanking at the end before we rush out for the place that we all want to be at. Okay. So Please, thank you so much. So Julian, come on and play. And then so we'll thank our speakers, and then we'll move on to a group photograph, and the bus is already waiting for us.
I request Julian sir to give away the mementos. To Gil sir. Gil sir. Frederick sir. Dominic ma'am. Indranil sir. Ananta sir. Siva Balan sir. Logan आएगी ma'am. Subramanian sir. I think he's not here. And Kavita ma'am.
Yes, that's it all. So we'll
Thank you.
So thank you again. It was a packed day, but a short one. We have a longer one waiting where we will not be talking much about technicalities. So there's a bus waiting.